Section 1 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Part 1, Chapter 1. The Wanderer. Biddy Maloney stood at the window of her mistress's bedroom and surveyed the world with eyes of stern disapproval. There was nothing of the smart lady's maid about Biddy. She abominated smart ladies' maids. A flyaway French cap and an apron barely reaching to the knees were to her the very essence of flighty impropriety. There was just such a creature in attendance upon Lady Grace Devine, who occupied the best suite of rooms in the hotel, and Biddy very strongly resented her existence. In her own mind, she despised her as a shameless hussy, wholly devoid of all ideas of decency. Her resentment was partly due to the fact that the indecent one belonged to the party in possession of the best suite, which they had occupied some 3 weeks before Biddy and her party had appeared on the scene. It was all Master Scott's fault, of course. He ought to have written to engage rooms sooner, but then, to be sure, the decision to migrate to this winter paradise in the Alps had been a sudden one. That had been Sir Eustace's fault. He was always so sudden in his ways. Biddy sighed impatiently. Sir Eustace had always been hard to manage. She had never really conquered him, even in the days when she had made him stand in the corner and go without sugar in his tea. She well remembered the shocking occasion on which he had flung sugar and basin together into the fire so that the others might be made to share his enforced abstinence. She believed he was equal to committing a similar act of violence if balked, even now. But he never was balked. At 35 he reigned supreme in his own world. No one ever crossed him, unless it were Master Scott. And of course no one could be seriously angry with him. Poor dear young man. He was so gentle and kind. A faint maternal smile relaxed Biddy's grim lips. She became aware that the white world below was aflood with sunshine. The snowy mountains that rose against the vivid blue were dreamlike in their beauty. Where the sun shone upon them, their purity was almost too dazzling to behold. It was a relief to rest the eyes upon the great patches of pine woods that clothed some of the slopes. "I wonder if Miss Isabel will be happy here," mused Biddy. That, to her mind, was the only thing on earth that really mattered. Practically the only thing for which she ever troubled her Maker. Her own wants were all amalgamated in this one great desire of her heart, that her darling's poor torn spirit should be made happy. She had wholly ceased to remember that she had ever wanted anything else. It was for Miss Isabel that she desired the best rooms, the best carriages, the best of everything. Even her love for Master Scott, poor dear young man, depended largely upon the faculty he possessed for consoling and interesting Miss Isabel. Anyone who did that earned Biddy's undying respect and gratitude. Of the rest of the world, save for a passing disapproval, she was scarcely aware. Nothing else mattered in the same way. In fact, nothing else really mattered at all. Ah, a movement from the bed at last. Her quick ears, ever on the alert, warned her on the instant. She turned from the window, with such a mother-love shining in her old brown face under its severe white cap, as made it as beautiful in its way as the paradise without. "Why, Miss Isabel, darlint, how have you slept, then?" she said, in the soft crooning voice which she kept for this one beloved being alone. 2 white arms were stretched wide outside the bed. 2 dark eyes, mysteriously shadowed and sunken, looked up to hers. "Has he gone already, Biddy?" a low voice asked. "Only a little way, darlint. He's just round the corner," said Biddy tenderly. "Will you wait a minute while I give you your tea?" There was a spirit kettle singing merrily in the room. She busied herself about it, her withered face intent over the task. The white arms fell upon the blue travelling rug that Biddy had spread with loving care outside the bed the night before to aid her mistress's comfort. "When did he go, Biddy?" the low voice asked, and there was a furtive quality in the question, as if it were designed for none but Biddy's ears. Did he leave no message? Ah, to be sure, said Biddy, turning her face for a moment, and the likes of me to have forgotten it. He sent you his best love, darlint, and you were to eat a fine breakfast before you went out. The sad eyes smiled at her from the bed, half gratified, half incredulous, like the eyes of a lonely child who listens to a fairy tale. It was like him to think of that, Biddy, but I wish he had stayed a little longer. I must get up and go and find him. Hasn't he been with you through the night? Asked Biddy, bent again to her task. Nearly all night long, the answer came, on a note of triumph. Yet there was also a note of challenge in it also. Then what more would you have? Said Biddy wisely. Leave him alone for a bit, darlint. Husbands are better without their wives sometimes. A low laugh came from the bed. Oh, Biddy, I must tell him that. He would love your bon mots. Did he say when he would be back? That he did not, said Biddy, still absorbed over the kettle. But there's nothing in that at all. You can't always be expecting a man to give account of himself. Now, Mavourneen, I'll give you your tea, and you'll be able to get up when you feel like it. Ah, there's Master Scott. And would you like him to come in and have a cup with you? 3 soft knocks had sounded on the door. The woman in the bed raised herself, and her hair fell in glory around her. Hair that at 25 had been raven black. Hair that at 32 was white as the snow outside the window. Is that you, Stumpy dear? Come in, she called. Her voice was hollow and deep. She turned to face the door, a beautiful, wasted face, with hungry eyes that watched and waited perpetually. The door opened very quietly and unobtrusively, and a small, insignificant man came in. He was about the size of the average schoolboy of 15, and he walked with a slight limp, one leg being a trifle shorter than the other. Notwithstanding this defect, his general appearance was one of extreme neatness. From his colourless but carefully trained moustache and small trim beard to his well-shod feet, his clothes, like his beard, fitted him perfectly. His close-cropped hair was also colourless, and grew somewhat far back on his forehead. His pale grey eyes had a tired expression, as if they had looked too long or too earnestly upon the turmoil of life. He came to the bedside and took the thin white hand outstretched to him, on which a wedding ring hung loose. He walked without awkwardness. There was even dignity in his carriage. He bent to kiss the uplifted face. Have you slept well, dear? Her arms reached up and clasped his neck. Oh, Stumpy, yes. I have had a lovely night. Basil has been with me. He has gone out now, but I am going to look for him presently. Many happy returns of the day to you, Master Scott, put in Biddy rather pointedly. Ah, yes, it is your birthday. I had forgotten. Forgive me, Stumpy darling. You know I wish you always the very, very best. The clinging arms held him more closely. Thank you, Isabel. Scott's voice was as tired as his eyes, and yet it had a certain quality of strength. Of course, it's a very important occasion. How are we going to celebrate it? I have a present for you somewhere. Biddy, where is it? Isabel's voice had a note of impatience in it. It's here, darlint, it's here. Biddy bustled up to the bed with a parcel. Isabel took it from her and turned to Scott. It's only a silly old cigarette case, dear, but I thought of it all myself. How old are you now, Stumpy? I am 30, he answered, smiling. Thank you very much, dear. It's just the thing I wanted. Only too good. As if anything could be too good for you, his sister said tenderly. Has Eustace remembered? Oh, yes, Eustace has given me a saddle, but as he didn't think I should want it here, it has to be presented when we get home again. He sat down on the side of the bed, still inspecting the birthday offering. "Haven't you had anything from anyone else?" Isabel asked after a moment. He shook his head. "Who else is there to bother about a minnow like me?" "You're not a minnow, Scott. And didn't Basil give you anything?" Scott's tired eyes looked at her with a sudden fixity. He said nothing, but a piteous look came into Isabel's face under his steady gaze, and she dropped her own as if ashamed. "Whisht! Master Scott, darlint, for the Lord's sake don't you go upsetting her," warned Biddy in a sibilant whisper. "I had trouble enough last night. If it hadn't been for the draught she wouldn't have slept at all." Scott did not look at her. "You should have called me," he said, and, leaning forward, took his sister's hand. "Isabel, wouldn't you like to come out and see the skaters? There is some wonderful luging going on too." She did not raise her eyes. Her whole demeanour had changed. She seemed to droop, as if all animation had gone. "I don't know," she said listlessly. "I think I would almost as soon stay here." "Have your tea, darlint," coaxed Biddy, on her other side. "Eustace will be coming to look for you if you don't," said Scott. She started at that, and gave a quick shiver. "Oh no, I don't want Eustace. Don't let him come here, Stumpy, will you?" "Shall I go and tell him you are coming, then?" asked Scott, his eyes still steadily watching her. She nodded. Yes, but I don't want to be made. Basil never made me do things." Scott rose. "I will wait for you downstairs. Thank you, Biddy. Yes, I'll drink that first. No tea in the world ever tastes like your brew." "Get along with your blarney, Master Scott," protested Biddy. "And you and Sir Eustace mustn't tire Miss Isabel out. Remember, she's just come a long journey, and it's not wonderful at all that she don't feel like exerting herself." A red fire of resentment smouldered in the old woman's eyes, but Scott paid no attention to it. "You'd better get some sleep yourself, Biddy, if you can," he said. "No more, thanks. You will be out in an hour, then, Isabel?" "Perhaps," she said. He paused, standing beside her. "If you are not out in an hour, I shall come back and fetch you," he said. She put forth an appealing hand, like a child. "I will come out, Stumpy. I will come out," she said tremulously. He pressed the hand for a moment. "In an hour, then. I want to show you everything. There is plenty to be seen." He turned to the door, looked back with a parting smile, and went out. Isabel did not see the smile. She was staring moodily downwards, with eyes that only looked within. End of Section 1. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, February 2022. Section 2 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Looker On. Down on the skating rink below the hotel, a crowd of people were making merry. The ice was in splendid condition. It sparkled in the sun like a sheet of frosted glass, and over it the skaters glided with much mirth and laughter. Scott stood on the road above and watched them. There were a good many accomplished performers among them, and there were also several beginners. But all seemed alike infected with the gaiety of the place. There was not one face that did not wear a smile. It was an invigorating scene. From a slope of the white mountainside beyond the rink, the shouts of laughter of hires came through the crystal air. A string of luges was shooting down the run, and even as Scott caught sight of it, the foremost came to grief, and a dozen people rolled ignominiously in the snow. He smiled involuntarily. He seemed to have stepped into an atmosphere of irresponsible youth. The air was full of the magic fluid. It stirred his pulses like a draught of champagne. Then his eyes returned to the rink, and almost immediately singled out the best skater there. A man in a white sweater, dark, handsome, magnificently made, supremely sure of himself, darted with the swift grace of a swallow through the throng. His absolute confidence and splendid physique made him conspicuous. He executed elaborate figures with such perfect ease and certainty of movement that many turned to look at him in astonished admiration. "Great Scott!" said a cracked voice at Scott's shoulder. He turned sharply and met the frank regard of a rosy-faced schoolboy, a little shorter than himself. "Look at that bloomin' swell," said the newcomer in tones of deep disgust. "He seems to have sprouted in the night. I've no use for these star skaters myself. They're all so beastly sidey." He addressed Scott as an equal, and as an equal Scott made reply, "Perhaps when you're a star skater yourself you'll change your mind about 'em." The boy grinned. "Ah, p'raps. You're a new chum, aren't you?" "Very new," said Scott. "Can you skate?" asked the lad. "But of course you can. I suppose you're another dark horse. It's too bad, you know. Just as Dina and I are beginning to fancy ourselves at it. We began right at the beginning, too." "Consider yourself lucky," said Scott, rather briefly. "What do you mean?" The boy's eyes flashed over him intelligently, green eyes humorously alert. Scott glanced downwards. "I mean my legs are not a pair, so I can't even begin." "Oh, bad luck, sir." The equality vanished from the boy's voice. He became suddenly almost deferential, and Scott realised that he was no longer regarded as a comrade. "Still," he hesitated, "you can luge, I suppose?" "I don't quite see myself," said Scott, looking across once more to the merry group on the distant run. "Any idiot can do that," the boy protested, then turned suddenly a deep red. "Oh, law, I didn't mean that. Hi, Dina!" He turned to cover his embarrassment, and sent a deafening yell at the sun-bathed facade of the hotel. "Are you never coming, you cuckoo? Half the morning's gone already." "Coming, Billy!" At once a clear, gay voice made answer, and the merriest face that Scott had ever seen made a sudden appearance at an open window. "Darling Billy, do keep your hair on for just 2 minutes longer. Yvonne has been trying on my fancy dress, but she's nearly done." The neck and shoulders, below the laughing face, were bare, and a bare arm waved in a propitiatory fashion ere it vanished. "Looks as if the fancy dress is a minus quantity," observed Billy to his companion with a grin. "I didn't see any of it, did you?" Scott tried not to laugh. "Your sister?" he asked. Billy nodded affirmation. "She ain't a bad urchin," he observed, "as sisters go. We're staying here along with the Devines. Ever met 'em? Lady Grace is a holy terror. Her husband is a horrible stuck-up bore of an Anglo-Indian. Thinks himself everybody, and tells the most awful howlers. Rose, that's the daughter, is by way of being very beautiful. There she goes now, see, that golden-haired girl in red. She's another of your beastly star skaters. I bet she'll have that big bounder cutting capers with her before the day's out." "Think so?" said Scott. Billy nodded again. "I suppose he's a prince, at least. My word, doesn't he fancy himself? Look at that now. Side, sheer side." The skater under discussion had just executed a most intricate figure not far from them. Having accomplished it with that unerring and somewhat blatant confidence that so revolted Billy's schoolboy soul, he straightened his tall figure and darted in a straight line for the end of the rink above which they stood. His hands were in his pockets. His bearing was superb. He described a complete circle below them before he brought himself to a stand. Then he lifted his dark, arrogant face. He wore a short-clipped moustache, which by no means hid the strength of a well-modelled, though slightly sneering mouth. His eyes were somewhat deeply set, and shone extraordinarily blue under straight black brows that met. The man's whole expression was one of dominant self-assertion. He bore himself like a king. "Well, Stumpy," he said, "where's Isabel?" Scott's companion jumped, and beat a swift retreat. Scott smiled a little as he made reply. "I have been up to see her. She will be out presently. Biddy had to give her a sleeping draught last night." "Damn," said the other in a fierce undertone. "Did she call you first?" "No." "Then why the devil didn't she? I shall sack that woman. Isabel hasn't a chance to get well with a mischievous old hag like that always with her. I think Isabel would probably die without her, Stumpy responded, in his quiet voice, which presented a vivid contrast to his brother's stormy utterance. And Biddy would probably die too, if she consented to go, which I doubt. Oh, damn Biddy! The sooner she dies the better. She's nothing but a perpetual nuisance. What is Isabel like this morning? Scott hesitated, and his brother frowned. That's enough. What else could anyone expect? Look here, Scott. This thing has got to end. I shall take that sleeping stuff away. If you can get hold of it, put in Scott dryly. You must get a hold of it. You have ample opportunity. It's all very well to preach patience, but she has been taking slow poison for 7 years. I am certain of it. It's ridiculous. It's monstrous. It's got to end. He spoke with impatient finality, his blue eyes challenging remonstrance. Scott made none. Only after a moment he said, If you take away one prop, old chap, you must provide another. A broken thing can't stand alone. But need we discuss it now? As I told you, she is coming out presently, and this glorious air is bound to make a difference to her. It tastes like wine. It was at this point that the golden-haired girl in red suddenly glided up and sat down on the bank a few yards away to adjust a skate. Sir Eustace turned his head, and a sparkle came into his eyes. He watched her for a moment, then left his brother without further words. "Can I do that for you?" he asked. She lifted a flushed face. "Oh, how kind of you! But I have just managed it. How lovely the ice is this morning!" She rose with the words, balancing herself with a grace as finished as his own, and threw him a dazzling smile of gratitude. Scott, from his post of observation on the bank, decided that she certainly was beautiful. Her face was almost faultless, and yet it seemed to him that there was infinitely more of witchery in the face that had laughed from the window a few minutes before. Almost unconsciously he was waiting to see the owner of that face emerge. He watched the inevitable exchange of commonplaces between his brother and the beautiful Miss Devine, whose graciousness plainly indicated her willingness for a nearer acquaintance, and pleasantly he saw them move away side by side. "What did I tell you?" said Billy's voice at his shoulder. "But you might have said that chap belonged to you. How was I to know?" "Oh, quite so," said Scott. "Pray don't apologise. He doesn't belong to me either. It is I who belong to him." Billy's green eyes twinkled appreciatively. "You're his brother, aren't you?" Scott looked at him. "How on earth do you know that?" He looked back with his frank, engaging grin. "Oh, there's the same hang about you. I can't tell you what it is. Dina would know directly. You'd better ask her." "I don't happen to have the pleasure of your sister's acquaintance," observed Scott with his quiet smile. "Oh, I'll soon introduce you if that's what you want," said Billy. "Come along, there she is now, just crossing the road. By the way, I don't think you told me your name." "My name is Studley. Scott Studley. Stumpy to my friends," said Scott, in his whimsical, rather weary fashion. Billy laughed. "You're a sport," he said. "When I know you a bit better, I shall remember that. Hi, Dina. What a deuce of a time you've been. This is Mr. Studley, and he saw you at the window without anything on." "I'm sure he didn't, Billy. How dare you?" Dina's brown face burned an indignant red. She looked at Scott with instant hostility. "Oh, please," he protested mildly. "That's not quite fair on me." "Serves you right," declared Billy with malicious delight. "You played me a shabby trick, you know." Dina's brow cleared. She smiled upon Scott. "Isn't he a horrid little pig? How do you do? Isn't it a ripping day? It makes you want to climb, doesn't it? I wish I'd got an alpenstock." "Can't you get one anywhere?" asked Scott. "I thought they were always to be had." "Yes, but they cost money," sighed Dina, "and I haven't got any. It doesn't really matter, though. There are lots of things to do. Are you keen on luging?" "I am." Her bright eyes smiled into his with the utmost friendliness, and he knew that she would not commit Billy's mistake and ask him if he skated. Her smile was infectious. The charm of it lingered after it had passed. Her eyes were green like Billy's, only softer. They had a great deal of sweetness in them, and a spice, just a spice, of devilry as well. The rest of the face would have been quite unremarkable, but the laughter-loving mouth and pointed chin wholly redeemed it from the commonplace. She was a little brown thing like a woodland creature, and her dainty air and quick ways put Scott irresistibly in mind of a pert robin. In reply to her question, he told her that he had arrived only the night before. "And I am quite the tyro," he added. "I have been watching the luging on that slope, and thanking all the stars that control my destiny that I wasn't there." She laughed, showing a row of small white teeth. "Oh, you'd love it once you started. It's a heavenly sport if the run isn't bumpy. Isn't this a glorious atmosphere? It makes one feel so happy." She came and stood by his side to watch the skaters. Billy was seated on the bank, impatiently changing his boots. "I'm not going to wait for you any longer, Dina," he said. "I'm fed up." "Don't then," she retorted. "I never asked you to." "What a lie," said Billy, with all a brother's gallantry. She threw him a sister's look of scorn, and deigned no rejoinder. But in a moment the incident was forgotten. "Oh, look there!" she suddenly exclaimed. "Isn't that just like Rose Devine? She's always sure to appropriate the most handsome man within sight. I've been watching that man from my window. He is a perfect Apollo, and skates divinely, and now she's got him." Deep disgust was audible in her voice. Billy looked up with a sideways grin. "You don't suppose he'd look at a sparrow like you, do you? He prefers a swan, you bet." "Be quiet, Billy," commanded Dina, making an ineffectual dig at him with her foot. "I don't want him to look at me. I hate men. But it's too bad the way Rose always chooses the best. It's just the same with everything. And I I do long, sometimes, to cut her out." "I should myself," said Scott unexpectedly. "But why don't you? I'm sure you could." She threw him a whimsical smile. "I?" she said. "Why, that's about as likely as—" She stopped short in some confusion. He laughed a little. "You mean I might as soon hope to cut out Apollo? But the cases are not parallel, I assure you. Besides, Apollo happens to be my brother, which makes a difference." "Oh, is he your brother? What a good thing you told me," laughed Dina. "I might have said something rude about him in a minute." "Like me," said Billy, stumbling to his feet. "I made a most horrific blunder, didn't I, Mr. Studley? I called him a bounder." Dina looked at him witheringly. "You would. Well, I hope you apologised." Billy stuck out his tongue at her. "I didn't then," he returned, and skated elegantly away on one leg. "Billy," remarked Dina dispassionately, "is not really such a horrid little beast as he seems." Scott smiled his courteous smile. "I had already gathered that," he said. Her green eyes darted him a swift look, as if to ascertain if he were in earnest. Then, "That was very nice of you," she said. "I wonder how you knew." He still smiled, but without much mirth. "A looker-on sees a good many things, you know," he said. Dina's eyes flashed, understanding. She said no more. End of Section 2. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, February 2022. Section 3 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Search. When Isabel came slowly forth at length from the hotel door whither Biddy had conducted her, Scott was sitting alone on a bench in the sunshine. He rose at once to join her. "Why, how quick you have been! Or else time flies here. Eustace is still skating. I had no idea he was so accomplished. See, there he is." But Isabel set her haggard face towards the mountain road that wound up beyond the hotel. "I am going to look for Basil," she said. "It's a waste of time," said Scott quietly, but he did not attempt to withstand her. They turned side by side up the hard, snowy track. For some time they walked in silence. At a short distance from the hotel, the road ascended steeply through a pine wood, dark and mysterious as an enchanted forest, through which there rose the sound of a rushing stream. Scott paused to listen, but instantly his sister laid an imperious hand upon him. "I can't wait," she said. "I'm sure he is just round the corner. I heard him whistle." He moved on in response to her insistence. "I heard that whistle too," he said, "but it was a mountain boy." He was right. At a curve in the road they met a young Swiss lad, who went by them with a smile and salute, and fell to whistling again when he had passed. Isabel pressed on in silence. She had started in feverish haste, but her speed was gradually slackening. She looked neither to right nor left, her eyes perpetually strained forward as though they sought for something just beyond the range of their vision. For a while Scott limped beside her without speaking, but at last, as they sighted the end of the pine wood, he gently broke the silence. "Isabel, dear, I think we must turn back very soon." "Oh, why?" she said. "Why? You always say that when—" There came a break in her voice, and she ceased to speak. Her pace quickened so that he had some difficulty in keeping up with her, but he made no protest. With the utmost patience, he also pressed on. But it was not long before her strength began to fail. She stumbled once or twice, and he put a supporting hand under her elbow. As they neared the edge of the pines, it became evident that the road dwindled to a mere mountain path, winding steeply upwards through the snow. The sun shone dazzlingly upon the great waste of whiteness. Very suddenly Isabel stopped. "He can't have gone this way after all," she said, and turned to her brother with eyes of tragic hopelessness. "Stumpy, Stumpy, what shall I do?" He drew her hand very gently through his arm. "We will go back, dear," he said. A low sob escaped her, but she did not weep. "If only I had the strength to go on and on and on," she said. "I knew I should find him some day then." "You will find him some day," he answered with grave assurance, "but not yet." They went back to the turn in the road, where the sound of the stream rose like fairy music from an unseen glen. The snow lay pure and untrodden under the trees. Scott paused again, and this time Isabel made no remonstrance. They stood together, listening to the rush of the torrent. "How beautiful this place must be in springtime," he said. She gave a sharp shiver. "It's like a dead world now." "A world that will very soon rise again," he answered. She looked at him with vague eyes. "You are always talking of the resurrection," she said. "When I am with you, I am often thinking of it," he said with simplicity. A haunted look came into her face. "But that implies death," she said, her voice very low. "And what is death?" said Scott gently, as if he reasoned with a child. "Do you think it is more than a step further into life? The passing of a boundary? That is all." "But there is no returning," she protested piteously. "It must be more than that." "My dear, there is never any returning," he said gravely. "None of us can go backwards. Yesterday is but a step away, but can we retrace that step? No, not one of us." She made a sudden, almost fierce gesture. "Oh, to go back!" she cried. "Oh, to go back! Why should we be forced blindly forward, when we only want to go back?" "It is the universal law," said Scott. "That is God's will." "It's cruel, she wailed. "No, it is merciful. So long as there is death in the world we must go on. We have to get past death." She turned her tragic eyes upon him. "And what then? What then?" Scott was gazing steadfastly into her face of ravaged beauty. "Then the resurrection," he said. "There are millions of people in the world, Isabel, who are living their lives solely for the sake of that, because they know that if they only keep on, the resurrection will give back to them all that they have lost. My dear, it is not going back that could help anyone. The past is past. The present is passing. There is only the future that can restore all things. We are bound to go forward, and thank God for it." Her eyes fell slowly before his. She did not speak, but after a moment gave him her hand with a shadowy smile. They continued the descent side by side. Another curve of the road brought them within sight of the hotel. Scott broke the silence. "Here is Eustace, coming to meet us." She looked up with a start, and into her face came a curious, veiled expression, half furtive, half afraid. "Don't tell him, Stumpy," she said quickly. "What, dear?" "Don't tell him I have been looking for Basil this morning. He wouldn't understand, and you know, I must look for him sometimes. I shall lose him altogether if I don't." "Shall we pretend we are enjoying ourselves?" said Scott with a smile. She answered him with a feverish earnestness. Yes, let us do that. And Stumpy dear, you are good. You can pray. I can't, you know. Will you pray sometimes, that I may find him?" "I shall pray that your eyes may be opened, Isabel," he answered, "so that you may know you have never really lost him." She smiled again, her fleeting, phantom smile. "Don't pray for the impossible, Stumpy," she said. I think that would be a mistake." "Is anything impossible?" said Scott. He raised his hand before she could make any answer, and sent a cheery hulloa down to his brother, who waved a swift response. They quickened their steps to meet him. Eustace was striding up the hill with the easy swing of a giant. He held out both hands to Isabel as he drew near. She pulled herself free from Scott, and went to him as one drawn by an unseen force. "Ah, that's right," he said, and bent to kiss her. "I'm glad you've been for a walk, but you might have come and spoken to me first. I was only on the rink." "I didn't want to see a lot of people," said Isabel, shrinking a little. I don't like so many strangers, Eustace." "Oh, nonsense," he said lightly. "You have been buried too long. It's time you came out of your shell. I shan't take you home again till you have got quite over that." His tone was kindly, but it held authority. Isabel attempted no protest. Only she looked away over the sparkling world of white and blue, with something near akin to despair in her eyes. Scott took out his cigarette case and handed it to his brother. "Isabel's birthday present to me," he said. Eustace examined it with a smile. "Very nice. Did you think of it all by yourself, Isabel?" "No," she said with dreary listlessness. "Biddy reminded me." Eustace's face changed. He frowned slightly and gave the case back to his brother. "Have a cigarette," said Scott. He took one absently, and Scott did the same. "How did you get on with the lady in red?" he asked. Eustace threw him a glance, half humorous, half malicious. "If it comes to that, how did you get on with the little brown girl?" "Oh, very nicely," smiled Scott. "Her name is Dina." "Your lady's name is Rose Devine, if you care to know." "Really?" said Eustace. "And who told you that?" "Dina, of course, or Dina's brother, I forget which. They belong to the same party. I should think that little snub-nosed person feels somewhat in the shade," observed Eustace. "I expect she does, but she has plenty of wits to make up for it. She seems to find life quite an interesting entertainment." "She can't skate a bit," said Eustace. "Can't she? You'll have to give her a hint or two. I'm sure she would be very grateful." "Did she tell you so?" "I'm not going to tell you what she told me. It wouldn't be fair." Eustace laughed with easy tolerance. "Oh, I've no objection to giving her a hand now and then if she's amusing, and doesn't become a nuisance. I'm not going to let myself be bored by anybody this trip. I'm out for sport only." "It's a lovely place," observed Scott. "Oh, perfect. I am going to ski this afternoon. How do you like it, Isabel?" Abruptly, the elder brother accosted her. She was walking between them as one in a dream. She started at the sound of her name. "I don't know yet," she said. "It's rather cold, isn't it? I am not sure that I shall be able to sleep here." Eustace's eyes held hers for a moment. "Oh, no one expects to sleep here," he said lightly. "You skate all day and dance all night. That's the programme." Her lips parted a little. "I? Dance?" she said. "Why not?" said Eustace. She made a gesture that was almost expressive of horror. "When I dance," she said in her deep voice, "you may put me under lock and key, for good and all, for I shall be mad indeed." "Don't be silly," he said sharply. She shrank as if at a blow, and on the very instant, very quietly, Scott intervened. "Isabel and I prefer to look on," he said, drawing her hand gently through his arm. "I fancy it suits us both best." His eyes met his brother's quick frown deliberately, with the utmost steadiness, and for a few electric seconds there was undoubtedly tension between them. Isabel was aware of it, and gripped the supporting arm very closely. Then, with a shrug, Eustace turned from the contest. "Oh, go your own way. It's all one to me. You're one of the slow coaches that never get anywhere." Scott said nothing whatever. He smoked his cigarette without a sign of perturbation, save for a certain steeliness in his pale eyes. His habitually placid expression remained unaltered. He walked in silence for a few moments, then without effort began to talk in a general strain of their journey of the previous day. Had Isabel cared about the sleigh ride? If so, they would go again one day. She lighted up in response with an animation which she had not displayed during the whole walk. Her eyes shone a little, as if with a far-off fire of gratitude. "I should like it if you would, Stumpy," she said. "Then we will certainly go," he said. "I should enjoy it very much." Eustace came out of a somewhat sullen silence to throw a glance of half-reluctant approval towards his brother. He plainly regarded Scott's move as an achievement of some importance. "Yes, go by all means," he said. "Enjoy yourselves. That is all I ask." Isabel's faint smile flitted across her tired face, but she said nothing. Only as they reached and entered the hotel, she pressed Scott's hand for a moment in both her own. End of Section 3. Read by Helena Dunstan, Oxford, February 2022. Section 4 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Magician. "Well, Dina, my dear, are you ready?" Rose Devine, very slim and graceful, with her beautiful hair mounted high above her white forehead, and falling in a shower of golden ringlets behind, after the style of 100 years ago, stood on the threshold of Dina's room, awaiting permission to enter. Her dress was of palest green satin brocade, a genuine court dress of a century old. Her arms and neck gleamed with a snowy whiteness. She looked as if she had just stepped out of an ancient picture. There came an impatient cry from within the room. "Oh, come in, come in. I'm not nearly ready. Never shall be, I think. Where is Yvonne? Couldn't she spare me a single moment?" The beautiful lady entered with a smile. She could afford to smile, being complete to the last detail, and quite sure of taking the ballroom by storm. She found Dina scurrying barefooted about the room, with her hair in a loose bunch on her neck, her attire of the scantiest description, her expression one of wild desperation. "I've lost my stockings. Where can they be? I know I had them this morning. Can Yvonne have taken them by mistake? She put everything ready for me. Or said she had." The bed was littered with articles of clothing, all flung together in hopeless confusion. Rose came forward. "Surely Yvonne didn't leave your things like this," she said. "No, I've been hunting through everything for the stockings. Where can they be? I shall have to go without them, that's all." "My dear child, they can't be far away. You had better get on with your hair while I look for them. I am afraid you will not be able to count on any help from Yvonne tonight. She has only just finished dressing me, and has gone now to help Mother. You know what that means." "Oh, goodness, yes," said Dina. "I wish I'd never gone in for this stupid fancy dress at all. I shall never be done." Rose smiled in her indulgent way. She was always kind to Dina. Well, I can help you for a few minutes. I can't think how you come to be so late. I thought you came in long ago. Yes, but Billy wanted some buttons sewn on, and that hindered me. Dina was dragging at her hair with impatient fingers. What a swell you look, Rose. I'm sure no one will dare to ask you for any but square dances. Do you think so, dear? Said Rose, looking at herself complacently in the glass over Dina's head. Dina made a sudden and hideous grimace. Oh, drat my hair! I can't do anything with it. I believe I shall cut it all off, put on just a pinafore, and go as a pickaninny. That sounds a little vulgar, observed Rose. There are your stockings under the bed. You must have dropped them under. I should think the more simply you do your hair the better, if you are going to wear a coloured kerchief over it. You have natural ringlets in front, and that is the only part that will show. And they will hang down over my eyes, retorted Dina, unless I fasten them back with a comb, which I haven't got. Oh, don't stay, Rose. I know you are wanting to go, and you can't help me. I shall manage somehow. Are you quite sure? Said Rose, turning again to survey herself. Quite. I shall get on best alone. I'm in a bad temper too, and I want to use language. Horrid language, said Dina, tugging viciously at her dark hair. Rose lowered her stately gaze and watched her for a moment. Then, as Dina's green eyes suddenly flashed resentful inquiry upon her, she lightly touched the girl's flushed cheek and turned away. Poor little Dina, she said. The door closed upon her graceful figure in its old-world sweeping robe, and Dina whizzed round from the glass like a naughty fairy in a rage. Rose Devine, I hate you, she said aloud, and stamped her unshod foot upon the floor. A period of uninterrupted misfortune followed this outburst. Everything went wrong. The costume, which the French maid had so deftly fitted upon her that morning, refused to be adjusted properly. The fastenings baffled her, and finally a hook at the back took firm hold of the lawn of her sleeve and maliciously refused to be disentangled therefrom. Dina struggled for freedom for some minutes till the lawn began to tear, and then at last she became desperate. Billy must do it, she said, and almost in tears she threw open the door and ran down the passage. Billy's room was round the corner, and this end of the corridor was dim. As she turned it, she almost collided with a figure coming in the opposite direction. A boyish-looking figure in evening dress, which she instantly took for Billy. "Oh, there you are!" she exclaimed. "Do come along and help me like a saint. I'm in such a fix." There was an instant's pause before she discovered her mistake, and then, in the same moment, a man's voice answered her. "Of course I will help you with pleasure. What is wrong?" Dina stared back, as if she would flee in dismay, but perhaps it was the kindness of his response, or possibly only the extremity of her need. Something held her there. She stood her ground, as if it were in spite of herself. "Oh, it is you. I do beg your pardon. I thought it was Billy. I've got my sleeve caught up at the back, and I want him to undo it." "I'll undo it, if you will allow me," said Scott. "Oh, would you? How awfully kind. My arm is nearly broken with trying to get free. You can't see here, though," said Dina. "There's a light by my door." "Let us go to it, then," said Scott. "I know what it is to have things go wrong at a critical time." He accompanied her back again with the utmost simplicity, stopped by the light, and proceeded with considerable deftness to remedy the mischief. "Oh, thank you," said Dina, with heartfelt gratitude, as he freed her at last. "Billy would have torn the stuff in all directions. I'm dressing against time, you see, and I've no one to help me." "Do you want any more help?" asked Scott, looking at her with a quizzical light in his eyes. She laughed, albeit she was still not far from tears. "Yes, I want someone to pin a handkerchief on my head in the proper Italian fashion. I don't look much like a contadina yet, do I?" He surveyed her more critically. "It's not a bad get-up. You look very nice, anyhow. If you like to bring me the handkerchief, I will see what I can do. I know a little about it from the point of view of an amateur artist. You want some earrings. Have you got any?" Dina shook her head. "Of course not." "I believe my sister has," said Scott. "I'll go and see." "Oh, no, no, what will she think?" cried Dina in distress. He uttered his quiet laugh. "I will present you to her by and by, if I may. I am sure she will be interested and pleased. You finish off as quickly as you can. I shall be back directly." He limped away again, down the passage, moving more quickly than was his wont, and Dina hastened back into her room, wondering if this informality would be regarded by her chaperone as a great breach of etiquette. "Rose thinks I'm vulgar," she murmured to herself. "I wonder if I really am. But really, he is such a dear little man, how could I possibly help it?" The dear little man's return put an end to her speculations. He came back in an incredibly short time, armed with a leather jewel case which he deposited on the threshold. Dina came light-footed to join him, all her grievances forgotten. Her hair, notwithstanding its waywardness, clustered very prettily about her face. There was a bewitching dimple near one corner of her mouth. "You can come in if you like," she said. "I'm quite dressed, all except the handkerchief." "Thank you, but I won't come in," he answered. "We mustn't shock anybody. If you could bring a chair out, I could manage quite well." She fetched the chair. "If anyone comes down the passage, they'll wonder what on earth we are doing," she remarked. "They will take us for old friends," said Scott in a matter-of-fact tone as he opened the jewel case. She laughed delightedly. There was a peculiarly happy quality about her laugh. Most people smiled quite involuntarily when they heard it, though Billy compared it to the neigh of a cheery colt. "Now," said Scott, looking at her quizzically, "are you going to sit in the chair, or am I going to stand on it?" "Oh, I'll sit," she said. "Here's the handkerchief. You will fasten it so that it doesn't flop, won't you? May I hold that case? I won't touch anything." He put it, open, into her lap. "There is a chain of coral there. Perhaps you can find it. I think it would look well with your costume." Dina pored over the jewels with sparkling eyes. "But are you sure, quite sure, your sister doesn't mind?" "Quite sure," said Scott, beginning to drape the handkerchief adroitly over her bent head. "How very sweet of her! Of you both," said Dina. "I feel like Cinderella being dressed for the ball." "Oh, what lovely pearls! I never saw anything so exquisite." She had opened an inner case, and was literally revelling in its contents. "They were her husband's wedding present to her," said Scott, in his rather monotonous voice. "How lovely it must be to be married," said Dina with a little sigh. "Do you think so?" said Scott. She turned in her chair to regard him. "Don't you?" "I can't quite imagine it," he said. "Oh, can't I?" said Dina. "To have someone in love with you, wanting no one but you, thinking that there's no one else in the world like you. Have you never dreamt that such a thing has happened? I have, and then waked up to find everything very flat and uninteresting." Scott was intent upon fastening an old gold brooch in the red kerchief above her forehead. He did not meet the questioning of her bright eyes. "No," he said. "I don't think I ever cajoled myself, either waking or sleeping, into imagining that anybody would ever fall in love with me to that extent." Dina laughed, her upturned face abrim with merriment. "If any woman ever wants to marry you, she'll have to do her own proposing, won't she?" she said. "I think she will," said Scott. "I wish Rose Devine would fall in love with you then," declared Dina. "Men are always proposing to her. She leads them on until they make perfect idiots of themselves. I think it's simply horrid of her to do it. but she says she just can't help being beautiful. Oh, how I wish. Dina broke off. What do you wish? Said Scott. She turned her face away to hide a blush. You must think me very silly and childish. So I am. But I'm not generally so. I think it's in the air here. I was going to say how I wished I could outshine her for just one night. Isn't that piggy of me? But I am so tired of being always in the shade. She called me poor little Dina, only tonight. How would you like to be called that? Most people call me Stumpy, observed Scott, with his whimsical little smile. How rude of them! How horrid of them! Said Dina. And do you actually put up with it? He bent with her over the jewel case and picked out the coral chain. I don't care the toss of a halfpenny, he said. She gave him a quick searching glance. Not really? Not in your secret heart? Not in the deepest depths of my unfathomable soul, he declared. Then you're a great man, said Dina with conviction. Scott's laugh was one of genuine amusement. Oh, does that follow? I've never seen myself in that light before. But Dina was absolutely serious and remained so. There was even a touch of reverence in her look. You evidently don't know yourself in the least, she said. Anyhow, you've made me feel a downright toad. I don't know why, said Scott. You don't look like one, if that's any comfort. He stooped to fasten the necklace. Now for the earrings, and you are complete. It is good of you, she said gratefully. I am longing to go and look at myself, but can you fasten them first? I'm sure I can't. He complied, with his almost feminine dexterity, and in a few moments a sparkling and glorified Dina rose and skipped into her room to see the general effect of her transformation. Scott lingered to close the jewel case. Frankly, he had enjoyed himself during the last 10 minutes. Moreover, he was sure she would be pleased with the result of his labours, but he was hardly prepared for the cry of delight that reached him as he turned to depart. He paused as he heard it, and in a moment Dina flashed out again, like a radiant butterfly, and gave him both her hands. You magician, she cried. How did you do it? How can I thank you? I have never been so nearly pretty in my life. He bowed in a courtly fashion over the little brown hands. Then you have never seen yourself with the eyes of others, he said. I congratulate you on doing so tonight. She laughed her merry laugh. Thank you 100 times. I've only one thing left to wish for. What is that? He said. She told him with a touch of shyness that Apollo will dance with me. Scott laughed and let her go. Oh, is that all? Then I will certainly see that he does. Oh, but don't tell him, pleaded Dina. I never repeat confidences, declared Scott. Goodbye, Signorina. And with another bow, he left her. End of section 4. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, February 2022. Section 5 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Apollo. The salon was a blaze of lights and many shifting colours. The fantastic crowd that trooped thither from the salle à manger was like a host of tropical flowers. The talking and laughter nearly drowned the efforts of the string band in the far corner. Scott, in ordinary evening dress, stood near the door, talking to an immense Roman emperor, looking, by contrast, even smaller and more insignificant than usual. Yet a closer observation would have shown that the same instinctive dignity of bearing characterized them both, utterly unlike though they were. Yet, in this respect, it was not difficult to trace their brotherhood. Though moulded upon lines so completely dissimilar, they bore the same indelible stamp, the stamp of good birth, which could never be attained by such as have it not. Sir Eustace Studley was the handsomest man in the room. His imperial costume suited his somewhat arrogant carriage. He looked like a man born to command. His keen eyes glanced hither and thither with an eagle-like intensity that missed nothing. He seemed to be on the watch for someone. "Who is it?" asked Scott, with a smile. "The lady of the rink?" The black brows went up haughtily for a moment, then descended in an answering smile. "She is the only woman I've seen here yet that is worth looking at," he observed. "Don't you be too sure of that," said Scott. "I can show you a little Italian peasant girl who is well worth your august consideration. I think you ought to bestow a little favour on her, as you have each chosen to assume the same nationality." Sir Eustace laughed. "A protégée of yours, eh? That little brown girl, I suppose. Charming, no doubt, my dear fellow, but ordinary. Distinctly ordinary." "You haven't seen her yet," said Scott. "You had your back to her in the salle à manger." "Where is she, then? You had better find her before the beautiful Miss Devine makes her appearance. I don't mind giving her a dance or two, but you must take her off my hands if we don't get on." "I will certainly do that," said Scott, in his quiet voice, that seemed to veil a touch of irony. "I believe she is in the vestibule now. No, here she is." Dina, with laughing lips and sparkling eyes, had just ventured to the door with Billy. "We'll just peep," she said to her brother, in the gay young tones that penetrated so much further than she realised. "But I shall never dare to dance. Why, I've never even seen the inside of a ballroom before, and as to dancing with a real live man—" She broke off as she caught sight of the two brothers standing together near the entrance. Eustace turned his restless eyes upon her, gave her a swift, critical glance, and muttered something to Scott. The latter at once stepped forward, receiving a smile so radiant that even Eustace was momentarily dazzled. The little brown girl certainly had points. "May I introduce my brother?" said Scott. "Sir Eustace Studley, Miss—" "I am afraid I don't know your surname." "Sketchy," murmured Eustace, as he bowed. But Dina only laughed her ringing, merry laugh. "Of course you don't know. How could you? Our name is Bathurst. I'm Dina, and this is Billy. I'm years older than he is, of course." She gave Eustace a shy glance. "How do you do?" "She's just 30, announced Billy, in shrill, cracked tones. "She's just pretending to be young tonight, but she ain't young really. You should see her without her war paint." The music became somewhat more audible at this point. Eustace bent slightly, looking down at the girl, with eyes that were suddenly soft as velvet. "They are beginning to dance," he said. "May I have the pleasure? It's a pity to lose time." Her red lips smiled delighted assent. She laid her hand with a feathery touch upon the arm he offered. "Oh, how lovely!" she said, and slid into his hold like a giddy little waterfowl taking to its own beloved element. "Well, I'm jiggered," said Billy, "and she's never even danced with a man, except of course me, before." "Live and learn," said Scott. He watched the couple go up the great room, and saw that, as he had suspected, Dina was an exquisite dancer. Her whole being was merged in movement. She was an instrument in the hand of a skilled player. Sir Eustace Studley was an excellent dancer too, though he didn't often trouble himself to dance as perfectly as he was dancing now. It was not often that he had a partner worthy of his best, and it was a semi-conscious habit of his never voluntarily to give better than he received. But this little gypsy girl of Scott's discovery called forth all his talent. She did not want to talk, she only wanted to dance, to spend herself in a passion of dancing that was an ecstasy beyond all speech. She was as sensitive as a harp string to his touch. She was music, she was poetry, she was charm, The witchery of her began to possess him. Her instant response to his mood, her almost uncanny interpretation thereof, became like a spell to his senses. From wonder he passed to delight, and from delight to an almost feverish desire for more. He swayed her to his will with a nigh savage exaltation, and she gave herself up to it so completely, so freely, so unerringly, that it was as if her very individuality had melted in some subtle fashion and become part of his. And to the man there came a moment of sheer intoxication, as though he drank and drank of a sparkling, inspiriting wine that lulled him, that thrilled him, that enslaved him. It was just when the sensation had reached its height that the music suddenly quickened for the finish. That brought him very effectually to earth. He ceased to dance and led her aside. She turned her bright face to him for a moment. In her eyes the dazed, incredulous look of one awaking from an enthralling dream. "Oh, can't we dance it out?" she said, as if she pleaded against being aroused. He shook his head. "I never dance to a finish. It is too much like the clown's turn after the transformation scene. It is bathos on top of the superb. At least it would be in this case. Who in wonder taught you to dance like that?" Dina opened her eyes a little wider, and gave him the homage of shy admiration. But she met a look in return that amazed her, that sent the blood in a wild, unreasoning race to her heart. For those eyes of burning, ardent blue had suddenly told her something that no eyes had ever told her before. It was incredible, but true. Homage had met homage. Aye, and more than homage. There was mastery in his look, but there was also wonder, and a curious species of half-grudging reverence. She had amazed him. This witch with the sparkling eyes that shone so alluringly under the scarlet kerchief. She had swept him, as it were, with a fan of flame. She had made him live, and he had pronounced her ordinary. "I have always loved to dance," she said in answer to his almost involuntary question. "Do you like my dancing? I'm so glad." "Like it?" He laughed with an odd shamefacedness. "I could dance with you the whole evening. But I should probably end by making a fool of myself, like a man who has had too much champagne." Dina laughed. She had an exhilarating sense of having achieved a conquest undreamed of. She also was feeling a little giddy, a little uncertain of the ground under her feet. "Do you know," she said, dropping her eyes instinctively before the fiery intensity of his, "I've never danced with a man before. I was a little afraid, just at first, lest you should find me gawky." "Ye gods," said Sir Eustace. "And you have really never danced with a man before? Tell me, how did you like it?" "It was heavenly," said Dina, drawing a deep breath. "Will you dance with me again?" he asked. She nodded. "Yes." "The very next dance?" She nodded again. "Yes." "And again after that?" said Sir Eustace. She threw him a glance, half shy, half daring. "Don't you think it might be too much for you?" He laughed. "I'll risk it if you will." She turned towards him with a small, confidential gesture. "What about Rose Devine?" she said. "Don't you want to dance with her?" "Oh, presently," he said. "She'll keep." Dina broke into her high, sweet laugh. "And what about all my other partners?" she said, with more assurance. He bent to her. "They must keep too. Seriously, you don't want to dance with any other fellow, do you?" "I'm not a bit serious," said Dina. "Do you?" he insisted. She lifted her eyes momentarily. "You don't," he insinuated. She surrendered without conditions. "Of course I don't." "Then you mustn't," he said. consider yourself booked to me for tonight, and when you're not dancing with me, you can rest. Sit out with Scott, if you like. Will you do that?" "Why?" whispered Dina. Again her heart was beating very fast. She wondered why. He answered her with an impetuosity that seemed to carry her along with it. "Because your dancing is superb, magnificent, and I want to keep it for myself. It may not be the same when you've danced with another man. A flower fresh plucked is always sweeter than one someone else has worn." Dina's hands clasped each other unconsciously. She had never dreamed that Apollo could so stoop to favour her. "I will do as you like," she murmured after a moment, "but I don't suppose for an instant that anyone else would want to dance with me. I don't know anyone else." He smiled. "I'm glad of that. It would be sheer sacrilege for you to dance with a young oaf who didn't know how. It's a bargain, then. I'll give you all I can. You mustn't tell, of course." "Oh, I won't tell," laughed Dina. He gave her his arm. "They are tuning up. We won't lose a minute. I always like a clear floor before the rabble begin." He led her to the top of the room, stood for a moment, then, as the music began, caught her to him, and they floated once more into the shining, enchanted mazes of their dreamland. And Dina danced as one inspired, for it seemed to her that her feet moved upon air as though winged. Apollo had drawn her up to Olympus, and she drifted in his arm, in spheres unknown, far above the clouds. End of Section 5. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, February 2022. Section 6 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Cinderella. "Come and sit down," said Scott. Dina gave a little start. She was standing close to him, but she had not seen him. She looked at him for a second with far-away eyes, as if she did not know him. Then recognition flashed into them. She smiled an eager greeting. "Oh, Mr. Studley, I want to thank you for the very happiest evening of my life." He smiled also as he sat down beside her. "You are enjoying yourself?" "Oh, yes, indeed I am," she assured him. "Thank you 100,000,000 times." "Why thank me?" questioned Scott. She drew a long, long breath. "Because you were the magician who pulled the strings. I should never have got dressed in the first place but for you." He gave a laugh of amused protest. "Oh, surely I don't feel I deserve that." She laughed with him. "You did it anyhow. And in the second place, you got me out of a villainous bad temper and turned an ugly goblin into a very happy butterfly. I'm downright ashamed of myself for being so horrid about Rose Devine. She isn't at all a bad sort, though she is so impossibly beautiful. Your brother is going to dance with her now. See, there they go." She looked after them with a smile of complete content. "You're feeling generous," remarked Scott. She turned to him again, flushed and radiant. "I can afford to. Though it's for the first time in my life, I've never had such a happy time. Never, never, never. Isn't your brother wonderful? His dancing is—" Words failed her. She raised her hands and let them fall with a gesture expressive of unbounded admiration. "You mustn't let him monopolise you," said Scott. "He has plenty to choose from, you know. Others haven't." She laughed. "He says, I wonder if it's true, he says I'm the best dancer he has ever met." Scott smiled at her beaming face. "That is very nice, for him," he observed. "I thought you seemed to be getting on very well." Her eyes travelled across the room again, to her late partner and the beautiful Miss Devine. She watched them intently for a few seconds. "Poor Rose," she said suddenly. Scott was watching her. Isn't she a good dancer? He asked. She turned back to him. Oh, yes, I believe she is. She always has plenty of partners anyway. At least, I've always heard so. Is your sister dancing? I don't think I can have seen her yet. No, she is in her sitting room upstairs. I wanted her to come down, but she wouldn't be persuaded. Scott hesitated a moment. Is not fond of gaiety. Then I shan't see her, said Dina, in tones of genuine disappointment. I did so want to thank her for lending me these lovely things. I can take you to her, if you'll come, said Scott. Oh, can you? Yes, I'll come. I can come now. But are you sure she will like it? Dina's bright eyes met his with frank directness. I don't want to intrude on her, you know, she said. He smiled a little. I'm sure you won't intrude. Shall we go then? Are you sure there is no one else you want to dance with here? Oh, quite sure. Again, momentarily, Dina's look sought her late partner. Then, briskly, she stood up. Scott rose also and gave her his arm. She bestowed a small, friendly squeeze upon it. I've never enjoyed myself so much before, she said. And it's all your doing. Oh, not really, he said. She nodded vigorously. But it is. I should never have been presentable but for you. And I should certainly never have danced with your brother. He has actually promised to help me with my skating tomorrow. Isn't it kind of him? I wonder, said Scott. What do you wonder? Dina looked at him curiously, but he only smiled a baffling smile and turned the subject. Wouldn't you like something to drink before we go up? Dina declined. She was not in the least thirsty. She did not feel as if she would ever want to eat or drink again. Only to dance, said Scott. Well, I mustn't keep you long, then. Who is that lady making signs to you? Hadn't you better go and speak to her? Oh, bother, said Dina. You come too, then. It's only Lady Grace. Rose's mother. I'm sure it can't be anything important. Scott piloted her across the vestibule, to the couch on which Lady Grace sat. She was a large, fair woman, with limpid eyes and drawling speech. She extended a plump white hand to the girl. Dina, my dear, I think you have had almost enough for tonight, and they were so very behind time in starting. Your mother would not like you to stay up late, I feel sure. You had better go to bed when this dance is over. You are not accustomed to dissipation, remember. A swift cloud came over Dina's bright face. Oh, but Lady Grace, I'm not in the least tired. And I'm not a baby, you know. I'm nearly 20. I really couldn't go yet. You will have plenty more opportunities, dear, said Lady Grace, quite unruffled. Rose has decided to retire after this dance, and I shall do the same. The Colonel is suffering with dyspepsia, and he does not wish us to be late. Dina bit her lip. Oh, very well, she said somewhat shortly. And to Scott, we had better go at once, then. He led her away obediently. They ascended the stairs together. As they reached the top of the flight, Dina's indignation burst its bounds. Isn't it too bad? Why should I go to bed just because the Colonel's got dyspepsia? I don't believe it's that at all, really. It's Rose, who can't bear to think that I am having a good time, or better than she is. May I say what I think? Asked Scott politely. She stopped, facing him. Yes, do. He was smiling somewhat whimsically. I think that, like Cinderella, you may break the spell if you stay too long. But isn't it too bad? Protested Dina. Your brother too. I can't disappoint him. Scott's smile became a laugh. Oh, believe me, it would do him good, Miss Bathurst. He gets his own way much too often. She smiled, but not very willingly. It does seem such a shame. He has been so awfully nice to me. That's nothing, said Scott airily. We can all be nice when we are enjoying ourselves. Dina looked at him with sudden attention. Are you pointing a moral? She asked severely. Trying to, said Scott. She tried to frown upon him, but very abruptly and completely failed. Her pointed chin went up in a gay laugh. You do it very nicely, she said. Thank you, Mr. Studley. I won't be grumpy any more. It would be a pity to break the spell, as you say. Will you explain to the prince? Certainly, he said, leading her on again. I shall make it quite clear to him that Cinderella was not to blame. Here is our sitting room, at the end of this passage. He stopped at the door, and would have opened it, but Dina, smitten with sudden shyness, drew back. Hadn't you better go in first and explain, she said. Oh no, quite unnecessary, he said, and turned the handle. At once a woman's voice accosted him. For the Lord's sake, Master Stumpy, come in quick and shut the door behind you. The racket downstairs is sending Miss Isabel nearly crazy, poor lamb, and it's myself that's wondering what we'll do tonight, for there's no peace at all in this wooden shanty of a place. Be quiet, Biddy. Scott's voice made calm, undaunted answer. You can go if you like. I've come to sit with Miss Isabel for a while, and I've brought her a visitor. Isabel, my dear, I've brought you a visitor. Dina moved forwards in response to his gentle insistence, but her shyness went with her. She was aware of something intangible in the atmosphere that startled, that almost frightened her. The gaunt figure of a woman, clad in a long white robe, sat at a table in the middle of the room, with a sheaf of letters littered before her. Her emaciated arms were flung wide over them. Her white head was bowed. But, at Scott's quiet announcement, it was raised with the suddenness of eager expectancy. For the fraction of a second, Dina saw dark, sunken eyes, ablaze with a hope that was almost terrible in its intensity. It was gone on the instant. They looked at her with a species of dull wonder. Are you a friend of Scott's? I am very pleased to meet you, a hollow voice said. A thin hand was extended to her, and as Dina clasped it, a sudden great pity surged through her, dispelling her doubt. Something in her responded swiftly, even passionately, to the hunger of those eyes. The moment's shock passed from her like a cloud. My sister, Mrs. Everard, said Scott's voice at her shoulder. Isabel, this is Miss Bathurst, of whom I was telling you. You lent me your jewels, said Dina, looking into the wasted face with a sympathy at her heart that was almost too poignant to be borne. Thank you so very, very much for them. It was so very kind of you, to lend them to a total stranger like me. The strange eyes were gazing at her with a curious, growing interest. A faint, faint smile was in their depths. Are we strangers, child? The low voice asked. I feel as if we had met before. Why do you look at me so kindly? Most people only stare. Dina was suddenly conscious of a hot sensation at the throat that made her want to cry. It is you who have been kind, she said, and her little hand closed with confidence upon the limp, cold fingers. I am wearing your things still, and I have had such a lovely time. Thank you again for letting me have them. I am going to return them now. You need not do that. Isabel spoke with her eyes still fixed upon the girlish face. Keep them, if you like them. I shall never wear them again. They tell me I am a widow. Miss Isabel, darlint, Biddy spoke sibilantly from the background. Don't be talking to the young lady of such things. Won't you sit down then, miss, and maybe I can get you a cup of tea? Ah, do, Biddy, Scott put in his quiet word. There's no tea like yours. Isabel, Miss Bathurst is a keen dancer. She and Eustace have been most energetic. It was a pity you couldn't come down and see the fun. Oh, did you enjoy it? Isabel still looked into the brown, piquant face, as though loath to turn her eyes away. I loved it, said Dina. Was Eustace kind to you? Oh, most kind. Dina spoke with candid enthusiasm. I am glad of that. Isabel's voice held a note of satisfaction. But I should think everyone is kind to you, child, she said, with her faint, glimmering smile. How beautiful you are. Me? Dina opened her eyes in genuine astonishment. Oh, you wouldn't think so if you saw me in my ordinary dress, she said. I'm nothing at all to look at, really. It's just a case of fine feathers, nothing else. My dear, Isabel said, I am not looking at your dress. I seldom notice outer things. I am looking through your eyes, into your soul. It is that makes you beautiful. I think it is the loveliest thing that I have ever seen. Oh, you wouldn't say so if you knew me, cried Dina, conscience-stricken. I have horrid thoughts, often, very often. The dark, witching eyes still smiled in their far-off way. I should like to know you, dear child, Isabel said. You have helped me. You could help me in a way that probably you will never understand. Won't you sit down? I will put my letters away, and we will talk. She began to collect the litter before her, laying the letters together, one by one, with reverent care. Can I help? Asked Dina timidly, but she shook her head. No, child, your hands must not touch them. They are the ashes of my life. An open box stood on the table. She drew it to her and laid the letters within it. Then she rose and drew her guest to a lounge. We will sit here, she said. Stumpy, why don't you smoke? Ah, the music has stopped at last. It has been racking me all the evening. Yes, you love it, of course. That is natural. I loved it once. It is always sweet to those who dance, but to those who sit out. Those who sit out. Her voice sank, and she said no more. Dina's hand slipped softly into hers. I like sitting out too sometimes, she said. At least I like it now. Isabel's eyes were upon her again. They looked at her with a kind of incredulous wonder. After a moment she sighed. You would not like it for long, child. I am a prisoner. I sit in chains while the world goes by. They are all hurrying forward, so eager to get on. But there is never any going on for me. I sit and watch and watch. Surely we must all go forward somehow, said Dina shyly. Surely, said Scott. But Isabel only shook her head with dreary conviction. Not the prisoners, she said. They die by the wayside. There fell a brief silence. Then impetuously Dina spoke, urged by the fullness of her heart. I think we all feel like that sometimes. I know at home it's just like being in a cage. Nothing ever happens worth mentioning. And then quite suddenly, the door is opened and out we come. That's partly why I'm enjoying everything so much, she explained. But it won't be a bit nice going back. What about your mother? Said Scott. Dina's bright face clouded again. Yes, of course, there's Mother, she agreed. She looked across at Scott, as if she would say more, but he passed quietly on. Where is your home, Miss Bathurst? Right in the very heart of the Midlands. It is very pretty country, but oh, so dull. The Devines are the rich people of the place. They belong to the county. We don't, said Dina with a sigh. Scott laughed, and she looked momentarily hurt. I don't see what there is funny in that. The county people and the shop people are the only ones that get any fun. It's horrid to be between the two. Forgive me, Scott said. I quite see your point. But if you only knew it, the people who call themselves county are often the dullest of the dull." "You say that because you belong to them, I expect," retorted Dina. "But if you were me, and lived always under the shadow of the Devines, you wouldn't think it a bit funny." "Who are the Devines?" asked Isabel suddenly. Dina turned to her. "We are staying here with them, Billy and I. My father persuaded the Colonel to have us. He knew how dreadfully we wanted to go. The Colonel is rather good-natured over some things, and he and Dad are friends. But I don't think Lady Grace wanted us as much. You see, she and Rose are so very smart." "I see," said Scott. "Rose has been presented at court," pursued Dina. "They always go up for the season. They have a house in town. We always say that Rose is waiting to marry a marquis, but he hasn't turned up yet. You see, she really is much too beautiful to marry an ordinary person, isn't she?" "Oh, much," said Scott. Dina heaved another little sigh. Then suddenly she laughed. "But your brother has promised to help me with my skating tomorrow, anyhow," she said, "so she won't have him all the time." "Perhaps the Marquis will come along tomorrow," suggested Scott. "I wish he would," said Dina, with fervour. End of Section 6. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, February 2022. Section 7 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Broken Spell. Biddy was in the act of handing round the tea when there came the sound of a step outside, and an impatient hand thrust open the door. "Hello, Stumpy," said a voice. "Are you here? What have you done with Miss Bathurst? She's engaged to me for the next dance." Eustace entered with the words, but stopped short on the threshold. "Hello, you are here? I thought you had given me the slip." Dina looked up at him with merry eyes. "So I have, practically. I am on my way to bed." "Oh, nonsense," he said, with his easy imperiousness. "I can't spare you yet. I must have one more dance just to soothe my nerves. I've been dancing with a faultless automaton who didn't understand me in the least. Now I want the real thing again." "Have some tea," said Scott. "Thanks." Sir Eustace sat down on the edge of the table, facing his sister and Dina. "You're not going to let me down now, are you?" he said. "I'm counting on that dance, and I haven't enjoyed myself at all since I saw you last. That girl is machine-made. There isn't a flaw in her. She's been turned out of a mould. I'm certain of it." "Miss Bathurst, why are you laughing?" "Because I'm pleased," said Dina. "Pleased? I thought you'd be sorry for me. You're going to take pity on me anyway, I hope." "The beautiful automaton has gone back to her bandbox for the night, so we can enjoy ourselves quite unhindered. Is that for me?" "Thanks, Biddy. I'm needing refreshment badly." "You would have preferred coffee," observed Isabel. It was the first time she had spoken since his entrance. He gave her a keen, intent look. "Oh, this'll do, thanks," he said. "It's all nectar tonight. Why haven't you been down to the ballroom, Isabel? You would have enjoyed it." Her lips twisted a little. "I have been listening to the music upstairs," she said. "You ought to have come down," he said imperiously. "I shall expect you next time." His hand inadvertently touched the box on the table, and he looked sharply downwards. "Here, Biddy, take this thing away," he ordered with a frown. Isabel leaned swiftly forward. "Give it to me," she said. His hand closed upon it. "No, let Biddy take it." "Let me," said Dina suddenly, and sprang to her feet. She took it from him before he had time to protest, and gave it forthwith into Isabel's outstretched hands. Eustace took up his cup in heavy silence and drained it. Then he rose. "Come along, Miss Bathurst." But Dina remained seated. "I am very sorry," she said, "but I can't." "Oh, nonsense." He smiled very suddenly and winningly upon her. Surely you won't disappoint me." She shook her head. Her eyes were wistful. "I'm disappointing myself quite as much, but I mustn't. The Colonel has gone to bed with dyspepsia, and Lady Grace and Rose have gone too by this time. I can't come down again." "Nonsense," he said again. "You want to. You know you do. No one pays any attention to Mrs. Grundy out here. She simply doesn't exist. Scott can come and play propriety. He's stayed enough to chaperone a whole girls' school." "Thanks, old chap," said Scott, "but I'm not coming down again either." Eustace looked over his head. "Then you must, Isabel. Come along, just to oblige Miss Bathurst. It won't hurt you to sit in a safe corner for one dance." Isabel looked up at him with a startled expression, as of one trapped. "Oh, don't ask me," she said. "I couldn't." "No, don't," said Dina. "It isn't fair to bother anyone else on my account. I'm dreadfully sorry to have to refuse, but in any case I ought not to come." "What of that?" said Eustace lightly. "Do you always do what you ought? What a dull programme." Dina flushed. "Dull, but respectable," she said, with a touch of spirit. He laughed. "But I'm not asking you to do anything very outrageous, and I shouldn't ask it at all if I didn't know you wanted to do it. Besides, you promised. It's generally considered the respectable thing to do to keep one's promises." That reached Dina. She wavered perceptibly. "Lady Grace will be so vexed," she murmured. He snapped his fingers in careless disdain. She turned appealingly to Scott. "I think I might go. Just for one dance, don't you?" Scott's pale eyes met her with steady comradeship. "I think I shouldn't," he said. Eustace turned, as if he had not heard, and strolled to the door. He opened it, and at once the room was filled with the plaintive, alluring strains of waltz music. He stood and looked back. Dina met the look, and suddenly she was on her feet. He held out his hand to her with a smile, half mocking, half persuasive. The music swung on with a subtle enchantment. Dina uttered a little quivering laugh and went to him. In another moment the door closed, and they stood alone in the passage. "I knew you wanted to," said Eustace, smiling down into her eyes with the arrogance of the conqueror. Dina was panting a little, as one who had suffered a sudden strain. "Of course I wanted to," she returned, "but that doesn't make it right." He pressed her hand to his heart for a moment, and she caught again a glimpse of that fire in his eyes that had so thrilled her. She could not meet it. She stood in palpitating silence. "Where is the use of fighting against fate?" he asked her softly. "A gift of the gods is never offered twice." She did not understand him, but her heart was beating wildly, tumultuously, and an inner voice urged her to be gone. She slipped her hand free. "Aren't we wasting time?" she whispered. He laughed again in that subtle, half-mocking note, but he met her wish instantly. They went downstairs to the salon. There were not so many dancers now. The Devines had evidently retired. One rapid glance told Dina this, and she dismissed them therewith from her mind. The rhythm and lure of the music caught her. She slid into the dance with delicious abandonment. The wonder and romance of it had got into her veins. No stolen pleasure was ever more keenly enjoyed than was that last perfect dance. Her very blood was afire with the strange, intoxicating joy of life. She wanted to go on forever. But it ended at length. She came to earth after her rapturous flight, and found herself standing, with her partner, in a curtained recess of the ballroom, from which a glass door led onto the veranda that ran round the hotel. "Just a glimpse of the moonlight on the mountains," he said, "before we say good night." She went with him without a moment's thought. She was as one caught in the meshes of a great enchantment. He opened the door, and she passed through onto the veranda. The music throbbed into silence behind them. Before them lay a fairy world of dazzling silver and deepest, darkest sapphire. The mountains stood in solemn grandeur, domes of white mystery. The great vault of the sky was alight with stars, and a wonderful moon hung like a silver shield, almost in the zenith. "How beautiful," breathed Dina. The air was crystal clear, cold but not piercing. The absolute stillness held her spellbound. "It is like a dream world," she whispered. "In which you reign supreme," he murmured back. She glanced at him with uncomprehending eyes. Her veins were still throbbing with the ecstasy of the dance. "Oh, how I wish I had wings," she suddenly said, "to swim through that glorious ether right above the mountain tops, as one swims through the sea. Don't you think flying must be very like swimming?" "With variations," said Eustace. His eyes dwelt upon her. They were fierily blue in that great flood of moonlight. His hand still rested upon her waist. "But what a mistake to want the impossible," he said after a moment. "I always do," said Dina. "At least," she glanced up at him again, "I always have, until tonight." "And tonight?" he questioned, dropping his voice. "Oh, I am quite happy tonight," she said, with a little laugh, "even without the wings. If I hadn't thought of them, I should have nothing left to wish for." "I wish I could say the same," said Sir Eustace, with the faint mocking smile at the corners of his lips. "What can you want more?" asked Dina innocently. He leaned to her. "A big thing? A small thing? Would you give it to me, my elf of the mountains, if I dared to tell you what it was?" Her eyes fluttered and fell before the flaming ardour of his. I don't know," she faltered in sudden confusion. "I expect so, if I could." His arms slipped round her. "Would you?" he whispered. "Would you?" She gave a little gasp, caught unawares like a butterfly on the wing. All the magic of the night seemed suddenly to be concentrated upon her like fairy batteries. Her first feeling was dismay, followed instantly by the wonder if she could be dreaming. And then, as she felt the drawing of his arms, something vehement, something almost fierce awoke within her, clamouring wildly for freedom. It was a blind instinct, but she obeyed it without question. She had no choice. "Oh no," she cried. "Oh no, I couldn't," and wrested herself from him in a panic. He let her go, and she heard him laugh as she broke away, but she did not wait for more. To linger was unthinkable. Urged by that imperative inner prompting, she turned and fled, not pausing for a moment's thought. The glass door closed behind her. She burst impetuously into the deserted ballroom, and here, on the point of entering the small recess from which she was escaping, she suddenly came face to face with Scott. So headlong was her flight that she actually ran into him. He put out a steadying hand. "I was just coming to look for you," he said in his quiet, composed fashion. She stopped, unwillingly. "Oh, were you? How kind. I think I ought to go up now. It's getting late, isn't it? Good night." He did not seek to detain her. She wondered with a burning sense of shame what he could have thought of her wild rush. But she was too agitated to attempt any excuse, too agitated to check her retreat. Without a backward glance, she hastened away like Cinderella, overtaken by fate. The spell was broken. The glamour gone. End of Section 7. Read by Helena Dunstan, Oxford, March 2022. Section 8 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Mr. Greatheart. It was a very meek and subdued Dina who made her appearance in the salle à manger on the following morning. She and Billy were generally in the best of spirits, and the room usually rang with their young laughter. But that morning even Billy was decorously quiet, and his sister scarcely spoke or raised her eyes. Colonel Devine, white-moustached and martial, sat at the table with them, but neither Lady Grace nor Rose was present. The Colonel's face was stern. He occupied himself with letters, with scarcely so much as a glance for the boy and girl on either side of him. There was a letter by Dina's plate also, but she had not opened it. Her downcast face was very pale. She ate but little, and that little only when urged thereto by Billy, whose appetite was rampant, notwithstanding the decorum of his behaviour. Scott, breakfasting with his brother at a table only a few yards distant, observed the trio with unobtrusive interest. He had made acquaintance with the Colonel on the previous evening, and after a time the latter caught his eye, and threw him a brief greeting. Most people were polite to Scott, but the Colonel's whole aspect was forbidding that morning, and his courtesy went no further. Sir Eustace did not display the smallest interest in anyone. His black brows were drawn, and he looked even more haughtily unapproachable than the Colonel. He conversed with his brother in low tones on the subject of the morning's mail, which lay at Scott's elbow, and which he was investigating while he ate. Now and then he gave concise and somewhat peremptory instructions, which Scott jotted down in a notebook with business-like rapidity. No casual observer would have taken them for brothers that morning. They were employer and secretary. Only when the last letter had been discussed and laid aside did the elder abruptly abandon his aloof attitude to ask a question upon a more intimate matter. "Did Isabel go without a sleeping draught last night?" Scott shook his head. Eustace's frown became even more pronounced. "Did Biddy administer it on her own?" "No, I authorized it." Scott's voice was low. He met his brother's look with level directness. Eustace leaned towards him across the table. "I won't have it, Stumpy," he said very decidedly. "I told you so yesterday." "I know," very steadily Scott made answer. "But last night there was no alternative. It is impossible to do the thing suddenly. She has hardly got over the journey yet." "Rubbish," said Eustace curtly. Scott slightly raised his shoulders and said no more. "It comes to this," Eustace said, speaking with stern insistence. "If you can't, or won't, assert your authority, I shall assert mine. It is all a question of influence." "Or forcible persuasion?" said Scott, with a touch of irony. "Very well, call it that. It is in a good cause. If you haven't the strength of mind, I have, and I shall exercise it. These drugs must be taken away. Can't you see it's the only possible thing to do?" "Not yet," Scott said. He was still facing his brother's grim regard very gravely and unflinchingly. "I tell you, man, it is too soon. She is better than she used to be. She is calmer, more reasonable. We must do the thing gradually, if at all. To interfere forcibly would do infinitely more harm than good. I know what I am saying. I know her far better than you do now. I am in closer touch with her. You are out of sympathy. You only startle her when you try to persuade her to anything. You must leave her to me. I understand her. I know how to help her." "You haven't achieved much in the last 7 years," Eustace observed. "But I have achieved something." Scott's answer was wholly free from resentment. He spoke with quiet confidence. "I know it is a slow process, but she is moving in the right direction. Give her time, old chap. I firmly believe that she will come back to us by slow degrees." "Damnably slow," commented Eustace. "You are so infernally deliberate always. You talk as if it were your life work." Scott's eyes shone with a whimsical light. "I begin to think it is," he said. "Have you finished? Suppose we go." He gathered up the sheaf of papers at his elbow and rose. "I will attend to these at once." Eustace strode down the long room, looking neither to right nor left, moving with a free British arrogance that served to emphasize somewhat cruelly the meagreness and infirmity of the man behind him. Yet it was upon the latter's slight, halting figure that Dina's eyes dwelt till it finally limped out of sight, and in her look were wonder and a vagrant admiration. There was an undeniable attraction about Scott that affected her very curiously, but wherein it lay she could not possibly have said. She was furious when a murmured comment and laugh from some girls at the next table reached her. "What a dear little lapdog," said one. "Yes, I've been wanting to pet its head for a long time," said another. "Warranted not to bite," laughed a third. "Can it really be full grown?" "Oh, no doubt, my dear. Look at its pretty little whiskers. It's just a toy, you know, nothing but a toy." Dina turned in her chair and gazed scathingly upon the group of critics. Then, aware of the Colonel's eyes upon her, she turned back and gave him a swift look of apology. He shook his head at her repressively, his whole air magisterial and condemnatory. "You may go if you wish," he said, in the tone of one dismissing an offender, "but be good enough to bear in mind what I have said to you." Billy leapt to his feet. "Can I go too, sir?" he asked eagerly. The Colonel signified majestic assent. His mood was very far from genial that morning, and he had not the smallest desire to detain either of them. In fact, if he could have dismissed his two young charges altogether, he would have done so with alacrity. But that, unfortunately, was out of the question, unless by their behaviour they provoked him to fulfil the very definite threat that he had pronounced to Dina in the privacy of his wife's room an hour before. He was very seriously displeased with Dina, more displeased than he had been with anyone since his soldiering days, and he had expressed himself with corresponding severity. If she could not conduct herself becomingly and obediently, he would take them both straight home again, and thus put summary end to temptation. His own daughter had never given him any cause for uneasiness, and he did not see why he should be burdened with the escapades of anyone else's troublesome offspring. It was too much to expect at his time of life. So a severe reprimand had been Dina's portion, to which she, very meek and crestfallen, shorn of all the previous evening's glories, had listened with a humility that had slightly mollified her judge, though he had been careful not to let her know it. She had been wild and flighty, and he was determined that she should feel the rod of discipline pretty smartly. But when he finally rose from the table and stalked out of the room, it was a little disconcerting to find the culprit awaiting him in the vestibule, to slip a shy hand inside his arm and whisper, "Do forgive me, I'm so sorry." He looked down into her quivering face, saw the pleading eyes swimming in tears, and abruptly found that his displeasure had evaporated so completely that he could not even pretend to be angry any longer. He had never taken much notice of Dina before, treating her, as did his wife and daughter, as a mere child and of no account. But now he suddenly realized that she was an engaging minx after all. "Ashamed of yourself?" he asked gruffly, his white moustache twitching a little. Dina nodded mutely. "Then don't do it again," he said, and grasped the little brown hand for a moment with quite unwonted kindness. It was a tacit forgiveness, and as such Dina treated it. She smiled thankfully through her tears, and slipped away to recover her composure. Nearly an hour later, Scott, having finished his letters, came upon her sitting somewhat disconsolately in the veranda. He paused on his way out. "Good morning, Miss Bathurst. Aren't you going to skate this morning?" She turned to him with a little movement of pleasure. "Good morning, Mr. Studley. I have been waiting here for you. I have brought down your sister's trinkets. Here they are." She held out a neat little paper parcel to him. "Please will you thank her again for them, very, very much. I do hope she didn't think me very rude last night, though I'm afraid I was." Her look was wistful. He took the packet from her with a smile. "Of course she didn't. She was delighted with you. When are you coming to see her again?" "I don't know," said Dina. "Come to tea," suggested Scott. Dina hesitated, flushing. "You've something else to do?" he asked in his cheery way. "Well, come another time, if it won't bore you." "Oh, it isn't that," said Dina, and her flush deepened. I would love to come, only—" She glanced round at an elderly couple who had just come out and stopped. "I'm going down to the village with my letters," said Scott. "Will you come too?" She welcomed the idea. "Oh, yes, I should like to. It's such a glorious morning again, isn't it? It's a shame not to go out." "Sure you're not wanting to skate?" he questioned. "Yes, quite sure. I'm rather tired this morning, but a walk will do me good." They passed the rink without pausing, though Scott glanced across to see his brother skimming along in the distance with a red-clad figure beside him. He made no comment upon the sight, and Dina was silent also. Her gay animation that morning was wholly a minus quantity. They went on down the hill, talking but little. Speech in Scott's society was never a necessity. His silences were so obviously friendly. He had a shrewd suspicion on this occasion that the girl beside him had something to say, and he waited for it with a courteous patience, abstaining from interrupting her very evident preoccupation. They walked between fields of snow, all glistening in the sunshine. The blue of the sky was no longer sapphire, but glorious turquoise. The very air sparkled, diamond clear in the crystal splendour of the day. Suddenly Dina spoke. "I suppose one always feels horrid the next morning." "Are you feeling the reaction?" asked Scott. "Oh, it isn't only that. I'm feeling ashamed," said Dina, blushing very deeply. He did not look at her. "I don't see why," he said gently after a moment. "Oh, but you do," she said impatiently. "At least you can if you try. You knew I was wrong to go down again for that last dance, just as well as I did. Why, you tried to stop me." "Which was very presumptuous of me," said Scott. "No, it wasn't. It was kind. And I was a perfect pig not to listen. I want you to know that, Mr. Studley. I want you to know that I am very, very sorry I didn't listen." She spoke with trembling vehemence. Scott smiled a little. He was looking very tired that morning. There were weary lines about his eyes. "I don't know why you should be so very penitent, Miss Bathurst," he said. "It was quite a small thing." "It got me into bad trouble anyway," said Dina. "I've had a tremendous wigging from the Colonel this morning, and if I ever do anything so bad again, we're to be sent home." "I call that unreasonable," said Scott with decision. "It was not such a serious matter as all that. If you want my opinion, I think it was a mistake. A small mistake on your part. Nothing more." "But that wasn't all," said Dina, looking away from him and quickening her pace. I have offended your brother too." "Good heavens," said Scott. "And is that serious too?" "Don't laugh," protested Dina. "Of course it's serious. He won't even look at me this morning." The sound of tears came suddenly into her voice. "I was waiting for you on the veranda a little while ago, and he went by with Rose and never glanced my way. All because... Oh, I'm a little fool, she declared, with an angry stamp of the foot as she walked. He's the fool, said Scott, rather shortly. I shouldn't bother myself over that if I were you. I can't help it, said Dina, her voice squeaking on a note, half indignant, half piteous. I behaved so idiotically, just like a raw schoolgirl, and I hate myself for it now. Scott looked at her for the first time since the beginning of her confidences. Do you know, Miss Bathurst, he said, I have a suspicion that you are much too hard on yourself. Of course, I don't know what happened, but I do know that my brother is much more likely to have been in the wrong than you were. The best thing you can do is simply to dismiss the matter from your mind. Behave as if nothing had happened. Cut him next time. It is far the best way of treating him. Dina smiled woefully. And he will spread himself at Rose's feet like all the rest, and never come near me again. Scott frowned a little. Mr. VIII won't have the monopoly, I can assure you. She will, protested Dina. She knows how to flirt without being caught. I don't. Thank the gods for that, said Scott with fervour. So he tried to flirt, did he? And you objected? Was that it? Something like that, murmured Dina, with hot face averted. Then in heaven's name continue to object, he said, with unusual vehemence. You did the right thing, child. Don't be drawn into doing what others do. Strike out a straight line for yourself and stick to it. Above all, don't be ashamed of sticking to it. No woman was ever yet the better or the more attractive for cultivating her talent for flirting. Don't you know that it is your very genuineness and straightforwardness that is your charm? Dina looked at him in sheer surprise. I haven't got any charm, she said. That's just the trouble. It was only my dancing that made your brother fancy I had last night. Scott's frown deepened, became almost formidable, then suddenly vanished in a laugh. That's just your point of view, he said. Perhaps it's a pity to open your eyes, but whatever you do, don't try to humour my brother's whims. It would be very bad for him, and you certainly wouldn't gain anything by it. Put up with me for a change, and come to tea instead. A flash of gaiety gleamed for a moment in Dina's eyes. It was the first he had seen that morning. I'll come, she said, if Lady Grace will let me, but I think I had better ask first, don't you? Perhaps it would be safer, agreed Scott. Tell her my sister is an invalid. I don't think she will object. I made the acquaintance of the Doughty Colonel last night. You know, he isn't a bad sort, said Dina. He is much nicer than Lady Grace or Rose. Of course, he's rather stuck up, but that's only natural. He's lived so long in India, and now he's a J.P. into the bargain. It would be rather wonderful if he were anything else. Billy can't bear him, but then Billy's a boy. I like Billy, observed Scott. Yes, and Billy likes you, she answered warmly. He's quite an intelligent boy. Evidently, agreed Scott with a smile. Now here is the village. Where do I post my letters? Dina directed him with cheerful alacrity. She was feeling much happier. Her tottering self-respect was almost restored. Here is a dear little man, she said to herself with enthusiasm, as she waited for him to purchase some stamps. You've done me no end of good, she said frankly to the man himself as they turned back. I am very pleased to hear it, said Scott, and it is extremely kind of you to say so. It's the truth, she maintained. And, oh, you haven't been smoking all this time. Don't you want to? He stopped at once and took out his cigarette case. Now you mention it, I think I do. But I mustn't dawdle. I have got to get back to Isabel. Dina waited while the cigarette kindled. Then, With a touch of shyness, she spoke. "Mr. Studley, has your sister been an invalid for long?" He looked at her. "Do you want to hear about her?" "Yes, please," said Dina, "if you don't mind." He began to walk on. It was evident that the hill was something of a difficulty to him. He moved slowly, and his limp became more pronounced. "No, I should like to tell you about her," he said. "You were so good yesterday, and I hadn't prepared you in the least. I hope it didn't give you a shock." "Of course it didn't," answered Dina. "I'm not such a donkey as that. I was only very, very sorry." "Thank you," he said, as if she had expressed direct sympathy with himself. It's hard to believe, isn't it, that 7 years ago she was even lovelier than the beautiful Miss Devine, only in a very different style. "Not in the least," Dina assured him. "She is far lovelier than Rose now. She must have been beautiful." "She was," said Scott. "She was like Eustace, except that she was always much softer than he is. You would scarcely believe either that she is 3 years younger than he is, would you?" "I certainly shouldn't," Dina admitted. "But then, she must have come through years of suffering." "Yes." Scott spoke with slight constraint, as though he could not bear to dwell on the subject. "She was a girl of intensely vivid feelings, very passionate and warm-hearted. She and Eustace were inseparable in the old days. They did everything together. He thought more of her than of anyone else in the world. He does still." "He wasn't very nice to her last night," Dina ventured. "No, he is often like that, and she is afraid of him. But the reason of it is that he feels her trouble so horribly, and whenever he sees her in that mood, it hurts him intolerably. He is quite a good chap underneath, Miss Bathurst. Like Isabel, he feels certain things intensely. Of course, he is 5 years older than I am, and we have never been pals in the sense that he and she were pals. I was always a slow goer, and they went like the wind. But I know him. I know what his feelings are, and what this thing has been to him, and though I am now much more to Isabel than he will probably ever be again, he has never resented it, or been anything but generous, and willing to give place to me. That, you know, indicates greatness. With all his faults, he is great." "He shouldn't make her afraid of him," Dina said. "I'm afraid that is inevitable. He is strong, and she has lost her strength. Her marriage, too, alienated them in the first place. She had refused so many before Basil Everard came along, and I suppose he had begun to think that she was not the marrying sort. But Everard caught her almost in a day. They met in India. Eustace and she were touring there one winter. Everard was a senior subaltern in a Gurkha regiment. An awfully taking chap, evidently. They practically fell in love with one another at sight. Poor old Eustace." Scott paused, faintly smiling. "He meant her to marry well if she married at all, and Basil was no more than the son of a country parson, without a penny to his name. However, the thing was past remedy. I saw that when they came home, and Isabel told me about it. I was at Oxford then. She came down alone for a night, and begged me to try and talk Eustace over. It was the beginning of a barrier between them, even then. It has grown high since. Eustace is a difficult man to move, you know. I did my level best with him, but I wasn't very successful. In the end, of course, the inevitable happened. Isabel lost patience and broke away. She was on her way out again before either of us knew. Eustace was furious. Scott paused again. Dina's silence denoted keen interest. Her expression was absorbed. He went on, the touch of constraint again apparent in his manner. It was evident that the narration stirred up deep feelings. We three had always hung together. The family tie meant a good deal to us, for the simple reason that we were practically the only Studleys left. My father had died 6 years before. My mother at my birth. Eustace was the head of the family, and he and Isabel had been all in all to each other. He felt her going more than I can possibly tell you, and scarcely a week after the news came he got his things together and went off in the yacht to South America to get over it by himself. I stayed on at Oxford, but I made up my mind to go out to her in the vacation. A few days after his going, I had a cable to say they were married. A week after that, there came another cable to say that Everard was dead. Oh! Dina drew a short, hard breath. Poor Isabel, she whispered. Yes. Scott's pale eyes were gazing straight ahead. He was killed 2 days after the marriage. They had gone up to the hills, to a place he knew of, right in the wilds on the side of a mountain, and pitched camp there. There were only themselves, a handful of Pathan coolies with mules, and a shikari. The day after they got there, he took her up the mountain to show her some of the beauties of the place, and they lunched on a ledge about a couple of 100 feet above a great lonely tarn. It was a wonderful place, but very savage, horribly desolate. They rested after the meal, and then, Isabel being still tired, he left her to bask in the sunshine while he went a little further. He told her to wait for him. He was only going round the corner. There was a great bastion of rock jutting onto the ledge. He wanted to have a look round the other side of it. He went, and he never came back. He fell? Dina turned a shocked face upon him. Oh, how dreadful! He must have fallen. The ledge dwindled on the other side of the rock to little more than 4 feet in width for about 6 yards. There was a sheer drop below into the pool. A man of steady nerve, accustomed to mountaineering, would make nothing of it, and from what Isabel has told me of him, I gather he was that sort of man. But on that particular afternoon something must have happened. Perhaps his happiness had unsteadied him a bit, for they were absolutely happy together. Or it may have been the heat. Anyhow, he fell. He must have fallen, and no one ever knew any more than that. How dreadful, Dina whispered again. And she was left all alone. Quite alone, except for the natives, and they didn't find her till the day after. She was pacing up and down the ledge then, up and down, eternally, and she refused, flatly refused, to leave till he should come back. She had spent the whole night there alone, waiting, getting more and more distraught, and they could do nothing with her. They were afraid of her. Never from that day to this has she admitted for a moment that he must have been killed, though in her heart she knows it, poor girl, just as she knew it from the very beginning. But what happened? Breathed Dina. What did they do? They couldn't leave her there. They didn't know what to do. The shikari was the only one with any ideas among them, and he wasn't especially brilliant. But after another day and night, he hit on the notion of sending one of the coolies back with the news, while he and the other men waited and watched. They kept her supplied with food. She must have eaten almost mechanically, but she never left that ledge. And yet she was kept from taking the one step that would have ended it all. I sometimes wonder if it wouldn't have been better, more merciful. He broke off. Perhaps God was watching her, murmured Dina shyly. Yes, I tell myself that. But even so, I can't help wondering sometimes. Scott's voice was very sad. She was left so terribly desolate, he said. Those letters that you saw last night are all she has of him. He has gone, and taken the mainspring of her life with him. I hate to think of what followed. They sent up a doctor from the nearest station, and she was taken away, taken by force. When I got to her 3 weeks later, she was mad, raving mad, with brain fever. I had the old nurse, Biddy, with me. We nursed her between us. We brought her back to what she is now. Some day, please God, we shall get her quite back again, but whether it will be for her happiness, He only knows. Scott ceased to speak. His brows were drawn as the brows of a man in pain. Dina's eyes were full of tears. "Oh, thank you for telling me. Thank you," she murmured. "I do hope you will get her quite back, as you say." He looked at her, saw her tears, and put out a gentle hand that rested for a moment upon her arm. "I am afraid I've made you unhappy. Forgive me. You are so sympathetic, and I have taken advantage of it. I think we shall get her back. She is coming very, very gradually. She has never before taken such an interest in anyone as she took in you last night. She was talking of you again this morning. She has taken a fancy to you. I hope you don't mind." "Mind?" Dina choked a little and smiled a quivering smile. "I am proud, very proud. I only wish I deserved it. What made you bring her here?" "That was my brother's idea. Since we brought her home, she has never been away, except once on the yacht, and then she was so miserable that we were afraid to keep her there. But he thought a thorough change, mountain air, might do her good. The doctor was not against it, so we came." "And do you never leave her?" questioned Dina. "Practically never. Ever since that awful time in India, she has been very dependent upon me. Biddy, of course, is quite indispensable to her, and I am nearly so." "You have given yourself up to her, in fact." Quick admiration was in Dina's tone. He smiled. "It didn't mean so much to me as it would have meant to some men, Miss Bathurst. As it would have meant to Eustace, for instance. I am not much of a man. To give up my college career and settle down at home wasn't such a great wrench. I'm not especially clever. I act as my brother's secretary, and we find it answers very well. He is a rich man, and there is a good deal of business in connection with the estate and so on. I am a poor man. By my father's will, nearly everything was left to him and to Isabel. I was something of an offence to him, being the cause of my mother's death, and misshapen into the bargain." "What a wicked shame!" broke from Dina. No, some people are like that. They are made so. I don't feel in the least bitter about it. He left me enough to live upon, though, as a matter of fact, neither he nor anyone else expected me to grow up at the time that will was made. It was solely due to Biddy's devotion, I believe, that I managed to do so." He uttered his quiet laugh. "I am talking rather much about myself. It's kind of you not to be bored." "Bored?" echoed Dina, with shining eyes. "I think you are simply wonderful. I hope Sir Eustace realises it." "I hope he does," agreed Scott with a twinkle. "He has ample opportunities for doing so. Ah, there he is. He is actually skating alone. What has become of the beautiful Miss Devine, I wonder?" They walked on, nearing the rink. "I'm not going to be horrid about her any more," said Dina suddenly. "You must have thought me a perfect little cat. And so I was." "Oh, please," protested Scott. "I didn't." She laughed. "That just shows how kind you are. But it doesn't make me feel the least bit better. I was a cat. There. Oh, your brother is calling you. I think I'll go. She blushed very deeply and quickened her steps. Sir Eustace had come to the edge of the rink. "Stumpy," he called. "Stumpy." "How dare he call you that?" said Dina. "I can't think how you can put up with it." Scott raised his shoulders slightly, philosophically. "Doesn't the cap fit?" he said. "Not a bit," Dina declared with emphasis. "I have another name for you that suits you far better." "Oh, what is that?" He looked at her with smiling curiosity. Dina's blush deepened from carmine to crimson. "I call you Mr. Greatheart," she said, her voice very low, "because you help everybody." A gleam of surprise crossed his face. He flushed also, but she saw that though embarrassed, he was not displeased. He put a hand to his cap. "Thank you, Miss Bathurst," he said simply, and turned without further words to answer his brother's summons. Dina walked quickly on. The stroll with Scott had quite lifted her out of her depression. End of Chapter 8. Read by Helena Dunstan, Oxford, March 2022. Section 9 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Runaway Colt. "It really is very tiresome," complained Lady Grace. "I knew that child was going to be a nuisance from the very outset." "What has she done now?" growled the Colonel. He was lounging in the easiest chair in the room, smoking an excellent cigar, preparatory to indulging in his afternoon nap. His wife reclined upon a sofa with a French novel which she had not begun to read. Through the great windows that opened onto the balcony, the sunshine streamed in a flood of golden light. Rose was seated on the balcony, enjoying the warmth. Lady Grace's eyes rested upon her slim figure in its scarlet coat as she made reply. "These people, these Studleys, won't leave her alone. Or else she runs after them. I can't quite make out which. Probably the latter. Anyhow, the sister, who, I believe, is what is termed slightly mental, has asked her to go to tea in their private sitting-room. I have told her she must decline." "Quite right," said the Colonel. "What did she say?" Lady Grace uttered a little laugh. "Oh, she was very ridiculous and high-flown, as you may imagine. But, as I told her, I am directly responsible to her mother for any friendships she may make out here, and I am not disposed to take any risks. We all know what Mrs. Bathurst can be like if she considers herself an injured party." "A perfect she-dragon," agreed the Colonel. "I fancy the child herself is still kept in order with the rod. Why, even Bathurst, great hulking ox, is afraid of her. Billy isn't. But then, Billy apparently can do no wrong." "She certainly loves no one else," said Lady Grace. "I never met anyone with such an absolutely vixenish and uncontrolled temper. I am sorry for Dina. I have always pitied her, for she certainly works hard and gets little praise for it. But at the same time, I can't let her run wild now she is off the rein for a little. It wouldn't be right. And these people are total strangers. I believe they are a very good family," said the Colonel. "The title is an old one, and Sir Eustace is evidently a rich man. I had the opportunity for a little talk with the brother yesterday evening. A very courteous little chap, quite unusually so. I think we may regard them as quite passable." His eyes also wandered to the graceful, lounging figure on the balcony. "At the same time, I shouldn't let Dina accept hospitality from them anyhow at this stage. She is full young. She must be content to stay in the background, at least for the present." "Just what I say," said Lady Grace. "Of course, if the younger brother should take a fancy to her, and he certainly seems to be attracted, it might be a very excellent thing for her. Her mother can't hope to keep her as a maid-of-all-work forever. But I can't have her pushing herself forward. I was very glad to hear you reprimand her so severely this morning." "She deserved it," said the Colonel judicially. "But at the same time, if there is any chance of what you suggest coming to pass, I have no wish to stand in the child's way. I have a fancy that she will find the bondage at home considerably more irksome after this taste of freedom. It might, as you say, be a good thing for her if the little chap did fall in love with her. Her mother can't expect much of a match for her." "Oh, if that really happened, her mother would be charmed," said Lady Grace. "She is a queer, ill-balanced creature, and I don't believe she has ever had the smallest affection for her. She would be delighted to get her off her hands, I should say. But things mustn't move too quickly, or they may go in the wrong direction." Again her eyes sought her daughter's graceful outline. "You say Sir Eustace is rich?" she asked, after a moment. "Extremely rich, I should say. He has his own yacht, a house in town, as well as a large place in the country, and he will probably get a seat in Parliament at the next election." "I'm not greatly taken with the man myself," declared Colonel Devine. "He is too overbearing. At the same time," again his eyes followed his wife's, "he would no doubt be a considerable catch." "I don't mean Dina to have Sir Eustace," said Lady Grace very decidedly. "It would be most unsuitable. Yes, what is it?" as a low knock came at the door. "Come in." It opened, and Dina, looking flushed and rather uncertain, made her appearance. "I wish you would have the consideration not to disturb us at this hour, my dear Dina," said Lady Grace peevishly. "What is it you want now?" "I am sorry," said Dina meekly, "but I heard your voices, so I knew you weren't asleep. I just came in to say that Billy and I are going luging, if you don't mind." "What next?" said Lady Grace, still fretful. "Of course I don't mind, so long as you don't get up to mischief." "Dina, come here," said the Colonel suddenly. Dina, on the point of beating a swift retreat, stood still with obvious reluctance. "Come here," he repeated. She went to him, hesitatingly. He reached up a hand and grasped her by the arm. "Were you eavesdropping just now?" he demanded. Dina started, as if stung. Of course I wasn't," she declared with vehemence. "How can you suggest such a thing?" "Quite sure?" said the Colonel, still holding her. She wrenched herself from him in a sudden fury. "Colonel Devine, you insult me. I am not the sort that listens outside closed doors. How dare you? How dare you?" She stamped her foot with the words, gazing down at him with blazing eyes. The Colonel stiffened slightly, but he kept his temper. "If I have done you an injustice, I apologize," he said. "You may go." And Dina went like a whirlwind, banging the door behind her. "Well, really," protested Lady Grace in genuine displeasure. Her husband smiled somewhat grimly. "A vixen's daughter, my dear, what can you expect?" "She behaves like a fishwife's daughter," said Lady Grace. "And if she wasn't actually eavesdropping, I am convinced she heard what I said." "So am I," said the Colonel dryly. "I was about to tax her with it, hence her masterly retreat. But she was not deliberately eavesdropping, or she would not have given herself away so openly. I quite agree with you, my dear. A match between her and Sir Eustace would not be suitable. And I also think Sir Eustace would be the first to see it. Anyhow, I shall take an early opportunity of letting him know that her birth is by no means a high one, and that her presence here is simply due to our kindness. At the same time, should the rather ludicrous little younger brother take it into his head to follow her up, so far as family goes, he is of course too good for her, but I am sorry for the child, and I shall put no obstacle in the way. All the same, she shall not go to tea there unless Rose is invited too, said Lady Grace firmly. There, said the Colonel pompously, I think that you are right. Lady Grace simpered a little and opened her novel. It really wouldn't surprise me to find that she is a born fortune hunter, she said. I am certain the mother is avaricious. The mother, said Colonel Devine, with the deliberation of one arrived at an unalterable decision, is the most disagreeable, vulgar, and wholly objectionable person that I have ever met. Oh, quite, said Lady Grace. If she were in our set, she would be altogether intolerable. But, thank heaven, she is not. Now, dear, if you don't mind, I am going to read myself to sleep. I have promised Rose to go to the ice carnival tonight, and I need a little relaxation first. I suppose Dina is going, said the Colonel. Oh, yes, but she is nothing of a skater. Lady Grace suddenly broke into a little laugh. I wonder if the redoubtable Mrs. Bathurst does really beat her when she is naughty. It would be excellent treatment for her, you know. I haven't a doubt of it, said the Colonel. She is absolutely under her mother's control. That great raw-boned woman would have a heavy hand too, I'll be bound. Oh, there's no doubt Dina stands very much in awe of her. I never knew she had any will of her own till she came here. I always took her for the meekest little creature imaginable. There's a good deal more in Miss Dina than jumps to the eye, said the Colonel. In fact, if you ask me, I should say she is something of a dark horse. She is just beginning to feel her feet, and she'll surprise us all one of these days by turning into a runaway colt. Not, I do hope, while she is in my charge, said Lady Grace. We will hope not, agreed the Colonel. But, all the same, I rather think that her mother will find her considerably less tame and tractable when she sees her again than she has ever been before. Liberty, you know, is a dangerous joy for the young. Then we must be more strict with her ourselves, said Lady Grace. End of Chapter 9. Read by Helena Dunstan, Oxford, March 2022. Section 10 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The House of Bondage. Dina ran swiftly down the corridor to her own room. As a matter of fact, she had intruded upon the Colonel and Lady Grace, in the secret hope of finding a propitious moment for once again pressing her request to be allowed to accept Scott's invitation to tea. Her failure to do so added fuel to the flame, arousing in her an almost irresistible impulse to rebel openly. The fear of consequences alone restrained her, for to be escorted home in disgrace after only a week in this alpine paradise was more than she could face. All her life the dread of her mother's wrath had overhung Dina like a cloud, sometimes near, sometimes distant, but always present. She had been brought up to fear her from her cradle. All through her childhood her punishments had been bitterly severe. She winced still at the bare thought of them, and she was fully convinced, as was Lady Grace, that her mother had never really loved her. To come under the ban of her displeasure meant days of harsh treatment, nor, now that her childhood was over, had the discipline been relaxed. She never attempted to rebel openly. Her fear of her mother had become an integral part of herself. Her spirit shrank before her fits of violence. But for her father and Billy, she sometimes thought that home would be an impossible place. But her affection for her father was of a very intense order. Lazy, self-indulgent, supremely easy-going, yet possessed of a fascination that had held her from babyhood. Such was Guy Bathurst, despised at least outwardly by his wife, and adored by his daughter. He went his indifferent way, enjoying life as he found it, and quite impervious to snubs. "I never interfere with your mother," was a very frequent sentence on his lips, and by that axiom he ruled his life, looking negligently on, while Dina was bent without mercy to the wheel of tyranny. He was fond of Dina. Her devotion to him made that inevitable, but he never obtruded his fondness to the point of interference on her behalf, for both of them were secretly aware that the harshness meted out to her had much of its being in a deep, unreasoning jealousy of that very selfish fondness. They kept their affection, as it were, for strictly private consumption, and it was that alone that made life at home tolerable to Dina. For upon one point her father was insistent. He would not part with her unless she married. He did not object to her working at home for his comfort, but the idea of her working elsewhere and making her living was one which he refused to consider. With rare self-assertion, he would not hear of it, and when he really asserted himself, which was seldom, his wife was wont to yield, albeit ungraciously enough, to his behest. Besides, Dina was undoubtedly useful at home, and would certainly grow out of hand if she left her. Not very willingly had she agreed to let her go upon this alpine jaunt with the Devines, but Billy had been so keen, and the invitation would scarcely have been extended to him alone. The whole idea had originated between the heads of the two families, riding home together after a day's hunting. Dina had chanced to come into the conversation, and the Colonel, comparing her with that of his own daughter, and being stirred to pity, had suggested that the two children might like to join them on their forthcoming expedition. Bathurst had at once accepted the tentative proposal, and had blurted forth the whole matter to his assembled family on his return, with the result that Billy's instant and eager delight had made it virtually impossible for his mother to oppose the suggestion. Dina had been delighted too, almost deliriously so, but she had kept her pleasure to herself, not daring to show it in her mother's presence till the actual arrival of the last day. Then indeed she had lost her head, had sung and danced and made merry, till some trifling accident had provoked her mother's untempered wrath, and a sound boxing of ears had quite sobered her enthusiasm. She had fared forth finally upon the adventure, with tearful eyes and drooping heart, her mother's frigid kiss of farewell hurting her more poignantly than her drastic punishment of an hour before. For Dina was intensely sensitive, keenly susceptible to rebuke and coldness, and her warm heart shrank from unkindness with a shrinking that was actual pain. She knew that the little social world of Perrythorpe looked down upon her mother, though not actually refusing to associate with her. Bathurst had married a circus girl in his green Oxford days, so the story went. A hard, handsome woman, older than himself, and fiercely, intensely ambitious. Lack of funds had prevented her climbing very high, and bitterly she resented her failure. He had never done a day's work in his life, but, unlike his wife, he had plenty of friends. He was well bred, a good rider, a straight shot, and an entertaining guest. He knew everyone within a radius of 20 miles, and was upon terms of easy intimacy with the Devines, and many others, who received him with pleasure, but very seldom went out of their way to encounter his wife. Dina shrewdly suspected that this fact accounted for much of the bitterness of her mother's outlook. Her ambition had apparently died of starvation long since, but her resentment remained. Her hand was against practically all the world, including her daughter, whose fairy-like daintiness and piquancy was so obvious a contrast to the somewhat coarse and flashy beauty that had once been hers. For all that Dina inherited from her mother was her gypsy darkness. Mrs. Bathurst was not flashy now, and any attempt at personal adornment on Dina's part was always very sternly repressed. She had met and writhed under the eye of scornful criticism too often, and she distrusted her own taste. She was determined that Dina should never be subjected to the same humiliation. She humiliated her often enough herself. It was the only means she knew of asserting her authority, for she had no intention of ever being the object of her daughter's contempt. She was harsh to the point of brutality, so that the girl's heart was wont to quicken apprehensively whenever she heard her step. She scolded, she punished, she coerced. But from an outsider, the bare thought of a snub was unendurable, and the possibility that Dina might by any means lay herself open to one was enough to bring down the vials of wrath upon her head. Dina remembered still with shivering vividness the whipping she had received on one occasion for demeaning herself by running after the Devines' carriage to deliver a message. Her mother's whippings had always been very terrible, vindictively thorough. The indignity of them lashed her soul even more cruelly than the unsparing thong her body. Because of them she went in daily trepidation, submissive almost to the point of abjectness, lest this hateful and demoralizing form of punishment should be inflicted upon her. For some time now, by great wariness and circumspection, she had evaded it, and she had begun to entertain the trembling hope that she was at last considered to have passed the age for such childish correction. But her mother's outbreak of violence on the day of their departure had been a painful disillusion, and she knew well what it would mean to return home in disgrace with the Devines. Her cheeks burned and tingled still with the shame of the discovery. She felt that another of the old dreadful chastisements would overwhelm her utterly, and yet that she would most certainly have to endure it if she were unruly now, was the conviction that pressed like a cold weight upon her heart. Had not the letter she had received from her mother only that morning contained a stern injunction to her to behave herself as though she had been a naughty, wayward child? "It would kill me," she told herself passionately. "Oh, why can't I grow up quick and marry? But I never shall grow up at home. That's the horrible, horrible part of it. And I shall never have a chance of marrying with mother looking on. I'm just a slave. Other girls can have a good time, do as they like, flirt when they like, but I, never. Her fit of rebellion lasted long. The emancipation from the home bondage was beginning to work within her as the Colonel had predicted. Seen from a distance, the old tyranny seemed outrageous and impossible. To go back into it, monstrous. And yet, so far as she could see, there was no way of escape. She was not, apparently, to be allowed to make any friends outside her own sphere. The freedom she had begun to enjoy so feverishly had very suddenly been circumscribed, and if she dared to overstep the bounds marked out for her, she knew what to expect. And yet she longed for freedom as she had never longed in her life before. She was nearly desperate with longing. So sweet had been the first intoxicating taste thereof. For the first time she had seen life from the standpoint of the ordinary happy girl, and the contrast to the life she knew had temporarily upset her equilibrium. Her mother's treatment, harsh before, seemed unendurable now. Her cheeks burned afresh with a fierce, intolerable shame. No, no, she could never face it again. She could not. She could not. Already her brief emancipation had begun to cost her dear. She must find a way of escape ere she went back into thraldom, for she knew her mother's strength so terribly well. It would conquer all resistance by sheer, overwhelming weight. She could not remember a single occasion upon which she had ever, in the smallest degree, held her own against it. Her will had been broken to her mother's so often that the very thought of prolonged resistance seemed absurd. She knew herself to be incapable of it. She was bound to crumple under the strain, bound to be humbled to the dust, long ere the faintest hope of outmatching her mother's iron will had begun to dawn in her soul. The very thought made her feel puny and contemptible. If she resisted to the uttermost of her strength, yet would she be crushed in the end, and that end would be more horribly painful than she dared to contemplate. All her childhood it had been the same. She had been conquered ere she had passed the threshold of rebellion. She had never been permitted to exercise a will of her own, and the discovery that she possessed one had been something of a surprise to Dina. It was partly this discovery that had made her long so passionately for freedom. She wanted to grow, to develop, to get beyond the stultifying influence of that unvarying despotism. She longed to get away from the perpetual dread of consequences that so haunted her. She wanted to breathe her own atmosphere, live her own life, be herself. "I believe I could do lots of things, if I only had the chance," she murmured to herself, and then she was suddenly plunged into the memory of another occasion when she had received summary and austere punishment for omitting scales from her practising. But then, no one ever liked doing what they must, and she had never had any real taste for music, or if she had had, it had vanished long since under the uninspiring goad of compulsion. All her morning depression came back while these bitter meditations racked her brain. Oh, if only her father had chosen a lady for his wife. It was disloyal, she knew, to indulge such a thought, but her mood was black and her soul was in revolt. She was sure, quite sure, that marriage presented the only possibility of deliverance, and deliverance was beginning to seem imperative. Her whole individuality, which this past week of giddy liberty had done so much to develop, cried aloud for it. She went to the window. Billy had grown tired of waiting and gone off without her. She fancied she could see his sturdy figure on the further slope. Her eyes took in the whole lovely scene, and suddenly, effervescently, her spirits began to rise. The inherent gaiety of her bubbled to the surface. What a waste of time to stay here grizzling while that paradise lay awaiting her. The sweetness of her nature began to assert itself once more, and an almost fevered determination to live in the present, to be happy while she could, entered into her. With impetuous energy she pushed the evil thoughts away. She would be happy. She would. And happiness was not difficult to Dina. It bubbled in her, a natural spring that ever flowed again, even after the worst storms had forced it from its course. She even laughed to herself as she prepared to join Billy. Life was good. Oh yes, life was good. And home, and the trials thereof, were many miles away. Who could be unhappy for long in such a world as this, where the air sparkled like champagne, and the magic of it ran riot in the blood? The black mood passed away from her spirit like a cloud. She threw on cap and coat, and ran to join the merrymakers. End of Chapter 10. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 11 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Olympus. All through that afternoon, Dina and Billy played like cubs in the snow. They were very inexperienced in the art of luging, but they took their spills with much heartiness and a total disregard of dignity that made for complete enjoyment. When the sun went down, they forsook the sport, and joined in a snowballing match with a dozen or more of their fellow visitors. But Dina proved herself so adroit and impartial at this game that she presently became a general target, and found it advisable to retreat before she was routed. This she did with considerable skill and no small strategy, finally darting, flushed and breathless, into the hotel, covered with snow from head to foot, but game to the last. "Well done," commented a lazy voice behind her. "Now raise the drawbridge and lower the portcullis, and the honours of war are assured." She turned with the flashing movement of a bird upon the wing, and found herself face to face with Sir Eustace. His blue eyes met hers with deliberate nonchalance. "Sit down," he said, "while I fetch you some tea." Her heart gave an odd little leap, that was half of pleasure and half of dread. She stammered incoherently that he must not take the trouble, but he was evidently bent upon so doing, for he pressed her into the seat which he had just vacated. "Keep the place in the corner for me," he commanded, and lounged away upon his errand with imperial leisureliness. Dina watched his tall figure out of sight. The encounter both astounded and thrilled her. She wondered if she were cheapening herself by meekly obeying his behest, wondered what Rose, that practised coquette, would have done under such circumstances. But to depart seemed so wholly out of the question that she dismissed the wonder as futile. She could only wait for the play to develop, and trust to her own particular luck, which had so favoured her the night before, to give her a cue. He returned with tea and cake, which he set before her on a little table that he had apparently secured beforehand for the purpose. "I am sure you must be ravenous," he said in those high-bred and somewhat insolent accents of his. "I am," Dina admitted frankly. "Then let me see you satisfy your hunger," he said, seating himself in the corner he had reserved. "Oh, but not alone," she protested. You must have some too." He laughed. "No, I am going to smoke, with your permission. It will do me more good." "Oh, pray do," said Dina, embarrassed still, but strangely elated. "It makes me feel rather greedy, that's all." "I am greedy too," he told her, his blue eyes still upon her vivid, sparkling face. "And, always with your permission, I am going to indulge my greed." She did not understand him, but prudence restrained her from telling him so. Seated as she was, he was the only person in the vestibule whom she could see, her back being turned to all beside. She wondered, again with that delightful yet half-startled thrill, if his meaning were in any way connected with this fact. He certainly absorbed the whole of her attention, if that were what he wanted. Her hunger faded completely into the background. He lighted a cigarette and began to smoke. The space beyond them was full of moving figures and laughing voices, but the turmoil scarcely reached Dina. An invisible barrier seemed to shut them off from all the rest. They were not merely aloof. They were alone, and a curiously intimate touch pervaded their solitude. She felt her spirit start in quivering response to the call of his, just as the night before when she had floated with him above the clouds. What was happening to her she had not the least idea, but the consciousness of his near presence pulsed magnetically through and through her. Scott's brief advice of the morning was scattered from her memory like feathers before the wind. She had no memory. She lived only in this burning, splendid ardour of a moment. She drank her tea mechanically, finding nothing enigmatic in his silence. The direct look of his blue eyes discomforted her strangely, but it was a sublime discomfiture, the discomfiture of the moth around the flame. She longed to meet it, but did not wholly dare. With veiled glances she yielded to the attraction, not yet bold enough for complete surrender. He spoke at last, and she started. "Well, am I forgiven?" The nonchalant inquiry sent the blood in another hot wave to her cheeks. Had she ever presumed to be angry with this godlike person? "For what?" she asked, her voice very low. He leaned towards her. "Did I only fancy that by some evil chance I had offended you?" She kept her eyes lowered. "I thought you were the offended one," she said. "I?" She caught the note of surprise in his voice, and it sent a very curious little sense of shame through her. With an effort she raised her eyes. "Yes, I thought you were offended. You went by me this morning without seeing me." His look was very intent, almost as if he were searching for something, but it did not disconcert her as she had half expected to be disconcerted. His eyes were more caressing than dominant just then. "What if I didn't see you because I didn't dare?" he said. That gave her confidence. "I should think you couldn't be so silly as that," she said with decision. He smiled a little. "Thank you, milady. Then wasn't it almost equally silly, your word not mine, of you to be afraid of me last night?" She felt the thrust in a moment, and went white, conscious of the weak, sick feeling that so often came over her at the sound of her mother's step when she was in disgrace. He saw her distress, but he allowed several moments to elapse before he came to the rescue. Then, lightly, "Pray don't let the matter disturb you," he said. "Only, for your peace of mind, let me tell you that you really have nothing to fear. Out here we live in fairyland, and no one is in earnest. We just enjoy ourselves, and Mrs. Grundy simply doesn't exist. We are not ashamed of being frivolous, and we do whatever we like. And there are no consequences. Always remember that, Miss Bathurst. There are never any consequences in fairyland." His eyes suddenly laughed at her, and Dina was vastly reassured. Her dismay vanished, leaving a blithe sense of irresponsibility in its place. "I shall remember that," she said, with her gay little nod. "I dreamt last night that we were in Olympus." "We?" he said softly. She nodded again, flushed and laughing, confident that she had received her cue. "And you were Apollo." She saw his eyes change magically, flashing into swift life, and dropped her own before the mastery that dawned there. "And you?" he questioned under his breath. "Were Daphne?" "Perhaps," she said enigmatically. After all, flirting was not such a difficult art, and since he had declared that there could be no consequences, she did not see why she should bury this new-found talent of hers. "What a charming dream," he commented lazily. "But you know what happened to Daphne when she ran away, don't you?" She flung him a laughing challenge. "He didn't catch her, anyway." "True," smiled Eustace. "But have you never wondered whether it wouldn't have been more sport for her if he had? It wouldn't be very exciting, you know, to lead the life of a vegetable." "It isn't," declared Dina with abrupt sincerity. "Oh, you know something about it, do you?" he said. "Then the modern Daphne ought to have too much sense to run away." She laughed with a touch of wistfulness. I wonder how she felt about it afterwards. I wonder, he agreed, tipping the ash off his cigarette. It didn't matter so much to Apollo, you see. He had plenty to choose from. Dina's wistfulness vanished in a swift breath of indignation. "Really?" she said. He looked at her. "Yes, really," he told her with deliberation. "And he didn't need to run after them either. But possibly—" his gaze softened again. "Possibly that was what made him want Daphne the most. Elusiveness is quite a fascinating quality if it isn't carried too far. Still," he smiled, "I expect he got over it in the end, you know. But in her case, I am not quite so sure." "I don't suppose he did ever get over it," maintained Dina with spirit. "All the rest must have seemed very cheap afterwards." "Perhaps he was more at home with the cheap variety," he suggested carelessly. His eyes had wandered to the buzzing throng behind her, and she saw a glint of criticism. Or was it merely easy contempt? To smell the smile with which he had regarded her. His mouth wore a faint but unmistakable sneer. But in a moment his look returned to her, kindled upon her. "Are you for the ice carnival tonight?" he asked. She drew a quick, eager breath. "Oh, I do want to come, but I don't know, yet, if I shall be allowed." "Why ask?" he questioned. She hesitated. Then, ingeniously, she told him her difficulty. "I got into trouble last night for dancing so late with you, and I may be sent to bed early to make up for it." He frowned. "Do you mean to say you'd go?" She coloured vividly. "I'm only 19, and I have to do as I'm told." "Heavens above," he said. "You belong to the generation before the last, evidently. No girl ever does as she's told nowadays. It isn't the thing." "I do," whispered Dina, in dire confusion. "At least, generally." "And what happens if you don't?" he queried. "Do they whip you and put you to bed?" She clenched her hands hard. "Don't," she said. "You're only joking, I know, but I hate it." His manner changed in a moment, became half quizzical, half caressing. Poor little brown elf, what a shame. "Well, come if you can. I shall look out for you. I may have something to show you." "May you? Oh, what?" cried Dina, all eagerness in a moment. He laughed. There was a provoking hint of mystery in his manner. "Ah, that lies in the future, milady." "But tell me," she persisted. "Will you come, then?" he asked. "Perhaps," she said, "if I can." "Ah, and perhaps not," he said. "What then?" Dina's mouth grew suddenly firm. "I will come," she said. "You will?" His keen eyes held hers with smiling compulsion. "Yes, I will." He made a gesture as if he would take her hand, but restrained himself, and paused to tip the ash once more off his cigarette. "Now tell me," commanded Dina. "I don't think I will," he said deliberately. "But you must," said Dina. His eyes sought hers again with that look which she found it impossible to meet. She bent over her cup. "What will you show me?" she persisted. "Tell me." "I didn't say I would show you anything," he pointed out. "I said I might." "Tell me what it was anyhow," she said. He leaned nearer to her, and suddenly it seemed to her that they were quite alone, very far removed from the rest of the world. "It may not be tonight," he murmured, "or even tomorrow, but some day, in this land where there are no consequences, I will show you." when the fates are propitious, not before. Some of the things that Daphne missed when she ran away. He ceased to speak. Dina's face was burning. She could not look at him. She felt as if a magic flame had wrapped her round. Her whole body was tingling, her heart wildly aquiver. There was a rapture in that moment that was almost too intense, too poignant to be borne. He was the first to move. Calmly he leaned back and resumed his cigarette. Through the aromatic smoke his voice came to her again. "Are you angry?" Her whole being stirred in response. She uttered a little quivering laugh that was near akin to tears. "No, of course no. But I think I ought to go and dress. It's getting late, isn't it? Thank you for giving me tea." She rose, her movements quick and dainty as the flight of a robin. "Goodbye," she murmured shyly. He rose also with a sweeping bow. "À bientôt, Daphne," he said. She gave him a single swift glance from under fluttering lashes and turned away in silence. She went up the stairs with the speed of a bird on the wing, but she could not outpace the wonder and the wild delight at her heart. As she entered her own room at length, she laughed, a breathless, rippling laugh. How amazing and how gorgeous was this new life! End of Chapter 11. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 12 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Wine of the Gods. The rink was ablaze with fairy lights under the starry sky. Rose Devine, exquisitely fair in ruby velvet and ermine furs, paused on the veranda, looking pensively forth. Very beautiful she looked, standing there, and Captain Brent of the Sappers, striding forth with his skates jingling in his hand, stopped as one compelled. "Are you waiting for someone, Miss Devine, or may I escort you?" She looked at him with a faint smile, as if in pity for his disappointment. "Too late, I am afraid, Captain Brent. I have promised Sir Eustace to skate with him." "Who?" Brent glanced towards the rink. "Why, he's down there already, dancing about with your little cousin. That's her laugh. Don't you hear it?" Dina's laugh, clear and ringing, came to them on the still air. Rose's slim figure stiffened very slightly, barely perceptibly, at the sound. "Sir Eustace has forgotten his engagement," she said icily. "Yes, Captain Brent, I will come with you." "Good business," he said heartily. "It's a glorious night. Somebody said there was a change coming, but I don't believe it. Maddening if a thaw comes before the luging competition. The run is just perfection now. I'm going up there presently. It's glorious by moonlight." He chattered inconsequently on, happy in the fact that he had secured the prettiest girl in the hotel for his partner, and not in the least disturbed by any lack of response on her part. To skate with her, hand in hand, was the utmost height of his ambition just then, his brain not being of a particularly aspiring order. Down on the rink, all was gaiety and laughter. The lights shone, ruby, emerald, and sapphire, upon the darting figures. The undernote of the rushing skates made magic music everywhere. The whole scene was fantastic, a glittering fairyland of colour and enchantment. "Each evening seems more splendid than the last," declared Dina. "They always will, if you spend them in my company," said Sir Eustace. "Do you know, I could very soon teach you to skate as perfectly as you dance." "I believe you could teach me anything," she answered happily. "Given a free hand, I believe I could," he said. "But the gift is yours, not mine. You have the most wonderful knack of divining a mood. You adapt yourself instinctively. I never knew anyone respond so perfectly to the unspoken wish. How is it, I wonder?" "I don't know," she answered shyly. "But I can't help understanding what you want." "Does that mean that we are kindred spirits?" he asked. And suddenly the clasp of his hands was close and intimate. "I expect it does," said Dina, but she said it with a touch of uneasiness. The voice that had spoken within her the night before, warning her, urging her to be gone, was beginning to murmur again, bidding her to beware. She turned from the subject with ready versatility, obedient to the danger signal. "Oh, there is Rose. I am afraid I ran away from her after dinner. They went upstairs for coffee, but I was so dreadfully afraid of being stopped that I hung behind and escaped. I do hope the Colonel won't be in a wax again, but I don't see that there was anything wicked in it, for Lady Grace herself is coming to look on presently." "I skated with Mr. Veen nearly all the afternoon," observed Sir Eustace, "but she is a regular ice maiden. I couldn't get any enthusiasm out of her. Tell me, is she like that all through, or is it just a pose?" "Oh, I don't know," Dina said. "I've never got through the outer crust. But then, of course, I'm far beneath her." "How so?" asked Sir Eustace. She laughed up at him with the happy confidence of a child. "Can't you see it for yourself? I am a mere gutter snipe compared to the Deveens. They live in a great house with lots of servants and cars. They never do a thing for themselves. I don't suppose Rose could do her hair to save her life, while we live in a tumble-down, ramshackle old place, and do all the work ourselves. I've never been away from home in my life before. You see, we're poor, and Billy's schooling takes up a lot of money. I had to leave school when he first went as a boarder, and that is 3 years ago now, so I have forgotten all I ever learnt." "Except dancing," he suggested. "Oh, well, that's born in me. I couldn't very well forget that. My mother—" Dina hesitated momentarily. "My mother was a dancer before she married." "And she taught you?" asked Sir Eustace. No, she never taught me anything except useful things, like cooking and sewing and housework, and I detest them all," said Dina frankly. "I like sweeping the garden and digging the potatoes far better." "She keeps you busy, then," commented Sir Eustace, with semi-humorous interest. "Busy isn't the word for it," declared Dina. "I'm going from morning till night. We do the washing at home too. I get up at 5 and go to bed at 9. I make nearly all my own clothes too. That's why I haven't got any," she ended naively. He laughed. "Not really. But what makes you work so hard as that? You're wasting all your best time. You'll never be so young again, you know." "I know," cried Dina, and suddenly a wild gust of rebellion went through her. "It's hateful. I never knew how hateful till I came here. Going back will be too horrible for words, but—" Her voice fell abruptly flat. "What am I to do?" "I should go on strike," he said lightly. "Tell your good mother that she must find someone else to do the work. You are going to take it easy and enjoy yourself." Dina uttered a short, painful laugh. "Wouldn't that do?" he asked. "No." "Why not?" he questioned with indolent amusement. "Surely you're not afraid of the broomstick?" Dina gave a great start, and suddenly, as they skated, pressed close to him, with the action of some small, terrified creature seeking shelter. "Oh, don't let us spoil this perfect night by talking of my home affairs," she pleaded, her voice quick and passionate. "I want to put everything right away. I want to forget there is such a place as home." His arm was around her in a moment. He held her caught to him. "I can soon make you forget that, my Daphne," he said. "I can lead you through such a wonderland as will dazzle you into complete forgetfulness of everything else. But you must trust me, you know. You mustn't be afraid." He was drawing her away from the glare of coloured lights as he spoke, drawing her to the further end of the rink, where stood a tiny, rustic pavilion. She went with him with a breathless sense of high adventure, skimming the ice in time with his rhythmic movements, mesmerised into an enchanted quiescence. They reached the pavilion, and he paused. The other skaters were left behind. They stood, as it were, in a magic circle all their own, and only the moon looked on. "Ah, Daphne," he said, and took her in his arms. There came to Dina, then, a wild and desperate sense of fear that was coupled with a wholly unreasoning and instinctive shame. She strained back from him. "Oh no," she gasped. "I mustn't. I'm sure it's wrong." But he mastered her, very slowly, wholly without violence, yet wholly irresistibly. His dark face, with its blue, compelling eyes, dominated her, conquered her, and all her life resistance had been quelled in her. Her will wavered and was down. "Why should it be wrong?" he whispered. "I tell you that nothing matters. Nothing matters. We take our pleasures, and we tell no one. It is no one's business but our own, sweetheart. And nothing is wrong if no harm is done to anyone." Subtle, alluring, half laughing, half relentless, he drew her closer yet. He bent and pressed his lips upon her upturned face. But she quivered still and shrank, though unresisting. She could not give her lips to his. His kiss burned through and through her, so that she longed to flee away and hide. For though that kiss sent a thrill of wild ecstasy through her, there was anguish mingled therewith. Even while she exulted over her unexpected victory, she was smitten with the thought that it had cost her too dear. Had she told him too much about herself, that he held her thus cheaply? Would he, however urgent his desire to do so, would he have dreamed of treating Rose thus, or any other girl of his own standing? The thought went through her like a dagger. She bent herself back over his arm, avoiding his lips a second time. That one kiss had opened her eyes. "Oh, let me go," she said, her voice muffled and tremulous. "You mustn't ever do it again." "Why not?" he whispered softly. "What does it matter? This is the land of no consequences." "I can't help it," she whispered back. "It may not mean anything to you, but it makes me feel wicked." He laughed at her with tender ridicule. His arm still held her, but no longer closely. "Don't be afraid, my elf of the mountains," he said. "I won't do it again, yet. But there is nothing in it, I tell you. And what does it matter, if no one knows? Why shouldn't you have all the fun you can get?" Dina straightened herself and passed her hands over her face with an oddly childish gesture. He behaved as though he had conferred a favour upon her, but yet the horrible feeling of shame lingered. Her mother's most drastic punishments had never humbled her more completely. She drew herself from his hold. "I feel it does matter," she said, her voice pathetically small and shy. "But I know you didn't mean to offend me. So let's forget it, please. Let's go back." She gave him her hand with a timid gesture, and he took it with a smile that held arrogance as well as amusement. "We will go back, certainly," he said. "But we shall not forget. We have tasted the wine of the gods, my Daphne, and there is magic in the draught. Those who drink once are bound to come again for more." "Oh no," said Dina. But even as she said it, she felt herself to be battling against destiny. In that moment she knew beyond all doubting that by some means of which she had no understanding, he had caught her will and made it captive. Elude him though she might for a time, she was bound to be his helpless prisoner at the last. Yet his magnetism was such that she yielded herself to him almost mechanically as they went back into the giddy vortex of the carnival. Even in the midst of her dismay and uncertainty, she was strangely, almost deliriously happy. Romance, with gold-tipped wings unfurled, had suddenly descended from the high heavens and flitted before her, luring her on. End of section 12. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 13 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Friendship in the Desert. On the edge of the rink, immediately below the hotel, a slight figure was standing, patient as the Sphinx, awaiting them. Sir Eustace's keen eyes lighted upon it from afar. "There is my brother," he said. "We will go and speak to him, if you have no objection." Dina received the suggestion with eagerness. She was possessed, for the moment, by an urgent desire to get back to the commonplace. She had been whirled off her feet, and albeit the flight had held rapture, she had a desperate longing to tread solid ground once more. Possibly her companion shared something of this feeling. The game was his, but there was no more to be won from her that night. The time had come to descend from the heights to the dull and banal levels. He divined her wish to return to earth, and he had no reason for thwarting it. With a careless laugh, he put on speed and rushed her dizzily through the throng. To Dina it was as a rapid fall through space. She felt as if she had been suddenly shot from the gates of Olympus. She reached Scott, flushed and breathless, and quivering still with the wonder of it. He greeted her courteously. "Are you having a good time, Miss Bathurst?" She answered him gaspingly. Somehow it was an immense relief to find herself by his side. "Yes, a glorious time. But I am coming off now. Have you Have you seen anything of Lady Grace, or the Colonel?" "I have just had the pleasure of making Lady Grace's acquaintance," he said. "Are you really coming off now? Have you had enough?" She passed over his last question, for the wonder pierced her if she had not had too much. "Yes, really. I am going to change my boots. I left them somewhere here. I wonder where they are. Ah, there they are, against the railing. No, please don't. I can manage quite well. I would rather." She sat down on the bank and bent her hot face over her task. The two brothers remained near her. Scott was apparently waiting for her. They exchanged a few low words. "I'll do my level best, old chap," she heard Scott say. "But if it doesn't succeed, it can't be helped. Rome wasn't built in a day." Eustace made an impatient sound and muttered something in a whisper. "No," Scott said in answer. "Not that. Never with my consent. It wouldn't do, man. I tell you, it wouldn't do. Can't you take my word for it?" "You're as obstinate as a mule, Stumpy," his brother said in tones of irritation. "It'll come to it sooner or later. You're only prolonging the agony." "I am doing my best," Scott said gravely. "Give me credit for that, at least." Sir Eustace clapped a sudden hand on his shoulder. "No one doubts that, my boy. You're true gold. But it's sheer foolishness to go on in the same old way that's proved a failure 100 times. In heaven's name, now that we've hauled her out of that infernal groove, don't let idiotic sentimentality spoil everything. Don't shy at the consequences. I'll be responsible for them." Dina glanced up. She saw that for the moment she was forgotten. The light was shining upon Scott's face, and she read in it undeniable perplexity. But the eyes were steadfast and wholly calm. He even smiled a little as he said, "My dear chap, have you ever considered the consequences of anything? Counted the cost before you came to pay? No, never." "Don't preach to me," Eustace said sharply. "No, I won't. But don't you talk in that airy way about responsibility to me, because—" Scott's smile broadened and became openly affectionate. "It just won't go down, dear fellow. I can't swallow camels. Never could." "You can strain at gnats, though," commented Sir Eustace, pivoting round on his skates. "Well, you know my sentiments. I haven't put my foot down yet, but I'm going to, pretty soon. It's got to be done, and if you can't bring yourself to it, well, I shall, that's all." He was gone with the words, swift as an arrow, leaving behind him a space so empty that Dina felt a sudden queer little pang of desolation. Scott remained motionless, deep in thought, for the passage of several seconds. Then, abruptly, the consciousness of her presence came upon him, and he turned to her. She was sitting on the bank, looking up at him with frank interest. Their eyes met, and then a very curious thing happened to Dina. She flinched under his look, flinched and averted her own. A great shyness suddenly surged through her, a quivering, overmastering sense of embarrassment. For in that moment she viewed the flight to Olympus as he would have viewed it, and was horribly, overwhelmingly ashamed. She could not break the silence. She had no words to utter, no possible means at hand by which to cover her discomfiture. It was he who spoke, in his voice a tinge of restraint. "I was going to ask if it would bore you to come and see my sister again this evening. I have obtained Lady Grace's permission for you to do so." She sprang to her feet. Of course I would love to," she said, rather incoherently. "How could it bore me? I should like it, more than anything." He smiled faintly, and held out his hand for the boots she had just discarded. "That is more than kind of you," he said. "My sister was afraid you might not want to come." "Of course I want to come," maintained Dina. "Oh no, thank you. I couldn't let you carry my boots." "How clever of you to tackle Lady Grace. What did she say?" "Neither she nor the Colonel made any difficulty about it at all," Scott said. "I told them my sister was an invalid. Lady Grace said that I must not keep you after 10, and I promised I wouldn't." His manner was kindly and quizzical, and Dina's embarrassment began to pass, but he discomfited her afresh as they walked across the road by saying, "You have made it up with my brother, I see." Dina's cheeks burned again. "Yes," she said after a moment. "We made it up this afternoon." "That was very lucky. For him," observed Scott, rather dryly. Dina made a swift leap for the commonplace. "I hate being cross with people," she said, "or to have them cross with me. Don't you?" "I think it is sometimes unavoidable," said Scott, gravely. "Oh, surely you are never cross," said Dina impetuously. "I can't imagine it." "Wait till you see it," said Scott, with a smile. They entered the hotel together. Dina was tingling with excitement. She had managed to escape from her discomfiture, but she still felt that any prolonged intercourse with the man beside her would bring it back. She was beginning to know Scott as one who would not hesitate to say exactly what he thought, and not for all she possessed in the world would she have had him know what had passed in that far corner of the rink so short a time before. She chattered inconsequently upon ordinary topics as they ascended the stairs together, but when they reached the door of Isabel's sitting room, she became suddenly shy again. "Hadn't I better run and take off my things?" she whispered. "I feel so untidy." He looked at her. She was clad in the white woolen cap and coat that she had worn in the day. Her eyes were alight and sparkling, her brown face flushed. She looked the very incarnation of youth. "I think she will like to see you as you are," said Scott. He knocked upon the door 3 times as before, and in a moment opened it. "Go in, won't you?" he said, standing back. Dina entered. "Ah, she has come," a hollow voice said, and in a moment her shyness was gone. She moved forward eagerly, saw Isabel seated in a low chair, and impulsively went to her. "How kind you are to ask me to come again," she said. And then, all in a moment, Isabel's arms came out to her, and she slipped down upon her knees beside her into their close embrace. "How kind of you to come, dear child," Isabel murmured. "I am afraid it is a visit to the desert for you." "But I love to come," Dina told her, with warm lips raised. "I can't tell you how much. I was never so happy before. Each day seems lovelier than the last." Isabel kissed her lingeringly, tenderly. "My dear, you have a happy heart," she said. "Tell me what you have been doing since I saw you last." She would have let her go, but Dina clung to her still, her cheek against her shoulder. "I have been very frivolous, dear Mrs. Everard," she said. "I have done lots of things. This afternoon we were luging, And now I have just come from the carnival. I wish you could have been there. Some people are wearing the most horrible masks. Billy, my brother, has a beauty. He made it himself. I rather wanted it to wear, but he wouldn't part with it. You could never wear a mask, sweetheart, Isabel said, clasping the small brown hand in hers. Your face is too sweet a thing to hide. Dina hugged her in naive delight. I always thought I was ugly before, she said. Isabel's face wore a wan smile. She stroked the girl's soft cheek. My dear, no one with a heart like yours could have an ugly face. How did you enjoy your dance with Eustace last night? Dina bent her head a little, wishing earnestly that Scott were not in the room. I loved it, she said, in a low voice. And afterwards? Questioned Isabel. No one was vexed with you, I hope. Dina hesitated. Colonel Devine wasn't best pleased, I'm afraid, she said, after a moment. He scolded you, said Isabel, swift regret in her voice. I am so sorry, dear child. I ought to have gone to look after you. I was selfish. Oh, no, indeed, Dina protested. It was entirely my own fault. He would have been cross in any case. They are like that. Isabel uttered a sigh. I shall have to try to meet them. Naturally, they will not let you come to total strangers. Stumpy, remind me in the morning. I must manage somehow to meet this child's guardians. Of course, dear, said Scott. Dina, glancing towards him, saw him exchange a swift look with the old nurse in the background. But his voice held neither surprise nor gratification. He took out a cigarette and began to smoke. Isabel leaned back in her chair with abrupt weariness, as if in reaction from the strain of a sudden unwanted exertion. Let me see. Do I know your Christian name? Ah, yes, Dina. What a pretty gypsy name. I think you are a little gypsy, are you not? You have the charm of the woods about you. Won't you sit in that chair, dear? You can't be comfortable on the floor. But Dina preferred to sit down against her knee, still holding the slender, inert hand. Tell me about your home, Isabel said, closing languid eyes. I can't talk much more, but I can listen. It does not tire me to listen. Dina hesitated somewhat. I don't think you would find it very interesting, she said. But I am interested, Isabel said. You live in the country, I think you said. At a place called Perrythorpe, Dina said. It's a great hunting country. My father hunts a lot, and shoots too. Do you hunt? Asked Isabel. Oh no, never. There is never any time. I go for rambles sometimes on Sundays. Other days I am always busy. Fancy me hunting, said Dina with a little laugh. I used to, said Isabel. They always said I should end with a broken neck, but I never did. Are you very fond of riding? Asked Dina. Not now, dear. I am not fond of anything now. Tell me some more, won't you? What makes you so busy that you never have time for any fun? Again Dina hesitated. You see, we're poor, she said. My mother and I do all the work of the house, and garden too. And your father is able to hunt? Isabel's eyes opened. Her hand closed upon Dina's caressingly. Oh yes, he has always hunted, Dina said. I don't think he could do without it. He would find it so dull. I see, said Isabel. But he can't afford pleasures for you. There was no perceptible sarcasm in her voice, but Dina coloured a little, and went at once to her father's defence. He sends Billy to a public school. Of course, I, being only a girl, don't count. And he has sent us out here, which was very good of him. The sweetest thing he's ever done. He had a lucky speculation the other day, and he has spent it nearly all on us. Wasn't that kind of him? Very kind, dear, said Isabel gently. How long are you to have out here? Only 3 weeks, and half the time is gone already, sighed Dina. The Devines are not staying longer. The Colonel is a JP, and much too important to stay away for long, and they are going to have a large house party. There isn't much more than a week left now. She sighed again. And then you will have no more fun at all? Asked Isabel. Not a scrap. Nothing but work. Dina's voice quivered a little. And I don't suppose it has been very good for me coming out here, she said. I believe I'm much too fond of gaiety, really. Isabel's hand touched her cheek. Poor little girl, she said. But you wouldn't like to leave your mother to do all the drudgery alone? Oh, yes, I should, said Dina, with a touch of recklessness. I'd never go back if I could help it. I love Dad, of course, but... She paused. You don't love your mother? Supplemented Isabel. Dina leaned her face suddenly against the caressing hand. Not much, I'm afraid, she whispered. Poor little girl, Isabel murmured again, compassionately. End of section 13. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 14 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Purple Empress. Colonel Devine once more wore his most magisterial air when, after breakfast on the following morning, he drew Dina aside. She looked at him with swift apprehension, even with a tinge of guilt. His lecture of the previous morning was still fresh in her mind. Could he have seen her on the ice with Sir Eustace on the previous night, she asked herself. Surely, surely not. Apparently he had, however, for his first words were admonitory. Look here, young lady. You're making yourself conspicuous with that 3-volume novel Baronet. You don't want to be conspicuous, I suppose. Her face burned crimson at the question. Then he had seen, or at least he must know something. She stood before him, too overwhelmed for speech. You don't, eh? He insisted, surveying her confusion with grim relentlessness. Of course not, she whispered at last. He put a hand on her shoulder. Very well, then. Don't let there be any more of it. You've been a good girl up till now, but the last 2 days seem to have turned your head. I shan't be able to give a good report to your mother when we get home, if this sort of thing goes on. Dina's heart sank still lower. The thought of the return home had begun to dog her like an evil dream. With a great effort she met the Colonel's stern gaze. I am very sorry, she faltered. But Lady Grace did say I might go and see Mrs. Everard. The invalid sister yesterday." "I know she did. She thought you had been flirting with Sir Eustace long enough." Dina's sky began to clear a little. "Then you don't mind my going to see her?" she said. "So long as you're not there too often," conceded the Colonel. "The younger brother is a nice little chap. There is no danger of your getting up to mischief with him." Dina's face burned afresh at the suggestion. He evidently did not actually know, but he suspected very strongly. Still, it was a great relief to know that all intercourse with these wonderful new friends of hers was not to be barred. "There was some talk of a sleigh drive this afternoon," she ventured after a moment. "Mr. Studley is taking his sister, and she asked me to go too. May I?" "You accepted, I suppose?" demanded the Colonel. "I said I thought I might," Dina admitted, and then, very suddenly, she caught a kindly gleam in his eyes, and summoned courage for entreaty. "Do, please, please let me go," she begged, clasping his arm. "I shan't ever have any fun again when this is over." "How do you know that?" said the Colonel gruffly. "Yes, you can go, but behave yourself soberly, there's a good girl. And remember, no running after the other fellow tonight. I won't have it. Is that understood?" Dina, too rejoiced over this concession to trouble about future prohibitions, gave cheerful acquiescence to the fiat. Perhaps she was beginning to realise that she would see quite as much of Sir Eustace as was at all advisable or even to be desired, without running after him. In fact, so shy had the previous night's flight with him made her, that she did not feel the slightest wish to encounter him again at present. To go out sleigh driving with Scott and his sister was all that she asked of life that day. It was a glorious morning, despite all prophecies of a coming change, and she spent it joyously lounging with Billy. Sir Eustace had gone skiing with Captain Brent, and the only glimpse she had of him was a very far one, so far that she knew him only by the magnificence of his physique as he descended the mountainside as one borne upon wings. She recalled the brief conversation that the brothers had held in her hearing the night before, and marvelled at the memory of Scott's attitude towards him. He isn't a bit afraid of him, she reflected. In fact, he behaves exactly as if he were the bigger of the two. This phenomenon puzzled her very considerably, for Scott was wholly lacking in the pomposity that characterises many little men. She wondered what had been the subject of their discussion. It had been connected with Isabel, she felt sure. She was glad to think that she had Scott to protect her, for there was something of tyranny about the elder brother, from which she shrank instinctively, his magnetism notwithstanding, and the thought of poor tragic Isabel being coerced by it was intolerable. The memory of the latter's resolution to make the acquaintance of the Devines recurred to her as she and Billy returned for luncheon. Would she carry it out, she wondered. The look that Scott had flung at the old nurse dwelt in her mind. It would evidently be an extraordinary move if she did. They reached the hotel. Rose and another girl had just come up from the rink together. A little knot of people were gathered on the veranda. Dina and Billy kept behind Rose and her companion. But in a moment Dina heard her name. The group parted, and she saw Isabel Everard, very tall and stately, in a deep purple coat, standing with Lady Grace Devine. Billy gave her a push. "Go on! They're calling you!" And Dina found the strange, sad eyes upon her, alight with a smile of welcome. She went forward impetuously, and in a moment Isabel's cold hands were clasped upon her warm ones. "I have been waiting for you, dear child," the low voice said. "What have you been doing?" Dina suddenly felt as if she were standing in the presence of a princess. Isabel, in public, bore herself with a haughtiness fully equal to that displayed by Sir Eustace, and she knew that Lady Grace was impressed by it. "I would have come back sooner if I had known," she said, closely holding the long, slender fingers. "My dear, you are woefully untidy now that you have come," murmured Lady Grace. But Isabel gently freed one hand to put her arm about the girl. "To me she is just right," she said, and in her voice there sounded the music of a great tenderness. "Youth is never tidy, Lady Grace, but there is nothing in the world like it." Lady Grace's eyes went to her daughter, whose faultless apparel and perfection of line were in vivid contrast to Dina's harum-scarum appearance. "I do not altogether agree with you in that respect, Mrs. Everard," she said, with a smile. "I think young girls should always aim at being presentable. But I quite admit that it is more difficult for some than for others. Dina, my dear, Mrs. Everard has been kind enough to ask you to lunch in her sitting-room with her, and to go for a sleigh drive afterward, so you had better run and get respectable as quickly as you can." "Oh, how kind you are," Dina said, with earnest eyes uplifted. "You know how I shall love to come, don't you?" "I thought you might, dear," Isabel said. "Scott is coming to keep us company. He has arranged for a sleigh to be here in an hour. We are going for a 12-mile round, so we must not be late starting. It gets so cold after sundown." "I had better go then, hadn't I?" said Dina. "I am coming too," Isabel said. Her arm was still about her. It remained so as she turned to go. "Goodbye, Lady Grace. I will take great care of this child. Thank you for allowing her to come." She bowed with regal graciousness and moved away, taking Dina with her. "Exit purple Empress," murmured a man in the background, close to Rose. "Who on earth is she? I haven't seen her anywhere before." Rose uttered her soft, artificial laugh. "She is Sir Eustace Studley's sister. Rather peculiar, I believe, even eccentric. But I understand they are of very good birth." "That covers a multitude of sins," he commented. "She's been a mighty handsome woman in her day. She must be many years older than Sir Eustace. She looks more like his mother than his sister." "I believe she is actually younger," Rose said. "They say she has never recovered from the sudden death of her husband some years ago, but I know nothing of the circumstances." "A very charming woman," said Lady Grace, joining them. "We have had quite a long chat together. Yes, her manner is a little strange, slightly abstracted, as if she were waiting for something or someone, but a very easy companion on the whole. I think you will like her, Rose dear." "She's dead nuts on Dina," observed Billy with a chuckle. "She don't look at anyone else when she's got Dina." Lady Grace smiled over his head and took no verbal notice of the remark. "They are a distinguished-looking family," she said. "Run and wash your hands, Billy. Are you thinking of skiing this afternoon, Rose?" "You bet," murmured Billy under his breath. He too had seen the distant figure of Sir Eustace on the mountainside. "It depends," said Rose, non-committally. "Captain Brent and Sir Eustace have been on skis all the morning," said her mother. "We must see what they say about it." Billy spun a coin into the air behind her back. "Heads Sir Eustace and tails Captain Brent," he muttered to the man who had commented upon Isabel's beauty. "Heads it is." Lady Grace turned round with a touch of sharpness at the sound of his companion's laugh. "Billy, did I not tell you to go and wash your hands?" Billy's green eyes smiled impudent acknowledgment. "You did, Lady Grace, and I'm going. Goodbye." He pocketed the coin, winked at his friend, and departed, whistling. "A very unmannerly little boy," observed Lady Grace with severity. "Come, my dear Rose, we must go in." "I don't like either the one or the other," said Rose, with a very unusual touch of petulance. "They are always in the way." "I fully agree with you," said Lady Grace acidly. "But it is the first and last time in their lives. I have already told the Colonel so. He will never ask them to accompany us again." "Thank goodness for that," said Rose with restored amiability. "Of course I am sorry for poor little Dina, but there is a limit." "Which is very nearly reached," said Lady Grace. End of section 14. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 15 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Mountain Crest. That sleigh drive was to Dina the acme of delight, and forever after the jingle of horse bells was to recall it to her mind. The sight of the gay red trappings, the trot of the muffled hooves, the easy motion of the sleigh slipping over the white road, and above all, Isabel, clad in purple and seated beside her, a figure of royal distinction, made a picture in her mind that she was never to forget. She rode in a magic chariot through Wonderland. She longed to delay the precious moments as they flew, like a child chasing butterflies in the sunshine, but they only seemed to fly the faster. She chattered almost incessantly for the first few miles, and occasionally Isabel smiled and answered her, but for the most part it was Scott, seated opposite, who responded to her raptures. Scott, unfailingly attentive and courteous, but ever watchful of his sister's face. She gazed straight ahead when she was not looking at anything to which Dina called her attention. Her eyes had the intense look of one who watches perpetually for something just out of sight. Quiet but alert, he marked her attitude. Marked also the emaciation which was so painfully apparent in the strong sunshine, and formed so piteous a contrast to the vivid youth of the girl beside her. Presently, Dina came out of her rhapsodies and observed his vigilance. She watched him covertly for a time, while she still chatted on, and she noted that there were very weary lines about his eyes, lines of anxiety, lines of sleeplessness, that filled her warm heart with quick sympathy and a longing to help. The road was one of wild beauty. It wound up a desolate mountain pass, along which great black boulders were scattered haphazard like the mighty toys of a giant. The glittering snow lay all around them, making their nakedness the more apparent, and far, far above, the white crags shone with a dazzling purity in the sunlit air. Below them the snow lay untrodden, exquisitely pure, piled here in great drifts, falling away there in wonderful curves and hollows, but always showing a surface perfect and undesecrated by any human touch. And ever the sleigh ran smoothly on over the white road, till it seemed to Dina as if they moved in a dream. She fell silent, charmed by the swift motion, and by the splendour around her. "You are quite warm, I hope," Scott said after an interval. She was wrapped in a fur cloak belonging to Isabel. She smiled an affirmative. but she saw him as through a veil. The mystery and wonder of creation filled her soul. "I feel," she said, "I feel as if we are being taken up into heaven." "Oh, that we were," said Isabel, speaking suddenly with a force that had in it something terrible. "Do you see those golden peaks, sweetheart? That is where I would be. That is where the gates of heaven open, where the lost are found." Dina's hand was clasped in hers under the fur rug, and she felt the thin fingers close with a convulsive hold. Scott leaned forward. "Heaven is nearer to us than that, Isabel," he said gently. She looked at him for a moment, but her eyes at once passed beyond. "No, no, Stumpy. You never understand," she said restlessly. "I must reach the mountain tops or die. I am tired. I am tired of my prison, and I stifle in the valley. I, who have watched the sun rise and set from the very edge of the world. Why did they take me away? If I had only waited a little longer, as he told me to wait." Her voice suddenly vibrated with a craving that was passionate. "He would have come with the next sunrise. I always knew that the dawn would bring him back to me. But," dull despair took the place of longing, "they took me away, and the sun has never shone since." "Isabel." Scott's voice was grave and quiet. "Miss Bathurst will wonder what you mean. Don't forget her." Dina pressed close to her friend's side. "Oh, but I do understand," she said softly. "And dear Mrs. Everard, I wish I could help you. But I think Mr. Studley must be right. It is easier to get to heaven than to climb those mountain peaks. They are so very steep and far away." "So is heaven, child," said Isabel, with a sigh of great weariness. As it were with reluctance, she again met the steady gaze of Scott's eyes, and gradually her mood seemed to change. Her brief animation dropped away from her. She became again passive, inert, save that she still seemed to be watching. Scott broke the silence, kindly and practically. "We ought to reach the chalet at the head of the pass soon," he said. "You will be glad of some tea." "Oh, are we going to stop for tea?" said Dina. "That's the idea," said Scott, "and then back by another way. We ought to get a good view of the sunset. I hope it won't be misty, but they say a change is coming." "I hope it won't come yet," said Dina fervently. "The last few days have been so perfect, and there is so little time left." Scott smiled. "That is the worst of perfection," he said. "It never lasts." Dina's eyes were wistful. "It will go on being perfect here long after we have left," she said. "Isn't it dreadful to think of all the good things, all the beauty, one misses just because one isn't there?" "It would be if there were nothing else to think of," said Scott. "But there is beauty everywhere, if we know how to look for it." She looked at him uncertainly. "I never knew what it meant before I came here," she told him shyly. "There is no time for beautiful things in my life. It is very, very drab and ugly. I am very, very discontented. I have never been anything else." Her voice quivered a little as she made the confession. Scott's eyes were so kind, so full of friendly understanding. Isabel had dropped out of their intercourse as completely as though her presence had been withdrawn. She lay back against her cushions, but her eyes were still watching, watching incessantly. "I think the very dullest life can be made beautiful," Scott said after a moment. "Even the desert sand is gold when the sun shines on it. The trouble is," he laughed a little, "to get the sun to shine." Dina leaned forward eagerly, confidentially. "Yes?" she questioned. He looked her suddenly straight in the eyes. "There is a great store of sunshine in you," he said. "One can't come near you without feeling it. Isabel will tell you the same. Do you keep it only for the Alps? If so—" He paused. Dina's face flushed suddenly under his look. "If so?" she asked under her breath. He smiled. "Well, it seems a pity, that's all," he said. "Rather a waste, too, when you come to think of it." Dina's eyes caught the reflection of his smile. "I shall remember that, Mr. Greatheart," she said. "Forgive me for preaching," said Scott. She put out a hand to him quickly, spontaneously. "You don't preach, and it does me good," she said, somewhat incoherently. "Please, always, say what you like to me." "At risk of hurting you?" said Scott. He held the small, impulsive hand a moment, and let it go. "You could never hurt me," Dina answered. "You are far too kind." "I think the kindness is on your side," he answered gravely. "Most people of my acquaintance would think me a bore, if nothing worse." "Most people have never really met you, Stumpy," said Isabel unexpectedly. "Dina is one of the privileged few, and I am glad she appreciates it." "Good heavens," said Scott, flushing a deep red. "Spare me, Isabel." Dina broke into her gay, infectious laugh. Please don't be upset about it. I'm glad I'm one of the few. I felt you were a prince in disguise all along." "Very much in disguise," protested Scott. "Remove that, and there would be nothing left." "Except a man," said Isabel. "You can't get away, Stumpy. You're caught." A fleeting smile crossed her face like a gleam of light, and was gone. She turned her look upon Dina and became silent again. Scott, much disconcerted, hunted in every pocket for his cigarette case. "You don't mind my smoking, I hope," he murmured. "I like it," said Dina. "Let me help you light up." She made a screen with her hands and guarded the flame from the draught. He thanked her courteously, recovering his composure with a smile that was not without self-ridicule, and in a moment they were talking again upon impersonal matters. But the episode, slight though it was, dwelt in Dina's mind thereafter with an odd persistence. She felt as if Isabel had given her a flashlight glimpse of something which, otherwise, she would scarcely have realized. In that single fleeting moment of revelation, she had seen that which no vision of knight in shining armour could have surpassed. They reached the chalet at the top of the pass and descended for tea. The windows looked right down the snow-clad valley up which they had come. The sun had begun to sink, and the greater part of it lay in shadow. Far away, rising out of the shadows, all golden amid floating mists, was a mighty mountain crest, higher than all around. The sun rays lighted upon its wondrous peaks. The glory of it was unearthly, almost more than the eye could bear. Dina stood on the little wooden veranda of the chalet, and gazed till the splendour nearly blinded her. "Still watching the delectable mountains," said Scott's voice at her shoulder. She made a little gesture in response. She could not take her eyes off the wonder. He came and stood beside her in mute sympathy while he finished his cigarette. There was a certain depression in his attitude, of which presently she became aware. She summoned her resolution, and turned herself from the great vision that so drew her. He was leaning against a post of the veranda, and she read again in his attitude the weariness that she had marked earlier in the afternoon. "Are you troubled about your sister?" she asked him diffidently. He threw away the end of his cigarette and straightened himself. "Yes, I am troubled," he said in a low voice. "I am afraid it was a mistake to bring her here." "I thought her looking better this morning," Dina ventured. His grey eyes met hers. "Did you? I thought it a good sign that she should make the effort to speak to strangers, but I am not certain now that it has done her any good. We brought her here to wake her from her lethargy. Eustace thought the air would work wonders, but I am not sure. It is certainly waking her up, but to what?" His eyelids drooped heavily, and he passed his hand across his forehead with a gesture that went to her heart. "It's rather soon to judge, isn't it?" she said. "Yes," he admitted. "But there is a change in her. There is an undoubted change. She gets hardly any rest, and the usual draught at night scarcely takes effect. Of course, the place is noisy. That may have something to do with it. My brother is very anxious to put a stop to the sleeping draught altogether, but I can't agree to that. She has never slept naturally since her loss, never slept and never wept. Biddy, the old nurse, declares if she could only cry, all would come right. But I don't know. He uttered a deep sigh and leaned once more upon the balustrade. Dina came close to him, her sweet face full of concern. "Mr. Studley," she murmured, You don't think I do her any harm, do you?" "You?" He gave a start, and looked at her with that in his eyes that reassured her in a moment. "My dear child, no. You are a perfect godsend to her. And to me also, if you don't mind my saying so. No. The mischief that I fear will probably develop after you have gone. As long as you are here, I am not afraid for her. Yours is just the sort of influence that she needs." "Oh, thank you," Dina said gratefully. "I was afraid, just for a moment, because I know I have been silly and flighty. I try to be sober when I am with her, but—" "Don't try to be anything but yourself, Miss Bathurst," he said. "I have confided in you just because you are yourself, and I wouldn't have you any different for the world. You help her just by being yourself." Dina laughed while she shook her head. "I wish I were as nice as you seem to think I am." He laughed also. "Perhaps you have never realized how nice you really are," he returned, with a simplicity equal to her own. "Ah, here comes Isabel. I expect she is ready. We had better go in." They met her as they turned inwards. The reflection of the sunset glory was in her face, recalling some of its faded beauty. She took Dina's arm, looking at her with a strangely wistful smile. "I want you now, sweetheart," she said. "Scott can have his turn afterwards." "I want you too," said Dina instantly, squeezing her hand very closely. "Come and look at the mountains. They are so glorious now that the sun is setting." They turned back for a few moments, and Isabel's eyes went to that far and wonderful mountain crest. The gold was turning to rose. The glory deepened even as they watched. "The peaks of paradise! breathed Dina softly. Isabel was silent for a space, her eyes fixed and yearning. Then, at length, in a low voice that thrilled with an emotion beyond words, she spoke. "I know now where to look. That is where he is waiting for me. That is where I shall find him." And then swiftly she turned, aware of her brother close behind her. He looked at her with eyes of deep compassion. "Some day, Isabel," he said gently. She made a swift gesture, as of one who brushes aside every hindrance. "Soon," she said. "Very soon." Scott's eyes met Dina's for a single instant, and she thought they held suffering as well as weariness, but they fell immediately. He stood back in silence for them to pass. End of section 15. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 16 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The Second Draught. They returned to the hotel by a circuitous route that brought them by a mountain road into the village just below the hotel. The moon was rising as they ascended the final slope. The chill of mist was in the air. Sir Eustace was waiting for them in the porch. He helped his sister to alight, but she went by him at once with a rapt look, as though she had not seen him. She had sat in an almost unbroken silence throughout the homeward drive. Dina would have followed her in, but Sir Eustace held her back a moment. "There is to be a dance tonight," he murmured in her ear. "May I count on you?" She looked at him, the ecstasy of the mountains still shining in her starry eyes. "Yes, yes, if I am allowed." And then, with a sudden memory of her promise to the Colonel, "But I don't suppose I shall be, and I haven't anything to wear except my fancy dress." "What of that?" he said lightly. "Call in the fairies to help." She laughed and ran in. Not for a moment did she suppose that she would be allowed to dance that night, but it seemed that luck was with her, for the first person she met was the Colonel, and he was looking so particularly well pleased with himself, and affairs in general, that she stopped to tell him of her drive. "It's been so perfect," she said. "I have enjoyed it. Thank you ever so many times for letting me go." Her flushed and happy face was very fair to see, and the Colonel smiled upon her with fatherly kindness. He could not help liking the child. She was such a taking imp. "Glad you have had a good time," he said. "I hope you thanked your friends for taking you." "I should think I did," laughed Dina, and then, seeing that his expression was so benignant, she slipped an ingratiating hand through his arm. "Colonel, please, please, may I dance tonight?" "What?" He looked at her searchingly, with a somewhat laboured attempt to be severe. Now, who do you want to dance with?" "Anyone, or no one," said Dina boldly. "I feel happy enough to dance by myself." "That means you're in a mischievous mood," said the Colonel. "It's only a Cinderella affair," pleaded Dina. "Tomorrow's Sunday, you know. There'll be no dancing tomorrow." "And a good thing too," he commented. "A pity Sunday doesn't come oftener. What will Lady Grace say, I wonder?" But Rose is sure to dance, urged Dina. I'm not so sure of that. Sir Eustace Studley has been teaching her to ski all the afternoon, and if she isn't tired, she ought to be. Oh, lucky Rose. Dina knew an instant's envy. But I expect she'll dance all the same. And I may dance with him. Just once, mayn't I? There couldn't be any harm in just one dance. No one would notice that, would they? She pressed close to the Colonel with her petition, and he found it hard to refuse. She made it with so childlike an earnestness, and, all his pomposity notwithstanding, he had a soft heart for children. There, be off with you, he said. Yes, you may give him one dance if he asks for it, but only one, mind. That's a bargain, is it? Dina beamed radiant acquiescence. I'll save all the rest for you. You're a dear to let me, and I'll be ever so good. Goodbye. She went, flitting like a butterfly up the stairs, and the Colonel smiled in spite of himself as he watched her go. Little witch, he muttered. I wonder what your mother would say to you if she knew. Dina raced, breathless, to her room, and began a fevered toilette. It was true that she possessed nothing suitable for ballroom wear, but then the dance was to be quite informal, and she was too happy to fret herself over that fact. She put on the white muslin frock which she had worn for dinner ever since she had been with the Devines. It gave her a fairy-like daintiness that had a charm of its own, of which she was utterly unconscious. Perhaps, fortunately, she had no time to think of her appearance. When she descended again, her eyes were still shining with a happiness so obvious that Billy, meeting her, exclaimed, What have you got to be so cheerful about? She proceeded to tell him of the glorious afternoon she had spent, and was still in the midst of her description when Sir Eustace came up and joined them. I thought you would manage it, he said with smiling assurance. And now, how many may I have? All the waltzes? Dina's laugh rang so gaily that several heads were turned in her direction, and she smothered it in alarm. I can only give you one, she said, with a great effort at sobriety. What? Oh, nonsense, he protested, his blue eyes dominating hers. You couldn't be so shabby as that. Dina's chin pointed merrily upwards. The situation had its humour. It was certainly rather amusing to elude him. She knew he had caught her far too easily the night before. It's all I have to offer, she declared. Meaning you're not going to dance more than one dance? He asked. She opened her laughing eyes wide. Why should it mean that? You're not the only man in the room, are you? Sir Eustace's jaw set itself suddenly, after a fashion that made him look formidable, albeit he laughed back at her with his eyes. All right, Daphne, he murmured. I'll have the first. Dina's heart gave a little throb of apprehension, but she quieted it impatiently. What had she to fear? She nodded and lightly turned away. All through dinner she alternately dreaded and longed for the moment of his coming to claim that dance from her. That haughty confidence of his had struck a curious chord in her soul, and the suspense was almost unbearable. She noticed that Rose was very serene and smiling, and she regarded her complacency with growing resentment. Rose could dance as often as she liked with him, and no one would find fault. Rose had had him all to herself throughout the afternoon, moreover. She knew very well that had the skiing lesson been offered to her, she would not have been allowed to avail herself of it. A wicked little spirit awoke within her. Why should she always be kept thus in the background? Surely her right to the joys of life was as great as, if not greater than, Rose's. With her it would all end so soon, while Rose had the whole of her youth before her, like a pleasant garden in which she might wander or rest at will. Dina began to feel feverish. It seemed so imperative that she should miss nothing good during this brief time of happiness vouchsafed her by the gods. Her frame of mind when she entered the ballroom was curious. Mutiny and doubt, longing and dread, warred strangely together. But the moment he came to her, the moment she felt his arms about her, rapture came and drove out all beside. She drank again of the wine of the gods, drank deeply, giving herself up to it without reservation, too eager to catch every drop thereof, to trouble as to what might follow. He caught her mood. Possibly it was but the complement of his own. Freely he interpreted it, feeling her body throb in swift accord to every motion, aware of the almost passionate surrender of her whole being to the delight of that one magic dance. She was reckless, and he was determined. If this were to be all, he would take his fill at once, and she should have hers. Before the dance was more than half through, he guided her out of the labyrinth into the darkly curtained recess that led out to the veranda. And there, holding her, before she so much as realized that they had ceased to dance, he gathered her suddenly and fiercely to him, and covered her startled, quivering face with kisses. She made no outcry, attempted no resistance. He had been too sudden for that. His mastery was too absolute. Holding her fast in the gloom, he took what he would, till with a little sob her arms clasped his neck, and she clung to him, giving herself wholly up to him. But when his hold relaxed at last, she hid her face, panting against his breast. He smoothed the dark hair with a possessive touch, laughing softly at her agitation. "Did you think you could get away from me, you brown elf?" he whispered. I could if I tried," she whispered back. His hold tightened again. "Try," he said. She shook her head without lifting it. "No," she murmured with a shy laugh. "I don't want to. Shan't we go back and dance before... She broke off in confusion. "Before what?" he said. She made a motion to turn her face upwards, but, finding his still close, buried it a little deeper. "I promised the Colonel I'd be good," she faltered into his shoulder. "I think I ought to begin soon, don't you?" "Is that why I am to have only this one dance?" he asked. "Yes," she admitted. His caressing hand found and lightly pressed her cheek. "What are you going to do when it's over?" he asked. "I don't know," she said. "There's Billy. I may dance with him." He laughed. "That's an exciting program. Shall I tell you what I should do if I were in your place?" "What?" said Dina. Again she raised her face a few inches, and again, catching a glimpse of the compelling blue eyes, plunged it deeply into his coat. He laughed again, softly, with a hint of mockery. "I should have one dance with Billy, and one with the omnipotent Colonel, and then I should be tired and say good night." "But I shan't be a bit tired," protested Dina, faintly indignant. "Of course not," laughed Sir Eustace. "You will be just ripe for a little fun. There is quite a cosy sitting-out place at the end of our corridor. I should go to bed via that route." "Oh!" said Dina, with a gasp. She lifted her head in astonishment, and met the eyes that so thrilled her. But that would be wrong," she said. "I have done far naughtier things than that, my virtuous sprite," he said. But Dina did not laugh. Very suddenly, quite unbidden, there flashed across her the memory of Scott's look the night before, and her own overwhelming confusion beneath it. What would her friend Mr. Greatheart say to such a proposal? What would he say could he see her now? The hot blood rushed to her face at the bare thought. She drew herself away from him. Her rapture was gone. She was burningly ashamed. The Colonel's majestic displeasure was as nothing in comparison with Scott's wordless disapproval. "Oh, I couldn't do that," she said. "I couldn't. I ought not to be here with you now." "My fault," he said easily. "I brought you here before you knew where you were. If you go to confession, you can mention that as an extenuating circumstance." "Oh, don't," said Dina, inexplicably stung by his manner. It isn't nice of you to talk like that." He put out his hand and touched her arm lightly, persuasively. "Then you are angry with me?" he said. Her resentment melted. She threw him a fleeting smile. "No, no. But how could you imagine I could tell anyone? You didn't, seriously. You couldn't." "There isn't much to tell, is there?" he said, his fingers closing gently over the soft roundness of her arm. "And don't you like that plan of mine?" "I didn't say I didn't like it," said Dina, her eyes lowered. But I can't do it. That's all. I'm going now. Goodbye." She turned to go, but his fingers still held. He drew a step nearer. "Daphne, remember, you are not to run away." A transient dimple showed at the corner of Dina's mouth. "You must let me go, then," she said. "And if I do, how will you reward me?" His voice was very deep. The tones of it sent a sharp quiver through her. She felt unspeakably small and helpless. She made a little gesture of appeal. "Please, please let me go. You know you are much stronger than I am." He drew nearer, his face bent so low that his lips touched her shoulder as she stood turned from him. "You don't know your strength yet," he said, "but you soon will. Are you going away from me, like this? Don't you think you're rather hard on me?" It was a point of view that had not occurred to Dina. Her warm heart had a sudden twinge of self-reproach. She turned swiftly to him. "I didn't mean to be horrid. Please don't think that of me. I know I often am, but not to you. Never to you." "Never?" he said. His face was close to her, and it wore a faint smile in which she detected none of the arrogance of the conqueror. She put up a shy, impulsive hand and touched his cheek. "Of course not, Apollo," she whispered. He caught the hand and kissed it. She trembled as she felt the drawing of his lips. I must really go now," she told him hastily. He stood up to his full height, and again she quivered as she realized how magnificent a man he was. "A bientôt, Daphne," he said, and let her go. She slipped away from his presence with the feeling of being caught in the meshes of a great net from which she could never hope to escape. She had drunk tonight yet deeper of the wine of the gods, and she knew beyond all doubting that she would return for more. The memory of his kisses thrilled her all through the night. When she dreamed, she was back again in his arms. End of section 16. Read by Helena Dunstan, Oxford, March 2022. Section 17 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Unknown Force. "Arrah then, Miss Isabel, darlint, and can't you rest at all?" Old Biddy stooped over her charge, her parchment face a mass of wrinkles. Isabel was lying in bed, but raised upon one elbow, in the attitude of one about to rise. She looked at the old woman with a queer, ironical smile in her tragic eyes. "I am going up the mountain," she said. "It is moonlight, and I know the way. I can rest when I get to the top." "Ah, be easy, darlint," urged the old woman. "It's much more likely he'll come to you if you lie quiet." "No, he will not come to me." There was unalterable conviction in Isabel's voice. "It is I who must go to him. If I had waited on the mountain, I should never have missed him. He is waiting for me there, now." She flung off the bedclothes and rose, a gaunt white figure from which all the gracious lines of womanhood had long since departed. Her silvery hair hung in two great plaits from her shoulders, wonderful hair that shone in the shaded lamplight with a lustre that seemed luminous. "Will I have to fetch Master Scott to you?" said Biddy, eyeing her wistfully. "He's very tired, poor young man. There's 2 nights he's had no sleep at all. Won't you try and rest easy for his sake, Miss Isabel, darlint? Ye can go up the mountain in the morning, and maybe that little Miss Bathurst will like to go with you. Do wait till the morning now," she wheedled, laying a wiry old hand upon her. "It's no Christian hour at all for going about now." "Let me go," said Isabel. Biddy's black eyes pleaded with a desperate earnestness. "If you'd only listen to reason, Miss Isabel," she said. "How can I listen?" Isabel answered, "when I can hear his voice in my heart, calling, calling, calling? Oh, let me go, Biddy. You don't understand, or you couldn't seek to hold me back from him." "Mavourneen," Biddy's eyes were full of tears. The hand she had laid upon Isabel's arm trembled. "It isn't myself that's holding you back. It's God. He'll join the 2 of you together in his own good time, but you can't hurry him. You've got to bide his time." "I can't," Isabel said. "I can't. You're all conspiring against me. I know. Give me my cloak and I will go." Biddy heaved a great sigh. The tears were running down her cheeks, but her face was quite resolute. "I'll have to call Master Scott after all," she said. No, I don't want Scott. I don't want anyone. I only want to be up in the mountains in time for the dawn. Oh, why are you all such fools? Why can't you understand?" There was growing exasperation in Isabel's voice. Biddy's hand fell from her, and she turned to cross the room. Scott slept in the next room to them, and a portable electric bell, which they adjusted every night, communicated therewith. Biddy moved slowly to press the switch, but ere she reached it, Isabel's voice stayed her. "Biddy, don't call Master Scott." Biddy paused, looking back with eyes of faithful devotion. "Ah, Miss Isabel, darlint, will you rest easy then? I durstn't give ye the quiet and stuff without Master Scott says so." "I don't want anything," Isabel said. "I only want my liberty. Why are you all in league against me, to keep me in just one place? Ah, listen to that noise. How wild those people are. It is the same every night, every night. Can they really be as happy as they sound?" A distant hubbub had arisen in the main corridor, the banging of doors and laughter of careless voices. It was some time after 1 o'clock, and the merrymakers were on their way to bed. "Never mind them," said Biddy. "They're just a set of noisy children. Lie down again, Miss Isabel. They'll soon settle, and then p'raps you'll get to sleep. It's not this way they'll be coming anyway." "Someone is coming this way," said Isabel, listening with sudden close attention. She was right. The quiet tread of a man's feet came down the corridor that led to their private suite. A man's hand knocked with imperious insistence upon the door. "Sir Eustace," said Biddy in a dramatic whisper. "Will I tell him you're asleep, Miss Isabel? Quick now, get back to bed." But Isabel made no movement to comply. She only drew herself together with the nervous contraction of one about to face a dreaded ordeal. Quietly the door opened. Biddy moved forward, her face puckered with anxiety. She met Sir Eustace on the threshold. "Miss Isabel hasn't settled yet, Sir Eustace," she told him, her voice cracked and tremulous. "But she'll not be wanting anybody to disturb her. Will your honour say good night and go?" There was entreaty in the words. Her eyes besought him. Her old, gnarled hands gripped each other, trembling. But Sir Eustace looked over her head as though she were not there. His gaze sought and found his sister, and a frown gathered on his clear-cut, handsome face. "Not in bed yet?" he said, and closing the door, moved forward, passing Biddy by. Isabel stood and faced him, but she drew back a step as he reached her, and a hunted look crept into her wide eyes. "You are late," she said. "I thought you had forgotten to say good night." He was still in evening dress. It was evident that he had only just come upstairs. "No, I didn't forget," he said. "And it seems I am not too late for you. I shouldn't have disturbed you if you had been asleep." She smiled, a quivering, piteous smile. "You knew I should not be asleep," she said. He glanced towards the bed, which Biddy was setting in order with tender solicitude. "I expected to find you in bed, nevertheless," he said. "What made you get up again?" She shook her head in silence, standing before him like a child that expects a merited rebuke. He put a hand on her shoulder that was authoritative rather than kind. "Lie down again," he said. "It is time you settled for the night." She threw him a quick, half-furtive look. "No, no," she said hurriedly. "I can't sleep. I don't want to sleep. I think I will get a book and read." His hand pressed upon her. "Isabel," he said quietly, "when I say a thing, I mean it." She made a quivering gesture of appeal. "I can't go to bed, Eustace. It is like lying on thorns. Somehow I can't close my eyes tonight. They feel red hot." His hold did not relax. "My dear," he said, "you talk like a hysterical child. Lie down at once, and don't be ridiculous." She wavered perceptibly before his insistence. "If I do, Scott must give me a draught. I can't do without it. Indeed, indeed." "You are going to do without it tonight," Eustace said with cool decision. "Scott is worn out and has gone to bed. I made him promise to stay there unless he was rung for, and he will not be rung for tonight." Isabel made a sharp movement of dismay. But, I always have the draught, sooner or later. I must have it, Eustace. I must. I can't do without it. I never have done without it." Eustace's face did not alter. It looked as if it were hewn in granite. "You are going to make a beginning tonight," he said. "You have been poisoned by that stuff long enough, and I am going to put a stop to it. Now get into bed and be reasonable. Biddy, you clear out and do the same. You can leave the door ajar if you like. I'll call if you are wanted." He pointed to the half-open door that led into the small adjoining room in which Biddy slept. The old woman stood and stared at him, with consternation in her beady eyes. "Is it myself that could do such a thing?" she protested. "I never leave my young lady till she's asleep, Sir Eustace. I'd sooner come under the curse of the Almighty." He raised his brows momentarily, but he kept his hand upon his sister. He was steadily pressing her towards the bed. "If you don't do as you are told, Biddy, you will be made," he observed. "I am here tonight for a definite purpose, and I am not going to be thwarted by you. So you had better take yourself out of my way. Now, Isabel, you know me, don't you? You know it is useless to fight against me when my mind is made up. Be sensible for once. It is for your own good. You can't have that draught. You have got to manage without it." "Oh, I can't, moaned Isabel. She was striving to resist his hold, but her efforts were piteously weak. The force of his personality plainly dominated her. "I shall lie awake all night. All night." "Very well," he said inexorably. "You must. Sleep will come sooner or later, and then you can make up for it." "Oh, but you don't understand." Piteously she turned and clasped his arm in desperate entreaty. "I shall lie awake in torture. I shall hear him calling all night long. He is there beyond the mountains, wanting me. And I can't get to him. It is agony. Oh, it is agony to lie and listen." He took her between his hands, very firmly, very quietly. "Isabel, you are talking nonsense. Utter nonsense, and I refuse to listen to it. Get into bed, do you hear? Yes, I insist. I am capable of putting you there. If you mean to behave like a child, I shall treat you as one. Now for the last time, get into bed." "Sir Eustace," pleaded Biddy in a hoarse whisper, "don't force her. Sir Eustace, don't now, don't." He paid no attention to her. His eyes were fixed upon his sister's death-white face, and her eyes, strained and glassy, were upturned to his. He said no more. Isabel's breath came in short, sobbing gasps. She resisted him no longer. Under the steady pressure of his hands, her body yielded. She seemed to wilt under the compulsion of his look. Slowly, tremblingly, she crumpled in his hold, sinking downwards upon the bed. He bent over her, laying her back, taking the bedclothes from Biddy's shaking hands and drawing them over her. Then, over his shoulder, briefly, he addressed the old woman. "Turn out the light and go." Biddy stood and gibbered. There was that in her mistress's numb acquiescence that terrified her. "Sure, you'll kill her, Sir Eustace," she gasped. He made a compelling gesture. "You had better do as I say. If I want your help or advice, I'll let you know. Do as I say. Do you hear me, Biddy?" His voice fell suddenly and ominously to a note so deep that Biddy drew back still further, affrighted, and began to whimper. Sir Eustace turned back to his sister, lying motionless on the pillow. "Tell her to go, Isabel. I am going to stay with you myself. You don't want her, do you?" "No," said Isabel. "I want Scott." "You can't have Scott tonight." There was absolute decision in his voice. "It is essential that he should get a rest. He looked ready to drop tonight." "Ah, you think me selfish," she said, catching her breath. He sat down by her side. "No," he answered quietly. "But I think you have not the least idea how much he spends himself upon you. If you had, you would be shocked." She moved restlessly. "You don't understand," she said. "You never understand, Eustace. I wish you would go away." "I will go in half an hour," he made calm rejoinder, "if you have not moved during that time." "You know that is impossible," she said. "Very well, then, I shall remain." His jaw set itself in a fashion that brought it into heavy prominence. "You will stay all night?" she questioned quickly. "If necessary," he answered. Biddy had turned the lamp very low. The faint radiance shone upon him as he sat, imparting a certain mysterious force to his dominant outline. He looked as immovable as an image carved in stone. A great shiver went through Isabel. "You want to see me suffer," she said. "You are wrong," he returned inflexibly. "But I would sooner see you suffer than give yourself up to a habit which is destroying you by inches. It is no kindness on Scott's part to let you do it." "Don't talk of Scott," she said quickly. No one will ever know what he is to me, how he has helped me, while you have only looked on." Her voice quivered. She flung out a restless arm. Instantly, yet without haste, he took and held her hand. His fingers pressed the fevered wrist. He spoke after a moment, while he quelled her instinctive effort to free herself. "I am not merely looking on tonight. I am here to help you, if you will accept my help." "You are here to torture me," she flung back fiercely. "You are here to force me down into hell and lock the gates upon me." His hold tightened upon her. He leaned slightly towards her. "I am here to conquer you," he said, "if you will not conquer yourself." The sudden sternness of his speech, The compulsion of his look took swift effect upon her. She cowered away from him. "You are cruel," she whispered. "You always were cruel at heart, even in the days when you loved me." Sir Eustace's lips became a single hard line. His whole strength was bent to the task of subduing her, and he meant it to be as brief a struggle as possible. He said nothing whatever, therefore, and so passed his only opportunity of winning the conflict by any means save naked force. To Isabel, in her torment, that night was the culmination of sorrows. For years this brother, who had once been all the world to her, had held aloof, never seeking to pass the barrier which her widowed love had raised between them. He had threatened many times to take the step which now at last he had taken, but always Scott had intervened, shielding her from the harshness which such a step inevitably involved. And by love he had never sought to prevail. Her mental weakness seemed to have made tenderness from him an impossibility. He could not bear with her. It was as though he resented in her the likeness to the one beloved whom he mourned as dead. Possibly he had never wholly forgiven her marriage, that disastrous marriage that had broken her life. Possibly her clouded brain was to him a source of suffering which drove him to hardness. He had ever been impatient of weakness, and what he deemed hysteria was wholly beyond his endurance, and the spectacle of the one being who had been so much to him, crushed beneath a sorrow the very existence of which he resented, was one which he had never been able to contemplate with either pity or tolerance. As he had said, he would rather see her suffering than a passive slave to that sorrow and all it entailed. So, during the dreadful hours that followed, he held her to her inferno, convinced beyond all persuasion, with the stubborn conviction of an iron will, that by so doing he was acting for her welfare, even in a sense working out her salvation. He relied upon the force of his personality to accomplish the end he had in view. If he could break the fatal rule of things for one night only, he believed that he would have achieved the hardest part. But the process was long and agonizing. Only by the sternest effort of will could he keep up the pressure which he knew he must not relax for a single moment if he meant to attain the victory he desired. There came a time when Isabel's power of endurance were lost in the abyss of mental suffering into which she was flung, and she struggled like a mad creature for freedom. He held her in his arms, feeling her strength wane with every paroxysm, till at last she lay exhausted, only feebly entreating him for the respite he would not grant. But even when the bitter conflict was over, when she was utterly conquered at last, and he laid her down, too weak for further effort, he did not gather the fruits of victory, for her eyes remained wide and glassy, dry and sleepless with the fever that throbbed ceaselessly in the poor tortured brain behind. She was passive from exhaustion only, and though he closed the staring eyes, they yet opened again with tense wakefulness the moment he took his hand from the burning brow. The night was far advanced when Biddy, creeping softly, came to her mistress's side in the belief that she slept at last. She had not dared to come before, had not dared to interfere, though she had listened with a wrung heart to the long and futile battle, for Sir Eustace's wrath was very terrible, too terrible a thing to incur with impunity. But the moment she looked upon Isabel's face, her courage came upon a flood of indignation that carried all before it. "Faith, I believe you've killed her," she uttered in a sibilant whisper across the bed. "Is it yourself that has no heart at all?" He looked back to her, dominant still, though the prolonged struggle had left its mark upon him also. His face was pale and set. "This is only a phase," he said quietly. "She will fall asleep presently. You can get her a cup of tea, if you can do it without making a fuss." Biddy turned from the bed. That glimpse of Isabel's face had been enough. She had no further thought of consequences. She moved across the room to set about her task, and in doing so she paused momentarily and pressed the bell that communicated with Scott's room. Sir Eustace did not note the action. Perhaps the long strain had weakened his vigilance somewhat. He sat in massive obduracy, relentlessly watching his sister's worn, white face. 2 minutes later, the door opened, and a shadowy figure slipped into the room. He looked up then, looked up sharply. "You," he said with curt displeasure. Scott came straight to him, and leaned over his sister for a moment, with a hand on his shoulder. She did not stir, or seem aware of his presence. Her eyes gazed straight upwards, with a painful, immovable stare. Scott stood up again. His hand was still upon Eustace. He looked him in the eyes. "You go to bed, my dear chap," he said. "I've had my rest." Eustace jerked back his head with a movement of exasperation. "You promised to stay in your room unless you were rung for," he said. Scott's brows went up for a second. Then, "For the night, yes," he said. "But the night is over. It is nearly 6. I shan't sleep again. You go and get what sleep you can." Eustace's jaw looked stubborn. "If you will give me your word of honour not to drug her, I'll go," he said. "Not otherwise." Scott's hand pressed his shoulder. "You must leave her in my care now," he said. "I am not going to promise anything more." "Then I remain," said Eustace grimly. A muffled sob came from Biddy. She was weeping over her tea kettle. Scott took his brother by the shoulders as he sat. "Go like a good fellow," he urged. "You will do harm if you stay." But Eustace resisted him. "I am here for a definite purpose," he said, "and I have no intention of relinquishing it. She has come through so far without it, and I am not going to give in at this stage." "And you think your treatment has done her good?" said Scott, with a glance at the drawn, motionless face on the pillow. "Ultimate good is what I am aiming at," his brother returned stubbornly. Scott's hold became a grip. He leaned suddenly down and spoke in a whisper. "If I had known you were up to this, I'm damned if I'd have stayed away," he said tensely. "Stumpy!" Eustace opened his eyes in amazement. Strong language from Scott was so unusual as to be almost outside his experience. "I mean it." Scott's words vibrated. "You've done a hellish thing. Clear out now, and leave me to help her in my own way. Before God, I believe she'll die if you don't. Do you want her to die?" The question fell with a force that was passionate. There was violence in the grip of his hands. His light eyes were ablaze. His whole meagre body quivered, as though galvanized by some vital electric current, more potent than it could bear. And very curiously, Sir Eustace was moved by the unknown force. It struck him unawares. Stumpy, in this mood, was a complete stranger to him, a being possessed by gods or devils, he knew not which, but in any case, a being that compelled respect. He got up and stood, looking down at him speculatively, too astonished to be angry. Scott faced him with clenched hands. He was as white as death. "Go," he reiterated. Go. There's no room for you in here. Get out." His lips twisted over the words, and for an instant his teeth showed with a savage gleam. He was trembling from head to foot. It was no moment for controversy. Sir Eustace recognised the fact, just as surely as he realised that his brother had completely parted with his self-control. He had the look of a furious animal prepared to spring at his throat. Greek had met Greek indeed, but upon ground that was wholly unsuitable for a tug of war. With a shrug he yielded. "I don't know you, Stumpy," he said briefly. "You've got beyond yourself. I advise you to pull up before we meet again. I also advise you to bear in mind that to administer the draught is to undo all that I have spent the whole night to accomplish." Scott stood back for him to pass, but the quivering fury of the man seemed to emanate from him, like the scorching draught from a blast furnace. As Eustace said, he had got beyond himself, so far beyond that he was scarcely recognisable. "Your advice be damned," he flung back under his breath, with a concentrated bitterness that was terrible. "I shall follow my own judgment." Sir Eustace's mouth curled superciliously. He was angry too, though by no means so angry as Scott. "Better look where you go, all the same," he observed, and passed him by, not without dignity and a secret sense of relief. The long and fruitless vigil of the night had taught him one thing at least. Rome was not built in a day. He would not attempt the feat a second time, though neither would he rest till he had gained his end. As for Scott, he would have a reckoning with him presently, a strictly private reckoning, which should demonstrate once and for all who was master. End of section 17. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 18 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Escape of the Prisoner. Dina spent her Sunday afternoon seated in a far corner of the veranda, inditing a very laboured epistle to her mother, a very different affair from the gay little missives she scribbled to her father every other day. The letter to her mother was a duty which must of necessity be accomplished, and perhaps, in consequence, she found it peculiarly distasteful. She never knew what to say, being uncomfortably aware that a detailed account of her doings would only give rise to drastic comment. The glories of the mountains were wholly beyond her powers of description, when she knew that any extravagance of language would be at once termed high-flown and ridiculous. The sleigh drive of the day before was disposed of in one sentence, and the dance of the evening could not be mentioned at all. The memory of it was like a flame in her inner consciousness. Her cheeks still burned at the thought, and her heart leapt with a wild longing. When would he kiss her again, she wondered. Ah, when? There was another thought at the back of her wonder, which she felt to be presumptuous, but which, nevertheless, could not be kept completely in abeyance. He had said that there would be no consequences, but had he really meant it? Was it possible ever to awake wholly from so perfect a dream? Was it not, rather, the great reality of things to which she had suddenly come, and all her past life a mere background of shadows? How could she ever go back into that dimness, now that she felt the glorious rays of this new radiance upon her? And he also. Was it possible that he could ever forget? Surely it had ceased to be just a game to either of them. Surely the wonder of the rapture had caught him also into the magic web. the golden maze of romance. She leaned her head on her hand and gave herself up to the great enchantment, feeling again his kisses upon lips and eyes and brow, and the thrilling irresistibility of his hold. Ah, this was life indeed. Ah, this was life. A soft footfall near her made her look up sharply, and she saw Rose Devine approaching. Rose was looking even more beautiful than usual, yet for the first time Dina contemplated her without any undercurrent of envy. She moved slightly to make room for her. "I haven't come to stay," Rose announced, with her quiet, well-satisfied smile as she drew near. "I have promised to sing at tonight's concert, and the Padre wants to look through my songs. Well, Dina, my dear, how are you getting on? Is that a letter to your mother?" Dina suppressed a sigh. "Yes, I've only just begun it. I don't know in the least what to say." Rose lifted her pretty brows. "What about your new friend, Sir Eustace Studley's sister? Wouldn't she be interested to hear of her? Poor soul! It's lamentably sad to think that she should be mentally deranged. Some unfortunate strain in the family, I should say, to judge by the younger brother's appearance also." Dina's green eyes gleamed a little. "I don't see anything very unusual about him," she remarked. "There are plenty of little men in the world." "And crippled?" smiled Rose. "I shouldn't call him a cripple," rejoined Dina quickly. "He is quite active." "Many cripples are, dear," Rose pointed out. "He has learnt to get the better of his infirmity, but nothing can alter the fact that the infirmity exists. I would call him a most peculiar little person to look at. Of course, I don't deny that he may be very nice in other ways." Dina bit her lip and was silent. To hear Scott described as nice was to her mind less endurable than to hear him called peculiar, but somehow she could not bring herself to discuss him, so she choked down her indignation and said nothing. Rose seated herself beside her. "I call Sir Eustace a very interesting man," she observed. "He fully makes up for the deficiencies of his brother and sister. He seems to be very kind-hearted, too. Didn't I see him helping you with your skating the other night?" Dina's eyes shone again with a quick and ominous light. "He helped you with your skiing, too, didn't he?" she said. "He did, dear. I had a most enjoyable afternoon." Rose smiled again, as over some private reminiscence. "He told me he thought you were coming on. In fact, he seems to think that you have the makings of quite a good skater. It's a pity your opportunities are so limited, dear." Rose paused to utter a soft laugh. "I don't see anything funny in that," remarked Dina. No, of course not. I was only smiling at the way in which he referred to you. That little brown cousin of yours, he said, makes me think of a water vole. There one minute and gone the next. He seemed to think you a rather amusing child, as of course you are." Rose put up a delicate hand and playfully caressed the glowing cheek nearest to her. "I told him you were not any relation, but just a dear little friend of mine who had never seen anything of the world before, and he laughed and said, 'That is why she looks like a chocolate baby out of an Easter egg.'" "Anything else?" said Dina, repressing an urgent desire to shiver at the kindly touch. "No, I don't think so. We had more important matters to think of and talk about. He is a man who has travelled a good deal, and we found that we had quite a lot in common, having visited the same places and regarded many things from practically the same point of view. He took the trouble to be very entertaining," said Rose with a pretty blush. "And his trouble was not misspent. I am convinced that he enjoyed the afternoon even more than I did. We also enjoyed the evening," she added. "He is an excellent dancer. We suited each other perfectly." Did you find him good at sitting out? Asked Dina unexpectedly. Rose looked at her inquiringly, but her eyes were fixed upon the distant, mist-capped mountains. There was nothing in her aspect to indicate what had prompted the question. "What a funny thing to ask," she said with her soft laugh. "No, we enjoyed dancing much too much to waste any time sitting out. He gave you one dance, I believe?" "No," Dina said briefly. "I gave him one." She turned from her contemplation of the mountains. An odd little smile, very different from Rose's smile of complacency, hovered at the corners of her mouth. She gave Rose a swift and comprehensive glance, then slipped her pen into her writing case and closed it. "I am afraid I have interrupted you," said Rose. "Oh no, it doesn't matter." Dina's dimple showed for a second and was gone. "I can't write any more now. There's something about this air that makes me feel now and then that I must get up and jump. Does it affect you that way?" "You funny little thing," said Rose. "Why, no." Dina's chin pointed upwards. She looked for the moment almost aggressively happy, but the next her look went beyond Rose, and she stared. Her expression altered, became suddenly tender and anxious. "There is Mrs. Everard," she said softly. Rose looked around. "Ah, Captain Brent's purple Empress," she said. "How haggard the poor soul looks." As if drawn magnetically, Dina moved along the veranda. Isabel was dressed in the long purple coat she had worn the previous day. She had a cap of black fur on her head. She stood as if irresolute, glancing up and down as though she searched for someone. There was an odd furtiveness in her bearing that struck Dina on the instant. It also occurred to her as strange that, though the restless eyes must have seen her, they did not seem to take her in. The fact deterred her for a second, but only for a second. Then, swiftly, she went forward and joined her. "Are you looking for someone, dear Mrs. Everard?" Isabel's eyes glanced at her, and instantly looked beyond. "I am looking for my husband," she said, her voice quick and low. "He does not seem to be here. You have not seen him, I suppose. He is tall and fair, with a boyish smile, and eyes that look straight at you. He laughs a good deal. He is always laughing. You couldn't fail to notice him. He is one whom the gods love." Again her eyes roamed over Dina, and again they passed her to scan the mist-wreathed mountains. Dina slipped a loving hand through her arm. "He is not here, dear," she said. "Come and sit down for a little. The sun won't be gone yet. We can watch it go." She tried to draw her gently along the veranda, but Isabel resisted. "No, no, I am not going that way. I have got to go up the mountains to meet him. Don't keep me, don't keep me." Dina threw an anxious look around. There was no one near them. Rose had moved away to join a group just returned from the rink. The laughter and gay voices rose on the still air in a merry chorus. No one knew or cared of the living tragedy so near. Pleadingly she turned to Isabel. "Darling Mrs. Everard, need you go now? Wait till the morning. It is so late now, it will soon be dark." Isabel made a sharp gesture of impatience. "Be quiet, child. You don't understand. Of course I must go now. I have escaped from them, and if I wait, I shall be taken again. It would kill me to be kept back now. I must meet him at dawn on the mountain top. What was it you called it? The peaks of paradise. That is where I shall find him. But I must start at once. At once." She threw another furtive look around and stepped forth. Dina's hand closed upon her arm. "If you go, I am coming too," she said with quick resolution. "But won't you wait a moment, just a moment, while I run and get some gloves?" Isabel made a swift effort to disengage herself. "No, child, no, I can't wait. If you met Eustace, he would make you tell him where you were going, and then he would follow and bring me back. No, I must go now, at once. Yes, you may come too if you like, but you mustn't keep me back. I must go quickly, quickly before they find out. Everything depends on that." There was no delaying her. Dina cast another look towards the chattering group and gave up hope. She dared not leave her, for she had no idea of the whereabouts of either of the brothers, and there was no time to make a search. The only course open to her was to accompany her friend, whithersoever the fruitless quest should lead. She was convinced that Isabel's physical powers of endurance were slight, and that when they were exhausted she would be able to bring her back unresisting. Nevertheless, she was conscious of a little tremor at the heart as they set forth. There was an air of desperation about her companion that it was impossible to overlook. Isabel's manner towards her was so wholly devoid of that caressing element that had always marked their intimacy till that moment. Without being actually frightened, she was very uneasy. It was evident that Isabel was beyond all persuasion that day. The sun was beginning to sink towards the western peaks as they turned up the white track, casting long shadows across the snow. The pine wood through which the road wound was mysteriously dark. The rush of the stream in the hollow had an eerie sound. It seemed to Dina that the ground they trod was bewitched. She almost expected to catch sight of goblin faces peering from behind the dark trunks. Now and then, muffled in the snow, she thought she heard the scamper of tiny feet. Isabel went up the steep track with a wonderful elasticity, looking neither to right nor left. Her eyes were fixed perpetually forwards, with the look in them of one who strains towards a goal. Her lips were parted, and the eagerness of her face went to Dina's heart. They came out above the pine wood. They reached and passed the spot where she and Scott had turned back on their first walk together. The snow crunched crisply underfoot. The ascent was becoming more and more acute. Dina was panting. Light as she was, with all the activity of youth in her veins, she found it hard to keep up, for Isabel was pressing hard. She went as one in whom the fear of pursuit was ever present, paying no heed to her companion, seeming indeed to have almost forgotten her presence. On and on, up and up, they went on their rapid pilgrimage. The winding of the road had taken them out of sight of the hotel, and the whole world seemed deserted. The sun rays slanted ever more and more obliquely. The valley behind them had fallen into shadow. Before them, and very far above them, towered the great pinnacles, clothed in the everlasting snows, beginning to turn golden above their floating wreaths of mist. Even where they were, trails like the ragged edges of a cloud drifted by them, and the coldness of the air held a clammy quality. The sparkling dryness of the atmosphere seemed to be dissolving into these thin, veil-like vapours. The cold was more penetrating than Dina had ever before experienced. Now and then an icy draught came swirling down upon them, making her shiver, though it was evident that Isabel was unaware of it. The harder the way became, the more set upon her purpose did she seem to be. Dina marvelled at her strength and unvarying determination. There was about it an element of the wild, not far removed from ferocity. Her uneasiness was growing with every step, and something that was akin to fear began to knock at her heart. The higher they mounted, the more those trails of mist increased. Very soon now the sun would be gone. Already it had ceased to warm that world of snow. And what would happen then? What if the dusk came upon them while still they pressed on up that endless, difficult track. Timidly she clasped Isabel's arm at last. "It will be getting dark soon," she said. "Shouldn't we be going back?" For a moment Isabel's eyes swept round upon her, and she marvelled at their intense and fiery brilliance. But instantly they sought the mountain tops again, all rose-lit in the opal glow of sunset. "You can go back, child," she said. "I must go on." "But it is getting so late," pleaded Dina. "And look at the mist. If we keep on much longer, we may be lost." Isabel quickened her pace. "I am not afraid," she said, and her voice thrilled with a deep rapture. "He is waiting for me. There, where the mountains meet the sky. I shall find him in the dawn. I know that I shall find him." "But dear Mrs. Everard, we can't go on after dark," urged Dina. "We should be frozen long before morning. It is terribly cold already, and poor Biddy will be so anxious about you." "Oh no," Isabel spoke with supreme confidence. "Biddy will know where I have gone. She was asleep when I left, poor old soul. She had had a bad night." A sudden sharp shudder caught her. "All night I was struggling against the bars of my cage. It was only when Biddy fell asleep that I found the door was open. But you can go back, child," she added. "You had better go back. Eustace won't want to follow me if he has you." But Dina's hold instantly grew close and resolute. "I shall not leave you," she said with decision. Isabel made no further attempt to persuade her. She seemed to regard it as a matter of trifling importance. Her one aim was to reach those glowing peaks that glittered far above the floating mists, like the glories half revealed of another world. It was nothing to her that the road by which they had come should be blotted out. She had no thought for that, no desire or intention to return. If an earthquake had rent away the ground behind them, she would not have been dismayed. It was only the forward path, leading ever upwards to the desired country, that held her mind, and the memory of a voice that called far above the mountain height. The sun sank, the glory faded, the dark and the cold wrapped them round, but still she was undaunted. "When the dawn comes, we shall be there," she said. And Dina heard her with a sinking heart. She had no thought of leaving her, but she knew, and faced the fact, that in going on she carried her life in her hand. Yet she kept herself from despair. Surely, by now, the brothers would have found out, and they would follow. Surely they would follow. And Eustace would thank her for what she had done. She strained her ears for their coming, but she heard nothing but their own muffled footsteps on the snow. And ever the darkness deepened, and the mist crept closer around them. She gathered all her courage to face the falling night. She was sure she had done right to come, and so she hoped God would take care of them. End of section 18. Read by Helena Dunstan, Oxford, March 2022. Section 19 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Cup of Bitterness. It was growing late on that same evening that Scott came through the hotel vestibule after a rehearsal of the concert which was to take place that evening, and at which he had undertaken to play the accompaniments. He glanced about him as he came, as though in search of someone, and finally passed on to the smoking room. His eyes were heavy, and his face worn, but there was an air of resolution about him, that gave purpose to his movements. In the smoking room, several men were congregated, and in a corner of it sat Sir Eustace, writing a letter. Scott came straight to him and bent over him, a hand on the back of his chair. "Can I have a word with you?" he asked in a low voice. Sir Eustace did not look round or cease to write. "Presently," he said. Scott drew back and sat down near him. He did not smoke or take up a paper. His attitude was one of quiet vigilance. Minutes passed. Sir Eustace continued his task exactly as if he were not there. Now and then he paused to flick the ash from his cigarette, but he did not turn his head. The dressing gong boomed through the hotel, but he paid no attention to it. One after another, the men in the room got up and sauntered away, but Scott remained motionless, awaiting his brother's pleasure. Sir Eustace finished his letter and pulled another sheet of paper towards him. Scott made no sign of impatience. Sir Eustace began to write again, paused, wrote a few more words, then suddenly turned in his chair. They were alone. "Oh, what the devil is it?" he said irritably. "I haven't any time to waste over you. What do you want?" Scott stood up. "It's all right, old chap," he said gently. "I'm going. I only came in to tell you I was sorry for all the beastly things I said to you last night. This morning, rather. I lost my temper, which was fairly low of me, considering you had been up all night and I hadn't." He paused. Eustace was looking up at him from under frowning brows, his blue eyes piercing and merciless. "It's all very fine, Stumpy," he said after a moment. "Some people think that an apology more than atones for the offence. I don't." "Neither do I," said Scott quietly. "But it's better than nothing, isn't it?" His eyes met his brother's very steadily and openly. His attitude was unflinching. "It depends," Eustace rejoined curtly. "It is if you mean it. If you don't, it's not worth that," with a snap of the fingers. "I do mean it," said Scott, flushing. "You do?" Eustace looked at him, still more searchingly. "I always mean what I say," Scott returned with deliberation. "And you meant what you said this morning?" Eustace pounced without mercy upon the weak spot. But the armour was proof. Scott remained steadfast. "I meant it, yes. But I might have put it in a different form. I lost my temper. I am sorry." Eustace continued to regard him with a straight, unsparing scrutiny. "And you consider that to be the sort of apology I can accept?" he asked after a moment. "I think you might accept it, old chap," Scott made pacific rejoinder. Eustace turned back to the table and began to put his papers together. "I might do many things," he observed, "which, not being a weak-kneed fool, I don't. If you really wish to make your peace with me, you had better do your best to make amends, to pull with me and not against me, for I warn you, Stumpy, you went too far last night, and it is not the first time." He paused as if he expected a disclaimer. Scott waited a second or two, then, with a very winning movement, he bent and laid his arm across his brother's shoulders. "Try and bear with me, dear chap," he said. His voice was not wholly steady. There was entreaty in his action. Eustace made a sharp gesture of surprise, but he did not repel him. There fell a brief silence between them. Then Scott's hand came gently down and closed upon his brother's. "Life isn't so confoundedly easy at the best of times," he said, speaking almost under his breath. "I'm generally philosopher enough to take it as it comes. But just lately," he broke off. "Let it be Pax, Eustace," he urged in a whisper. Eustace's hand remained for a moment or two, stiffly unresponsive. Then, very suddenly, it closed and held. "What's the matter with you?" he said gruffly. "Oh, I'm a fool, that's all," Scott answered, and uttered a shaky laugh. "Never mind. Forget it like a dear fellow. God knows I don't want to pull against you, but, old chap, we must go slow." It was the conclusion that events had forced upon Eustace himself during the night, but he chafed against acknowledging it. "There is no sense in drifting on in the same old, hopeless way forever," he said. "We have got to make a stand, and it's now or never." "I know, but we must have patience a bit longer. There is a change coming, I am certain of it. But last night has thrown her back." Scott spoke with melancholy conviction. "You gave her the draught?" Eustace asked sharply. "I gave her a sedative only, but it took no effect. In the middle of the morning she was still in the same unsatisfactory state, and I gave her a second sedative. After that she fell asleep. But it was not a very easy sleep for a long time. This afternoon I saw Biddy for a moment, and she told me she seemed much more comfortable. The poor old thing looked tired out, and I told her to get a rest herself. She said she would lie down in the room. If it hadn't been for this concert business, I would have relieved her, but they couldn't muster anyone to take my place. I am just going up now to see how she is getting on." Scott straightened himself slowly, with a movement that was unconsciously very weary. Eustace gave him a keen glance. "You're wearing yourself out over her, Stumpy," he said. "Oh, rot," Scott smiled upon him, a light that was boyishly affectionate in his eyes. "I'm much tougher than I look. Thanks for being decent to me, old chap. I don't deserve it. If there are any more letters to be written, bring them along, and I'll attend to them tonight after the concert." "No, not this lot. I shall attend to them myself." Eustace got up and passed a hand through his arm. "You are working too hard and sleeping too little. I'm going to take you in hand and put a stop to it." Scott laughed. No. Thanks all the same. I'm better left alone. Are you coming to the show tonight? The beautiful Mr. VIII is going to sing." Eustace looked supercilious. "Is there anything that young lady can't do, I wonder? Her accomplishments are legion. She told me yesterday that she could play the guitar. She can also recite, play bridge, and take cricket scores. She is a scratch golf player, plays a good game of tennis, rides to hounds, and visits the poor. And that is by no means a complete list. I don't wonder that she gives the little brown girl indigestion. Her perfection is almost nauseating at times." Scott laughed again. It was a relief to have diverted his brother's attention from more personal subjects. "She ought to suit you rather well," he observed. "You are something of the perfect knight yourself. I heard a lady exclaim only yesterday, when you started off together on that skiing expedition, 'What a positively divine couple, Apollo and Aphrodite.' I think it was the parson's wife. You couldn't expect her to know much about heathen theology." "Don't make me sick, if you don't mind," said Sir Eustace. "Look here, my friend, we shall be late if we don't go. You can't spend long with Isabel if you are to turn up in time for this precious concert. Hello, what's the matter?" The door of the smoking room had burst suddenly open, and Colonel Devine, very red in the face, and as agitated as his pomposity would allow, stood glaring at them. "So you are here," he exclaimed, his tone an odd blend of relief and anxiety. "Do you mean me?" said Sir Eustace with a touch of haughtiness. "Yes, sir, you. I was looking for you," explained the Colonel, pulling himself together. "I thought, perhaps, you might be able to give me some idea as to the whereabouts of my young charge, Miss Bathurst. She is missing." Sir Eustace raised his black brows. "What should I know about her whereabouts?" he said. Scott broke in quickly. "I saw her in the veranda this afternoon with your daughter." "I know, she was there," the Colonel spoke with brevity. "Rose left her there talking to your sister. No one seems to have seen her since. I thought she might have been with Sir Eustace. I see I was mistaken. I apologize. But where the devil can she be?" Sir Eustace raised his shoulders. "She was certainly not talking to my sister," he remarked. "She has kept her room today. Miss Bathurst is probably in her own room, dressing for dinner." "That is just where she isn't," exploded the Colonel. "I missed her at tea-time, but thought she must be out. Now her brother tells me that he has been all over the place and can't find her. I suppose she can't be upstairs with your sister." He turned to Scott. "I'll go and see," Scott said. "She may be, though I doubt it. My sister was not so well, and so stayed in bed today." He moved towards the stairs with the words, but ere he had reached them, there came the sound of a sudden commotion on the corridor above, and a wailing voice made itself heard. "Miss Isabel! Miss Isabel! Wherever are you, Mavourneen? Ah, what'll I do at all? Miss Isabel's gone." Old Biddy, in her huge white apron and mob cap, appeared at the top of the staircase, and came hobbling down with skinny hands extended. "Ah, Master Scott, may the saints help us! She's gone! She's gone! And myself sleeping like a hog the whole afternoon through. I'll never forgive myself, Master Scott. Never, never. Oh, what'll I do? I pray the Almighty will take my life before any harm comes to her." She reached Scott at the foot of the stairs, and caught his hand hysterically between her own. Sir Eustace strode forward, white to the lips. "Stop your clatter, woman, and answer me. How did Miss Isabel get away? Is she dressed?" The old woman cowered back from the blazing wrath in his eyes. "Yes, Your Honour. No, Your Honour. Yes, Your Honour," she stammered, still clinging pathetically to Scott. "I was asleep, you see. I never knew. "How long did you sleep?" demanded Sir Eustace. "And how am I to tell at all?" wailed Biddy. "It didn't seem like 5 minutes, and I opened my eyes, and she was all quiet in the dark, and I said to myself, I won't disturb the dear lamb, and I crept into my room and tidied myself and made a cup of tea, and still she kept so quiet, so I drank my tea and did a bit of work, and then, just a minute ago it was, I crept in and went to her, thinking it was time she woke up, and she wasn't there, Your Honour. The bed was laid up and she was gone. Oh, what'll I do at all? What'll I do?" She burst into wild sobs and hid her face in her apron. 2 or 3 people were standing about in the vestibule. They looked at the agitated group with interest, and in a moment a young man who had just entered came up to Scott. "I believe I saw your sister in the veranda this afternoon," he said. "That's just what Rose said," broke in the Colonel. "And you wouldn't believe me. She came out, and Dina went to speak to her, and now the 2 of them are missing. It's obvious. They must have gone off together somewhere." "Not up the mountain, I hope," the young man said. "That is probably where they have gone," Scott said, speaking for the first time. He was patting Biddy's shoulder with compassionate kindness. "Why do you say that?" "It's just begun to snow," the other answered, "and the mist up the mountain path is thick." "Damnation!" exclaimed Sir Eustace furiously. "And she may have been gone for hours." "Miss Bathurst was with her," said Scott. "She would keep her head, I am certain of that." He turned to the Colonel, who stood fuming by. "Hadn't we better organise a search party, sir? I'm afraid there is not much doubt that they have gone up the mountain. My sister, you know." He flushed a little. "My sister is not altogether responsible for her actions. She would not realise the danger." "But surely Dina wouldn't be such a little fool as to go," burst forth the Colonel. "She's sane enough, when she isn't larking about with other fools." He glared at Sir Eustace. "And how the devil are we to know where to look, I'd like to know? We can't hunt all over the Alps." "There may be some dogs in the village," Scott said. "There is certainly a guide. I will go down at once and see what I can find." "No, no, Stumpy, not you." Sharply, Sir Eustace intervened. "I won't have you go. It's not your job, and you are not fit for it." He laid a peremptory hand upon his brother's shoulder. "That's understood, is it? You will not leave the hotel." He spoke with stern insistence, looking Scott straight in the eyes, and after a moment or two, Scott yielded the point. "All right, old chap, I'm not much good, I know. But for heaven's sake, lose no time." "No time will be lost." Sir Eustace turned round upon the Colonel. "We can't have any but young men on this job," he said. "See if you can muster 2 or 3 to go with me, will you? A doctor, if possible. And we shall want blankets and restoratives and lanterns. Stumpy, you can see to that. Yes, and send for a guide, too, though he won't be much help in a thick mist. And take that wailing woman away. Have everything ready for us when we come back. They can't have gone very far. Isabel hasn't the strength. I shall be ready immediately." He turned to the stairs and went up them in great leaps, leaving the little group below to carry out his orders. There was a momentary inaction after his departure. Then Scott limped across to the door and opened it. Thick darkness met him, the clammy darkness of fog, and the faint, faint rustle of falling snow. He closed the door and turned back, meeting the Colonel's eyes. "It's hard to stay behind, sir," he said. The Colonel nodded. He liked Scott. "Yes, infernally hard. But we'll do all we can. Will you find the doctor and get the necessities together? I'll see to the rest." "Very good, sir, I will." Scott went to the old woman, who still sobbed piteously into her apron. "Come along, Biddy. There's plenty to be done. Miss Isabel's room must be quite ready for her when she comes back. And Miss Bathurst's too. We shall want boiling water, lots of it. That's your job. Come along." He urged her gently to the stairs and went up with her, holding her arm. At the top she stopped and gave him an anguished look. "Ah, Mr. Scott, darling, will the Almighty be merciful? Will he bring her safe back again?" He drew her gently on. "That's another thing you can do, Biddy," he said. "Ask him." And before his look, Biddy commanded herself and grew calmer. "Faith, Master Scott," she said, "if it isn't yourself that's taught me the greatest lesson of all." A very compassionate smile shone in Scott's eyes as he passed on and left her. "Poor old Biddy," he murmured as he went. "It's easy to preach to such as you, but oh God, there's no denying it's bitter work for those who stay behind." He knew that he and Biddy were destined to drink that cup of bitterness to the dregs ere the night passed. End of section 19. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 20 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The Vision of Greatheart. The darkness of night lay like a black pall upon the mountain. The snow was falling thickly and ever more thickly. It drifted in upon Dina, as she crouched in the shelter of an empty shed that had been placed on that high slope for the protection of sheep from the spring storms. They had come upon this shelter just as the gloom had become too great for even Isabel to regard further progress as possible, and in response to the girl's insistence they had crept in to rest. They had lost the beaten track long since. Neither of them had realized when, but the certainty that they had done so had had its effect upon Isabel. Her energies had flagged from the moment that it had dawned upon her. A deadly tiredness had come over her, a feebleness so complete that Dina had had difficulty in getting her into the shelter. Return was utterly out of the question. They were hopelessly lost, and to wander in that densely falling snow was to court disaster. Very thankful Dina had been to find even so poor a refuge in that waste of drifting fog, but now, as she huddled by Isabel's side, it seemed to her that the relief afforded was but a prolonging of their agony. The cold was intense. It seemed to penetrate her very bones, and she knew by her companion's low moaning that she was suffering keenly also. Isabel seemed to have sunk into a state of semi-consciousness, and only now and then did broken words escape her, words scarcely audible to Dina, but which testified none the less to the bitterness of despair that had come upon her. She sat in a corner of the desolate place, with Dina pressed close to her, while the snow drifted in through the doorless entrance and sprinkled them both. But it was the darkness, rather than the cold or the snow, that affected the girl as she crouched there with her arms about her companion, striving to warm and shelter her, while she herself felt frozen to her very heart. It was so terrible, so monstrous, so nerve-shattering, and the silence that went with it was like a nightmare horror to her shrinking soul, for all Dina's sensibilities were painfully on the alert. No merciful dullness of perception came to her. Responsibility had awakened in her a nervous energy that made her realize the awfulness of their position with appalling vividness. That they could possibly survive the night she did not believe, and death in that fearful darkness, was a terror from which she shrank almost in panic. That she retained command of her quivering nerves was due solely to the fact of Isabel's helplessness, Isabel's dependence upon her. She knew that while she had any strength left, she must not give way. She must be brave. Their sole chance of rescue hung upon that. Like Scott, she thought of the guide, though the hope was a forlorn one. He might know of this shelter, but whether in the awful darkness he would ever be able to find it, she strongly doubted. Their absence must have been discovered long since, she was sure, and Scott would be certain to think of the mountain path. He would remember his sister's wild words of the day before, and he would know that she, Dina, had had no choice but to accompany her upon the mad quest. It comforted her to think that Scott would understand, and was already at work to help them. If by any means deliverance could be brought to them, she knew that Scott would compass it. His quiet and capable spirit was accustomed to grapple with difficulties, and the enormity of a task would never dismay him. He had probably organised a search party long ere this. He would not rest until he had done his very utmost. She wondered if he would come himself to look for them, but discarded the idea as unlikely. His infirmity made progress on the mountains a difficult matter at all times, and he would not wish to hamper the movements of the others. That was like Scott, she reflected. He would always keep his own desires in the background, subservient to the needs of others. No, he would not come himself. He would stay behind, in torturing inaction, while fitter men fared forth. The thought of Eustace came again to her. He would be one of the search party. She pictured him, forcing his way upwards, all his magnificent strength bent to the work. Her heart throbbed at the memory of that all-conquering presence, the arms that had held her, the lips that had pressed her own. And he had stopped to plead with her also. She would always remember that of him with a thrill of ecstasy. He, the princely and splendid, Apollo the magnificent. Always? A sudden chill smote her heart, numbing her through and through. Always? And death waiting on the threshold to snatch her away from the wonderful joy she had only just begun to know. Always? Ah, would she remember even tomorrow? Even tomorrow? And he? Would he not forget? Isabel stirred in her arms and murmured an inarticulate complaint. Tenderly she drew her closer. How cold it was! How cruelly, bitingly cold! All her bones were beginning to ache. A dreadful stiffness was creeping over her. How long would her senses hold out, she wondered piteously. How long? How long? It must be hours now since they had entered that freezing place, and with every minute it seemed to be growing colder. Never in her life had she imagined anything so searching, so agonizing as this cold. It held her in an iron rigour, against which she was powerless to struggle. The strength to clasp Isabel in her arms was leaving her. She thought that her numbed limbs were gradually turning to stone. Even her lips were so numbed with cold that she could not move them. The steam of her breath had turned to ice upon the wool of her coat. The need for prayer came upon her suddenly, as she realized that her faculties were failing. Her belief in God was of that dim and far-off description that brings awe rather than comfort to the soul. The sudden thought of him came upon her in the darkness like a thunderbolt. In all her life, Dina had never asked for anything outside her daily prayers, which were of a strictly formal description. She had shouldered her own troubles unassisted, with the philosophy of a disposition that was essentially happy. She had seldom given serious thought to the life of the spirit. It was all so vague to her, so far removed from the daily round and the daily burden. But now, face to face with the coming night, the spiritual awoke in her. Her soul cried out for comfort. With Isabel still clasped in her failing arms, she began a desperate prayer for help. Her words came haltingly. They sounded strange to herself, but with all the strength that remained, she sent forth her cry to the infinite. And even as she prayed, there came to her, whence she knew not, the conviction that somewhere, probably not more than a couple of miles from her, though the darkness made the distance seem immeasurable, Scott was praying too. That thought had a wonderfully comforting effect upon her. His prayer was so much more likely to be answered than hers. He was just the sort of man who would know how to pray. "How I wish he were here," she whispered piteously into the darkness. "I shouldn't be afraid of dying, if only he were here." She was certain, quite certain, that had he been there with her, no fear would have reached her. He wore the armour of a strong man, and by it he would have shielded her also. "Oh, dear Mr. Greatheart," she murmured through her numb lips, "I'm sure you know the way to heaven." Isabel stirred again, as one who moves in restless slumber. "We must scale the peaks of paradise to reach it," she said. "Are you awake, dearest?" asked Dina very tenderly. Isabel's head was sunk against her shoulder. She moved it, slightly raised it. "Yes, I am awake," she said. "I am watching for the dawn." "It won't come yet," whispered Dina tremulously. "It's a long, long way off." Isabel moved a little more, feeling for Dina in the darkness. "Are you frightened, little one?" she said. "Don't be frightened." Dina swallowed down a sob. "It is so dark," she murmured through chattering teeth, "and so cold." "You are cold, dear heart." Isabel sat up suddenly. "Why should you be cold?" she said. "The darkness is nothing to those who are used to it. I have lived in outer darkness for 7 weary years, but now I think the day is drawing near at last." With an energy that astounded Dina, she got upon her knees, and by her movements she realized, albeit too late, that she was divesting herself of the long purple coat. With all her strength she sought to frustrate her, but her strength had become very feebleness, and when, despite resistance, Isabel wrapped her round in the garment she had discarded, her resistance was too puny to take effect. "My dear," Isabel said, in her voice the deep music of maternal tenderness, "I am not needing it. I shall not need any earthly things for long. I am going to meet my husband in the dawning. But you will go back." She fastened the coat with a quiet dexterity that made Dina think again of Scott, and sat down again in her corner, as if unconscious of the cold. "Come and lie in my arms, little one," she said. "Perhaps you will be able to sleep." Dina crept close. "It will kill you, it will kill you," she sobbed. "Oh, why did I let you?" Isabel's arms closed about her. "Don't cry, dear," she murmured fondly. "It is nothing to me. A little sooner, a little later, if you had suffered what I have suffered, you would say as I do, 'Dear God, let it be soon.' There, put your head on my shoulder, dear child. See if you can get a little sleep. You have cared for me long enough. Now I am going to care for you." With loving words she soothed her, calming her as though she had been a child in a nightmare terror, and gradually a certain peace began to still the horror in Dina's soul. An unmistakable drowsiness was stealing over her, a merciful lethargy, lulling the sensibilities that had been so acutely tired. Her weakness was merging into a sense of almost blissful repose. She was no longer conscious of the anguish of the cold. Neither did the darkness trouble her, and the comfort of Isabel's arms was rest to her spirit. As one who wanders in a golden maze, she began to dream strange dreams that were yet not woven by the hand of sleep. Dimly she saw, as down a long perspective, a knight in golden armour climbing, ever climbing, the peaks of paradise, from which, as from an eagle's nest, she watched his difficult but untiring progress. She thought he halted somewhat in the ascent, which was unlike Apollo, who walked as walk the gods, with a gait both arrogant and assured. But still he came on, persistently, resolutely, carrying his golden shield before him. His visor was down, and she wished that he would raise it. She yearned for the sight of that splendid face, with its knightly features and blue fiery eyes. She pictured it to herself as he came, but somehow it did not seem to fit that patient, climbing figure. And then, as he gradually drew nearer, the thought came to her to go and meet him, and she started to run down the slope. She reached him. She gave him both her hands. She was ready. She was eager to be drawn into his arms. But he did not so draw her. To her amazement, he only bowed himself before her, and stretched forth the shield he bore, that it might cover them both. "It is Mr. Greatheart," she said to herself in wonder. "Of course, it is Mr. Greatheart." And then, while she still gazed upon the glittering princely form, he put up a hand and lifted the visor, and she saw the kindly, steadfast eyes, all kindled and alight with a glory before which instinctively she hid her own. Never, no, never had she dreamed before that any man could look at her so. It was not passion that those eyes held for her, it was worship. She stood with bated breath and throbbing heart, waiting, as one in the presence of a vision, who longs, yet fears to look. And while she waited, she knew that the sun was shining upon them both with a glowing warmth that filled her soul abrim with such a rapture as she had never known before. "How wonderful," she murmured to herself, "how wonderful." And then, at last, she summoned the courage to look up, and all in a moment her vision was shattered. The darkness was all about her again. Greatheart was gone. End of section 20. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, March 2022. Section 21 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The Return. What happened after the passing of her vision, Dina never fully knew. So slack had become her grip upon material things. Her spirit seemed to be wandering aimlessly about the mountainside, while her body lay in icy chains within that miserable shelter. Of Isabel's presence she was no longer even dimly aware, and she knew neither fear nor pain, only a wide desolation of emptiness that encompassed her as atmosphere encompasses the world. Sometimes she fancied that the sound of voices came muffled through the fog that hung impenetrably upon the great slope, and when this fancy caught her, her spirit drifted back very swiftly to the near neighbourhood of that inert and frozen body that lay so helpless in the dark. For that strange freedom of the spirit seemed to her to be highly dangerous, and in a fashion wrong. It would be a terrible thing if they found and buried the body, and the spirit were left alone to wander, forever homeless on that desolate mountainside. She could not imagine a fate more awful. At the same time, being free from the body, she knew no physical pain, and she shrank from returning before she need, knowing well the anguish of suffering that awaited her. The desolation and loneliness made her unhappy in a vague and not very comprehensible fashion, but she did not suffer actively. That would come later, when return became imperative. Till then she flitted to and fro, intangible as gossamer, elusive as the snow. She wondered what Apollo would say if he could see her thus. Even he would fail to catch her now. She pictured the strong arms closing upon her, and clasping emptiness. That thought made her a little cold, and sent her floating back to make sure that the lifeless body was still there. As she went, drifting through the silence, there came to her the thought that Scott would be unutterably shocked if they brought her back to him dead. It was strange how the memory of him haunted her that night. It almost seemed as if his spirit were out there in the great waste, seeking hers. She reached the shelter and entered, borne upon snowflakes. Yes, the body was still there. She hovered over it like a bird over its nest. For Scott's sake, should she not return? And then, very suddenly, there came a great sound close to her, the loud barking of a dog. And in a second, in less, she had returned. A long, long shiver went through the poor frozen thing that was herself, and she knew that she moaned as one awaking. Vaguely, through dulled senses, she heard the great barking yet again, and something immense that was furry and soft brushed against her. She heard the panting of a large animal close to her in the hut, and very feebly she put out a hand. She did not like that loud baying. It went through and through her brain. She was not frightened, only dreadfully tired, and now that she was back again in the body, she longed unspeakably to sleep. But the noise continued, a perfect clamour of sound, and soon there came other sounds, the shouting of men, the muffled tread of feet sorely hampered by snow. A dim light began to shine, and gradually increased till it became a single piercing eye that swept searchingly around the wretched shelter. An arc of fog surrounded it, obscuring all besides. Dina gazed wide-eyed at that dazzling arc, wondering numbly whence it came. It drew nearer to her. Its brightness became intolerable. She tried to shut her eyes, but the lids felt too stiff to move. Again, more feebly, she moved her hand. It would be terrible if they thought her dead, especially after all the trouble she had taken to return. And then, very suddenly, the deadly lethargy passed from her. All her nerves were pricked into activity, for someone was kneeling beside her. She felt herself gathered into strong arms. "Quick, Weatherby, the brandy!" Ah, well she knew those brief, peremptory tones. "My God, we're only just in time!" Fast pressed against a man's heart, a faint warmth went through her. She knew an instant of perfect serenity. But the next she uttered a piteous cry of pain, for fire, liquid, agonizing, was on her bloodless lips and in her mouth. It burned its ruthless way down her throat, setting her whole body tingling, waking afresh in her the power to suffer. She turned, weakly gasping, and hid her face upon the breast that supported her. Instantly she felt herself clasped more closely. "It's all right, little darling, all right," he whispered to her with an almost fierce tenderness. "Take it like a good child. It'll pull you through." With steady insistence, he turned her face back again, chafing her icy cheek hard, and in a moment or two another burning dose was on its way. It made her choke and gurgle, but it did its work. The frozen heart in her began to beat again with great jerks and bounds, sending quivering shocks throughout her body. She tried to speak to him, to whisper his name, but she could only gasp and gasp against his breast, and presently, from very weakness, she began to cry. He gathered her closer still, murmuring fond words while he rubbed her face and hands, imparting the warmth of his own body to hers. His presence was like a fiery essence encompassing her. Lying there against his heart, she felt the tide of life turn in her veins and steadily flow again. Like a child, she clung to him, and after a while, with an impulse sublimely natural, she lifted her lips to his. He pressed his lips upon them closely, lingeringly. "Better now, sweetheart," he whispered. And she, clinging to him, found voice to answer, "Nothing matters now you have come." The consciousness of his protecting care filled her with a rapture almost too great to be borne. She throbbed in his arms, pressing closer, ever closer. and the grim shadow of death receded from the threshold. She knew that she was safe. It was soon after this that the thought of Isabel came to her, and tremulously she begged him to go to her. But he would not suffer her out of his arms. "The others can see to her," he said. "You are my care." She thrilled at the words, but she would not be satisfied. "She has been so good to me," she told him pleadingly. "See, I am wearing her coat." "But for her, you would never have come to this," he made brief reply, and she thought his words were stern. Then, as she would not be pacified, he lifted her like a child, and held her so that she could look down upon Isabel, lying inert and senseless against the doctor's knee. "Oh, is she dead?" whispered Dina, awestruck. "I don't know," he made answer, and by the tightening of his arms she knew that her safety meant more to him at the moment than that of Isabel, or anyone else in the world. But in a second or two she heard Isabel moan and was reassured. "She is coming round," the doctor said. "She is not so far gone as the other lassie." Dina wondered hazily what he could mean. Wondered if by any chance he suspected that long and dreary wandering of her spirit up and down the mountainside. She nestled her head down against Eustace's shoulder, with a feeling of unutterable thankfulness that she had returned in time. Her impressions after that were of a very dim and shadowy description. She supposed the brandy had made her sleepy. Very soon she drifted off into a state of semi-consciousness, in which she realized nothing but the strong holding of his arms. She even vaguely wondered, after a time, whether this also were not a dream, for other fantasies began to crowd about her. She rocked on a sea of strange happenings, on which she found it impossible to focus her mind. It seemed to have broken adrift, as it were, a rudderless boat in a gale, but still, that sense of security never wholly left her. Dreaming or waking, the force of his personality remained with her. It must have been hours later, she reflected afterwards, that she heard the Colonel's voice exclaim hoarsely over her head, "In heaven's name, say she isn't dead!" And, "Of course she isn't," came Eustace's curt response. "Should I be carrying her if she were?" She tried to open her eyes, but could not. They seemed to be weighted down. But she did very feebly close her numbed hands about Eustace's coat. Emphatically she did not want to be handed over like a bale of goods to the Colonel. He clasped her to him reassuringly, and presently she knew that he bore her upstairs, holding her comfortably close all the way. "Don't go away from me," she begged him weakly. "Not so long as you want me, little sweetheart," he made answer, but her woman's heart told her that a parting was imminent notwithstanding. In all her life she had never had so much attention before. She seemed to have entered upon a new and amazing phase of existence. Colonel Devine faded completely into the background, and she found herself in the care of Biddy and the doctor. Eustace left her with a low promise to return, and she had to be satisfied with that thought, though she would fain have clung to him still. They undressed her and put her into a hot bath that did much to lessen the numb constriction of her limbs, though it brought also the most agonizing pain she had ever known. When it was over, the limit of her endurance was long past, and she lay in hot blankets, weeping helplessly, while Biddy tried in vain to persuade her to drink some scalding mixture that she swore would make her feel as gay as a lark. In the midst of this, someone entered quietly and stood beside her, and all in a moment there came to Dina the consciousness of an unknown force very strangely uplifting her. She looked up with a quivering smile in the midst of her tears. "Oh, Mr. Greatheart," she whispered brokenly. "Is it you?" He smiled down upon her and took the cup from Biddy's shaky old hand. "May I give you this?" he said. Dina was filled with gratified confusion. "Oh, please, you mustn't trouble, but how very kind of you." He took Biddy's place by her side. His eyes were shining with an odd brilliance, almost, she thought to herself wonderingly, as if they held tears. A sharp misgiving went through her. How was it they were bestowing so much care upon her, and less Isabel? She did not dare to put her doubt into words, but he read it and instantly answered it. "Don't be anxious," he said in his kindly, tired voice. "All is well. Isabel is asleep, actually sleeping, quietly, without any draught. The doctor is quite satisfied about her." He spoke the simple truth, she knew. He was incapable of doing anything else. A great wave of thankfulness went through her, obliterating the worst of her misery. "I am so glad," she told him weakly. "I was so dreadfully afraid. I had to go with her, Mr. Studley. I do hope everyone understands." "Everyone does," he made answer gently. "Now let me give you this, and then you must sleep too." She drank from the cup he held, and felt revived. He did not speak again till she had finished. Then he leaned slightly towards her, and spoke with great earnestness. "Miss Bathurst, do you realize, I wonder, that you saved my sister's life by going with her? I do, and I shall never forget it." She was sure now that she had caught the gleam of tears in the grey eyes. She slipped her hands out to him. "I only did what I could," she murmured confusedly. "Anyone would have done it. And please, Mr. Greatheart, will you call me Dina?" "Or Mercy," he suggested, smiling, her hands clasped close in his. She smiled back with shy confidence. The memory of her dream was in her mind, but she could not tell him of that. "No," she said, "just Dina. I'm not nice enough to be called anything else. And thank you for being so good to me." "My dear child," he made quiet reply, "no one who really knows you could be anything else." "Oh, don't you think they could?" said Dina wistfully. "I wish there were more people in the world like you." "No one ever thought of saying that to me before," said Scott. End of section 21. Read by Helena Dunstan. Oxford, April 2022. Section 22 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. The Valley of the Shadow. After that interview with Scott, there followed a long, long period of pain and weakness for Dina. She, who had never known before what it meant to be ill, went down to the Valley of the Shadow, and lingered there for many days and nights. And there came a time when those who watched beside her began to despair of her ever turning back. So completely had she lost touch with the ordinary things of life that she knew but little of what went on around her, dwelling, as it were, apart, conscious sometimes of agonizing pain, but more often of a dreadful sinking, as one overwhelmed in the billows of an everlasting sea. At such times she would cling piteously to any succouring hand, crying to them to hold her up, only to hold her up, and if the hand were the hand of Greatheart, she always found comfort at length, and a sense of security that none other could impart. Her fancy played about him very curiously in those days. She saw him in many guises, as prince, as knight, as magician, but never as the mean and insignificant figure which had first caught her attention on that sunny morning before the fancy dress ball. This man, who sat beside her bed of suffering for hours together because she fretted when he went away, who held her up when the gathering billows threatened to overwhelm her fainting soul, who prayed for her with the utmost simplicity when she told him piteously that she could not pray for herself. This man was above and beyond all ordinary standards. She looked up to him with a reverence as one of colossal strength who had power with God. But she never dreamed again that golden dream of Greatheart in his shining armour, with the light of a great worship in his eyes. That had been a wild flight of presumptuous fancy that never could come true. His was not the only hand to which she clung during those terrible days of fear and suffering. Another presence was almost constantly beside her, night and day, a tender, motherly presence that watched over and ministered to her with a devotion that never slackened. For some time, Dina could not find a name for this gracious and comforting presence, but one day, when a figure clothed in a violet dressing-gown stooped over her to give her nourishment, an illuminating memory came to her, and from that moment this loving nurse of hers filled a particular niche in her heart, which was dedicated to the purple Empress. She could think of no other name for her. That quiet and stately presence seemed to demand a royal appellation. In her calmer moments, Dina liked to lie and watch the still face with its crown of silvery hair. She loved the touch of the white hands that always knew with unerring intuition exactly what needed to be done. There seemed to be healing in their touch. Very strangely, the thought of Eustace never came to her, or coming, but flitted unrecorded and undetained across the surface of her mind. He had receded with all the rest of the world into the far, far distance that lay behind her. He had no place in this region of many shadows, where these others so tenderly guided her wandering feet. No one else had any place there save old Biddy, who, being never absent, seemed a part of the atmosphere, and the doctor, who came and went like a presiding genie in that waste of desolation. She did not welcome his visits, although he was invariably kind, for on one occasion she caught a low murmur from him to the effect that her mother had better come to her, and this suggestion had thrown her into a most painful state of apprehension. She had implored them, weeping, to let her mother stay away, and they had hushed her with soothing promises. But she never saw the doctor thereafter, without a nervous dread that she might also see her mother's gaunt figure accompanying him, and she was sure, quite sure, that her mother would be very angry with her when she saw her helplessness. Nightmares of her mother's advent began to trouble her. She would start up in anguish of soul, scarcely believing in the soothing arms that held her, till their tenderness hushed her back to calmness. "No one can come to you, sweetheart, while I am here." How often she heard the low words murmured lovingly over her head. "See, I am holding you. You are quite safe. No one can take you from me." and Dina would cling to her beloved Empress till her panic died away. On one of these occasions Scott was present, and he presently left the sick room with a look in his eyes that gave him a curiously hard expression. He went deliberately in search of Billy, whom he found playing a not very spirited game with the two little daughters of the establishment. The weather had broken, and several people had left in consequence. Billy was bored as well as anxious, and his attitude said as much, as he unceremoniously left his small playfellows to join Scott. "Just amusing the kids," he observed explanatorily. "How is she now?" Scott linked his hand in the boy's arm. "She's pretty bad, Billy," he said. "Both lungs are affected. The doctor thinks badly of her, though he still hopes he may pull her through." "You may, you mean?" returned Billy. "Can't say the Devines have put themselves out at all over her. There's Rose flirts all day long with your brother, and Lady Grace grumbling continually about the folly of undertaking other people's responsibilities. She swears she must get back at the end of next week for their precious house party, and the Colonel fumes and says the same. I told him I shouldn't go unless she was out of danger, though goodness knows, sir, I don't want to sponge on you." Scott's hand pressed his arm reassuringly. "Don't imagine such a thing possible," he said. "Of course you must stay if she isn't very much better by that time. But now, Billy, tell me, if it isn't an unwelcome question, why doesn't your sister want your mother to come to her?" Billy gave him one of his shrewd glances. "She's told you that, has she? Well, you know the mater is rather a queer fish, and I doubt very much if she'll come if you asked her." "My good fellow," Scott said. "Not if she were dying." "I doubt it," said Billy, unmoved. "You see, the mater hasn't much use for Dina, except as a maid of all work. Never has had. It's not altogether her fault. It's just the way she's made." "Good heavens," said Scott, and added, as if to himself, "that little fairy thing." "She can't help it," said Billy. "She can't get on with the female species. It's like cats, you know, a sort of jealousy." "And your father?" questioned Scott, the hard look growing in his eyes. "Oh, Dad," said Billy, smiling tolerantly. "He's all right. Quite a decent sort. But you wouldn't get him to leave home in the middle of the hunting season. He's one of the whips." Scott's hand had tightened unconsciously to a grip. Billy looked at him in surprised interrogation, and was amazed to see a heavy frown drawing the colourless brows. There was a fiery look in the pale eyes, also, that he had never seen before. He waited in silence for developments, being of a wary disposition, and in a moment Scott spoke in a voice of such concentrated fury that Billy felt as if a total stranger were confronting him. "An infernal and blackguardly shame," he said. "It would serve them right if the little girl never went back to them again. I never heard of such damnable callousness in all my life before." Billy opened his eyes wide, and after a second or two permitted himself a soft whistle. Scott's hold upon his arm relaxed. "Yes, I know," he said. "I've no right to say it to you. But when the blood boils, you've got to let off the steam somehow. I suppose you've written to tell them all about her." "Oh, yes, I wrote, and so did the Colonel. I had a letter from Dad this morning. He said he hoped she was better, and that she was being well looked after. That's like Dad, you know. He never realises a thing unless he's on the spot. I dare say I shouldn't myself," said Billy broad-mindedly. "It's want of imagination in the main. Or want of heart, said Scott curtly. Billy did not attempt to refute the amendment. It's just the way you chance to be made, he said philosophically. Of course, I'm fond of Dina. We're pals. But Dad's an easy-going sort of chap. He isn't specially fond of anybody. The mater, well, she's keen on me, I suppose. He blushed a little. But as I said before, she hasn't much use for Dina. Even when she was a small kid, she used to whip her no end. Dina is frightened to death at her. I don't wonder she doesn't want her sent for. Scott's face was set in stern lines. She certainly shall not be sent for, he said with decision. The poor child shall be left in peace. She is going to get better, isn't she? Said Billy quickly. I hope so, old chap. I hope so. Scott patted his shoulder kindly and prepared to depart. But Billy detained him a moment. I say, can't I come and see her? Not now, lad. Scott paused, and all the natural kindliness came back into his eyes. My sister was just getting her calm again when I came away. We won't disturb her now. How is your sister, sir? Asked Billy. Isn't she feeling the strain rather? No, she is standing it wonderfully, in fact. Scott hesitated momentarily. I believe that in helping Dina, she has found herself again. Do you really? Said Billy. Then I do hope for her sake that Dina will buck up and get well. Thanks, old chap. Scott held out a friendly hand. I'm sorry you're having such a rotten time. Come along to me any time when you're feeling bored. I shall be only too pleased when I'm at liberty. You're a brick, sir, said Billy. And I say, you'll send for me, won't you? If... He broke off. You know, as I said before, Dina and I are pals, he ended wistfully. Of course I will, lad, of course I will. Scott wrung his hand hard. But we'll pull her through. Please God, we must pull her through. If anyone can, you will, said Billy with conviction. Like Dina, he had caught a glimpse in that brief conversation of the soul that inhabited that weak and puny form. End of section 22. Read by Helena Dunstan. June 2022. Section 23 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. The Way Back. It was 3 days later that Dina began at last the long and weary pilgrimage back again. Almost against her will, she turned her faltering steps up the steep ascent, for she was too tired for any sustained effort. Only that something seemed to be perpetually drawing her, she would not have been moved to make the effort at all, for she was so piteously weak that the bare exertion of opening her eyes was almost more than she could accomplish. But ever the unknown influence urged her, very gently but very persistently, never passive, never dormant, but always drawing her, as by an invisible cord, back to the world of sunshine and tears that seemed so very far away from the land of shadows in which she wandered. All active suffering had left her, and she would fain have been at peace, but the hand that clasped hers would not be denied. The motherly voice that had calmed the wildest fantasies of her fevered brain spoke now to her with tenderest encouragement. The love that surrounded her drew her, uplifted her, sustained her, and gradually, as she crept back from the shadows, she came to lean upon this love as upon a sure support, to count upon it as her own exclusive possession, a wonderful new gift that had come to her out of the darkness. She still welcomed her friend Scott at her bedside, but very curiously she had grown a little shy in his presence. She could not forget that dream of hers, and for a long time she was haunted by the dread that he had in some way come to know of it. Though the steady eyes never held anything but the utmost kindness and sympathy, she was half afraid to meet them, lest they should look into her heart and see the vision she had seen. She never called him Mr. Greatheart now. With Isabel, beloved nurse and companion, she was completely at her ease. A great change had come over Isabel, such a change as turns the bare earth into a garden of spring when the bitter winter is past at last. All the ice-bound bitterness had been swept utterly away, and in its place there blossomed such a wealth of mother love as transformed her completely. She spent herself with the most lavish devotion in Dina's service. There was not a wish that she expressed that was not swiftly and abundantly satisfied. Night and day she was near her, ignoring all Biddy's injunctions to rest, till the old woman, seeing the light that had dawned in the shadowed eyes, left her to take her own way in peace. She hovered in the background, always ready in case her mistress's new-found strength should fail. But Isabel did not need her care. All her being was concentrated upon the task of bringing Dina back to life, and she thought of nothing else, meeting the strain with that strength which comes in great emergencies to all. And as she gradually succeeded in her task, a great peace descended upon her, such as she had never known before. Biddy sometimes gazed in amazement at the smooth brow and placid countenance at Dina's bedside. "Sure the young lady's been a blessing, straight from the Almighty," she said to Scott. "I think so too, Biddy," he made quiet answer. He was much less in the sick room now that Dina's need of him had passed. He sometimes wondered if she even knew how many hours he had formerly spent there. He visited her every day, and it was to him that the task fell of telling her that the Devines had arranged to leave her in their charge. "We have your father's permission," he said, when her brows drew together with a troubled expression. "You see, it is quite impossible to move you at present, and they must be getting home. Billy is to go with them, if you think you can be happy alone with us." She put out her little wasted hand. "I could be happy with you anywhere," she said simply. "But it doesn't seem right." "Of course it is right," he made quiet reply. "In fact, if you ask me, I think it is our business, rather than anyone else's, to get you well again." She flushed in quick embarrassment. "Oh, please, you mustn't put it like that. And I have been such a trouble to everyone ever since." He smiled at her very kindly. "Biddy says you are a blessing from the Almighty, and I quite agree with her. It is settled then? You are content to stay with us until we take you home?" Her hand was clasped in his, but she did not meet his look. "Oh, much more than content," she said, her voice very low. "Only—" "Only," he said gently. She made an effort to lift her eyes, but dropped them again instantly. "It will make it much harder to go home," she said. She thought he sounded somewhat grim as he said, There is no need to meet troubles halfway, you know. You won't be strong enough for the journey for some time to come." "I wish I could stay just as I am now," she told him tremulously. "Forever and ever and ever." "Ah," he said with a faint sigh, "it is not given for any of us to bask in the sun for long." And so, 2 days after, the Devines paid a state visit of farewell to Dina, now pronounced out of danger, but still pitiably weak. So weak that she cried when the Colonel bade her be a good girl and get well enough to come home as soon as possible, so as not to be a burden on these kind friends of hers longer than she needed. Lady Grace's kiss was chilly and perfunctory. "I also hope you will get well quickly, Dina," she said, "as I believe Mr. Studley and his sister are staying on mainly your account. Sir Eustace, I understand, is returning very shortly, and I have asked him to join our house party." "Goodbye, dear," murmured Rose, bending her smiling lips to kiss Dina's forehead. "I am sorry your good time has had such a tragic end. I was hoping that you might be allowed to come to the hunt ball, but I am afraid that is out of the question now. Sir Eustace will be sorry too. He says you are such an excellent little dancer." "Goodbye," said Dina, swallowing her tears. She wept unrestrainedly when Billy bade her a bluff and friendly farewell, and he was practically driven from the room by Isabel, who then returned to her charge, gathered her close in her arms, and sat with her so, rocking her gently till gradually her agitation subsided. "Do forgive me," Dina murmured at last, clinging round her neck, to which Isabel made answer in that low voice of hers that so throbbed with tenderness whenever she spoke to her. "Dear child, there is nothing to forgive. You are tired and worn out. I know just how you feel. But never mind, never mind. Forget it all." "I know I am a burden," whispered Dina, clinging closer. Isabel's lips pressed her forehead. "My darling," she said, "you are such a burden as I could not bear to be without." That satisfied Dina for the time, but it was not the whole of her trouble, and presently, still clasped close to Isabel's heart, she gave hesitating utterance to the rest. "It would have been so lovely to have gone to the hunt ball. I should like to dance with Sir Eustace again. Is he really going to stay with the Devines?" "I don't know, dear. Very possibly not." Isabel's voice held a hint of constraint, though her arms pressed Dina comfortingly close. "He will please himself when the time comes, no doubt." Dina did not pursue the subject, but her mind was no longer at rest. She wondered how she could have forgotten Sir Eustace for so long, and now that she remembered him, she was all on fire with the longing to see him again. Rose had spoken so possessively, so confidently of him, almost as though, he had become her own peculiar property during the long dark days in which Dina had been wandering in another world. Something in Dina hotly and fiercely resented this attitude. She yearned to know if it were by any means justified. She could not, would not, believe that he had suffered himself to fall, like other men, a victim to Rose's wiles. He was so different from all others, so superbly far above all those other captives. And had she not heard him laugh and call Rose machine maid? A great restlessness began to possess her. She felt she must know what had been happening during her absence from the field. She must know if Rose had succeeded in adding yet another to her long list of devoted admirers. She felt that if this were so, she could never, never forgive her. But it was not possible. She was sure. She was sure it was not possible. Sir Eustace was not the man to grovel at any woman's feet. She recalled the arrogance of his demeanour, even in his moments of greatest tenderness. She recalled the magnetic force of his personality, his overwhelming mastery. She recalled the strong holding of his arms, thrilled yet again to the burning intensity of his kisses. No, no. He had never stooped to become one of Rose's adorers. If he had ever flirted with her, he had done it out of boredom. She was beautiful. Ah, yes, Rose was beautiful. But Dina was quite convinced she had no brains, and Eustace would never seriously consider a woman without brains. Seriously? But then, had he ever taken her into his serious consideration either? Had he not rather been at pains to make her understand that what had passed between them was no more than a game, to which no serious consequences were attached? She had caught his fancy, his passing fancy, and now was not her turn over? Had he not laughed and gone his way? She chafed terribly at the thought, and ever the longing to see him again grew within her, till she did not know how to hide it from those about her. In the evening her temperature rose, and the doctor was dissatisfied with her. She passed a restless night, and was considerably weaker in the morning. "There is something on her mind," the doctor said to Isabel. "See if you can find out what it is." But it was Scott who succeeded, with the utmost gentleness, in discovering the trouble. He came in late in the morning and sat down beside her for a few minutes. "I have been writing letters for my brother," he said in his quiet way, "or I should have called for news of you sooner. Isabel tells me you have had a bad night." Dina's face was flushed and her eyes very bright. "I heard the dance music in the distance," she said nervously. It made me want to go and dance." "I am sorry it disturbed you," he said gently. "It was only that, then? You weren't really troubled about anything?" She hesitated then, meeting the kindness of his look. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. She turned her head away in silence. He leaned towards her. "Is there anything you want?" he said. "Tell me what it is. I will get it for you, if it is humanly possible." I know," faltered Dina, and hid her face in the pillow. He waited a moment or two, then laid a very gentle hand upon her dark head. "Don't cry, little one," he said softly. "Tell me what it is." "I can't," murmured Dina. "You wanted to go and dance," said Scott sympathetically. "Was it just that?" "Not just that," she whispered forlornly. "I thought not. You were wanting something more than that. What was it?" She tried not to tell him. She would have given almost all she had to keep silence on the subject, but somehow she had to speak. Under the pressure of that kind hand, she could not maintain her silence any longer. "I was thinking of your brother," she told him with tears. "I was wondering if he were dancing, and And I not there. It was out at last, and she hid her face in overwhelming shame, because she had given him a glimpse of her secret heart, which none had ever seen before. She wondered with anguish what he thought of her, if she had forfeited his good opinion of her for ever. If, indeed, he would ever speak to her with kindness again.
And then very quietly he did speak.
And in a moment all her anxiety was gone. "He may have been dancing," he said, "but I believe he has been very bored ever since the weather broke. I wonder if he might come and see you. Would it be too much for you? Should you mind?" "Mind?" Dina's tears were gone in a flash. She turned shining eyes upon him. "But would he come?" she said, with sudden misgiving. "Wouldn't that bore him too?" Scott smiled at her in a way that set her mind wholly at rest. "No, I think not," he said. "When shall he come? This evening?" Dina slipped a confiding hand into his. She felt that now Scott knew and was not scandalized. There was no further need for embarrassment. "Oh, just any time," she said. "But hadn't I better get up? It would look better, wouldn't it?" "I don't know about that," said Scott. "You had better ask the doctor." Dina's face flushed red. "Need the doctor know?" she asked him shyly. "I am so afraid of his saying I am well enough to go home, and that will end everything." "He shan't say that," Scott promised, still smiling in the fashion that so warmed her heart. "I will drop him a hint." "Oh, you are good," Dina said very earnestly. "I think you are the kindest man I have ever met." He laughed at that.
"My dear, it is easy to be kind to you,"
he said. "I'm sure I don't know why," she protested. "I am getting very spoilt and selfish." He patted her hand gently and laid it down. "You are just you," he said. And rising with the words, rather abruptly he left her. End of section 23. Read by Helena Dunstan.
June 2022.
Section 24 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. The Lights of a City. "May I come in?" said Sir Eustace. He stood in the doorway, a gigantic figure to Dina's unaccustomed eyes, and looked in upon her with a careless smile on his handsome face. "Oh, please do," she said. She was lying on a couch under a purple rug belonging to Isabel. Very fragile and weak she looked, but her face was flushed and eager, her eyes alight with welcome. She thought he had never looked so splendid, so godlike, as at that moment. She wanted to hold out both her arms to him, and be borne upward to Olympus in his embrace. He came forward with his easy carriage, and stood beside her. His smile was one of kindly indulgence. He looked down at her as he might have looked upon an infant. An uneasy sense of her own insignificance went through Dina. She could not remember that he had ever regarded her thus before. A faint throb of resentment also pulsed through her. His attitude was so suggestive of the mere casual acquaintance. Surely he had not forgotten. "Won't you sit down?" she asked, in a small voice that was quite unconsciously formal. He seated himself in the chair that had been placed at her side. "So they have left you behind to be mended, have they?" he said. "I hope it is a satisfactory process, is it?" She had meant to give him her hand, but as he did not seem to expect it, she refrained from doing so. A great longing to cover her face and burst into tears took possession of her. She resisted it frantically, with all her strength. "Oh, yes, I am getting better, thank you," she said, in a voice that quivered in spite of her. "I am afraid I have been a great nuisance to everybody. I am sure the Devines thought so, and I expect you do too." She could not keep the tears from springing to her eyes, strive as she would. He was so different, so different. He might have been a total stranger, sitting there beside her. Yet, as he looked at her, she felt something of the old quick thrill, for the blue eyes regarded her with a slightly warmer interest, as he said, "I can't answer for the Devines, of course, but it doesn't seem to me that either they or I have had much cause for complaint. I shouldn't fret about that, if I were you." She commanded herself with an effort. "I don't. Only, it isn't nice to feel a burden to anyone, is it? You wouldn't like it, would you?" "Oh, I don't know," he said with his easy arrogance. "I think I should expect to be waited on if I were ill. You've had a rather bad time, I'm afraid. But you haven't missed much. The weather has been villainous." "I've missed all the dances," said Dina, stifling a sob. He began to smile. "I wish I had. I haven't enjoyed one of them." That comforted her a little. At least Rose had not scored an unqualified victory. "You've been bored?" she asked. "Horribly bored," said Sir Eustace. "There's been no fun for anyone since the weather broke." She gathered her courage in both hands. "And so you're going home?" she said, and lay in quivering dread of his answer. He did not make one immediately. He seemed to be considering the matter. "There doesn't seem to be much point in staying on," he said finally, "unless things improve." "But they will improve," said Dina quickly. At least they ought to." "A fortnight of bad weather isn't particularly encouraging," he remarked. "Of course it isn't. It's horrid," she agreed. "But every day makes it less likely that it will last much longer. And I expect it's much worse in England," she added. "I wonder," said Sir Eustace. "There's the hunting, anyway." "Oh no, it would freeze directly you got there," she said with a shaky little laugh. "And then you would wish you had stayed here." "I could shoot," said Sir Eustace. "And there is the hunt ball, isn't there?" said Dina with more assurance. He looked at her keenly. "What hunt ball?" She met his eyes with a faint challenge in her own. "I heard you were going to stay with the Devines. They always go to the hunt ball every year." "Do you go?" asked Sir Eustace. She shook her head. "No, I never go anywhere." She saw his eyes soften unexpectedly as he said, "Then there isn't much inducement for me to go, is there?" Her heart gave a wild throb of half-incredulous delight. She made a small movement of one hand towards him, and quite suddenly she found it grasped in his. He bent to her with a laugh in his eyes. "Shall we go on with the game, Daphne?" he whispered. "Are you well enough?" Her eyes answered him. Was he not irresistible? "Oh," she whispered, I thought you had forgotten." He glanced round as if to make sure they were alone, and then swiftly bent and kissed her quivering lips. "But the past has no claims," he said. "Remember, it is a game without consequences." She laughed very happily, clasping his hand. "I was afraid it was all over," she said. "But it isn't, is it?" He laughed too under his breath. "I am under the very strictest orders not to excite you," he said, passing the question by. "If the doctor were to come and feel your pulse now, there would be serious trouble, and I shouldn't be allowed within a dozen yards of you again for many a long day." "What nonsense," murmured Dina. "Why, you have done me so much good that I feel almost well." She squeezed his hand with all the strength she could muster. "Don't go away till I'm quite well," she begged him wistfully. "We must have one more dance." His eyes kindled suddenly.
With that fire which she dared not meet.
"I will grant you that," he said, "on condition that you promise, mind you, promise, not to run away afterwards." His intensity embarrassed her. She knew not wherefore. Why should I run away?" she faltered. "You ran away last time," he said. "Oh, that was only because I was afraid the Colonel might be angry with me," she murmured. "Oh, well, there is no Colonel to be angry now," he said. "It's a promise, then, is it?" But for some reason, wholly undefined, she hesitated. She felt as if she could not bring herself thus to cut off her own line of retreat. "No, I don't think I can quite promise that," she said after a moment. "You won't?" he said. His tone warned her to reconsider her decision. "I'll tell you tomorrow," she said hastily. "I may be gone by tomorrow," he said. She looked up at him with swift daring. "Oh no, you won't," she said with conviction. "Or if you are, you'll come back." "How do you know that?" he demanded, frowning upon her while his eyes still gleamed with that lambent fire that made her half afraid. She dropped her own. "There's someone coming," she whispered. "It doesn't matter, does it? I do know. Goodbye." She slipped her hand from his with a little secret sense of triumph, for though he had so arrogantly asserted himself, she was conscious of a certain power over him which gave her confidence. She was firmly convinced in that moment that he would not go. He rose to leave her as Isabel came softly into the room, and between the brother and sister there flashed a look that was curiously like the crossing of blades. Isabel came straight to Dina's side. "You must settle down now, dear child," she said in that low musical voice of hers that Dina loved. "It is getting late, and you didn't sleep well last night." Dina smiled and drew the hand that had so often smoothed her pillow to her cheek, but her eyes were upon Eustace, and she caught a parting gleam from his, as with a gesture of farewell he turned away. "I am much better," she said to Isabel later, as she composed herself to rest. "I feel as if I am going to sleep well." Isabel stooped to kiss her. "Sleep is the best medicine in the world," she said. "Do you sleep better now?" Dina asked, detaining her. Isabel hesitated for a second. "Oh yes, I sleep," she said then. "I am able to sleep, now that you are safe, my darling." Dina clung to her. "I can't think what I would do without you," she murmured, No one was ever so good to me before." Isabel held her closely. "Don't you realize," she said fondly, "that you have been my salvation?" Not really," faltered Dina. "Yes, really." There was a throb of passion in Isabel's voice. "I have been a prisoner for years, but you, little Dina, have set me free. I am travelling forward again now, like the rest of the world." She paused a moment, and her arms clasped Dina more closely still. "I do not think I have very far to go," she said, speaking very softly. "My night has been so long that I think the dawn cannot be far off now. God knows how I am longing for it." "Oh, darling, don't, whispered Dina piteously. "I won't, dearest." Very tenderly, Isabel kissed her again. "I didn't mean to distress you. Only, I want you to know that you are just all the world to me, the mainspring of what life there is left to me. I shall never forgive myself for leading you away on that terrible Sunday and causing you all this suffering." "Oh, but I should have been home again by now if that hadn't happened," said Dina quickly. "See what I should have missed. I'd far, far rather be ill with you than well at home." "Yours isn't a happy home, sweetheart," Isabel said gently. "Not very," Dina admitted. "But being away makes it seem much worse. I have been so spoilt with you." Isabel smiled. "I only wish I could keep you always, dear child." Dina drew a sharp breath. "Oh, if only you could," she said. Isabel pressed her to her heart and laid her down. "I must get you back to bed, dear," she said. "We have talked too long already." Late that night, Isabel went softly to the door in answer to a low knock, and found Scott on the threshold. She lifted a warning finger. "She is asleep." "That's right," he said quietly. "I only came to say good night to you. Are you going to bed now?" She looked at him with a faint smile in her shadowed eyes. "I dare say I shall go sometime," she said. Then, seeing the concern in his eyes, "Don't worry about me, Stumpy dear. I don't sleep a great deal, you know, but I rest." He took her arm and drew her gently outside the room. "I want you to take care of yourself now that she is safe," he said. "Will you try?" The smile still lingered in her eyes. She bent her stately neck to kiss him. "Oh yes, dear, I shall be all right," she said. "It does me good to have the little one to think of." "I know," he said, "but don't wear yourself out. Remember, you are not strong." "Nothing I can do for her would be too much," she answered with quick feeling. Think what she has done for me." "For all us," said Scott gently. "But all the same, dear, you can spare a little thought for yourself now." He hesitated momentarily. Then, "I think Eustace would like to see more of you," he said, speaking with a touch of diffidence. She made a sharp gesture of impatience. "Why did you send him to disturb the child's peace?" "She wanted him," said Scott simply. "Ah." Isabel stood tense for a second. "And he?" she questioned. "He was quite pleased to see her again," said Scott. She grasped his arm suddenly. "Stumpy, don't let him break her heart." He met her look with steadfast eyes. "He shall not do that," he said with inflexible resolution. Her hold became a grip. Can you prevent it? You know what he is. Oh yes, I know. Very steadily Scott made answer. But you needn't be afraid, Isabel. He shall not do that. A measure of relief came into her drawn face. Thank you, Stumpy, she said. I was horribly afraid when I saw him just now, and she, poor child, so innocently glad to have him. You needn't be afraid, he reiterated. Eustace is too much of a sportsman to amuse himself at the expense of an unsophisticated child like that. Isabel suppressed a shiver. I don't think he is so scrupulous as you imagine, she said. We must watch, Stumpy, we must watch. He patted her arm with his quiet smile. And we mustn't let ourselves get over-anxious, he said. Now go to bed like a dear girl. You are looking absolutely worn out. Her lips quivered as she smiled back. At least you are getting better nights, she said. Yes, I sleep very well, he answered. I want to know you are doing the same. Her face shone as though reflecting the lights of a city seen from afar. Oh yes, I sleep, she said, and sometimes I dream that I have really found the peaks of paradise, but before I reach the summit, I am awake. He drew her to him and kissed her. It is better that you should wake, dear, he said. She returned his kiss with tenderness, but her eyes were fixed and distant. Some day the dream will come true, Stumpy, she said softly, and I shall find him there, where he has been waiting for me all these years. But not yet, Isabel, murmured Scott, and there was pleading in his voice. She looked at him for a moment ere she turned to re-enter the room in which Dina lay. Not just yet, she answered softly. Good night, dear, good night. The strange light was still upon her face as she went, and Scott looked after her with a faint, wistful smile about his mouth. As he went to his own room, he passed his hand across his forehead with a gesture of unutterable weariness. End of section 24. Read by Helena Dunstan.
June 2022.